lot of them come together, much, much more difficult. But aren't there maps? Jason asked. I remember Harrison had one that we looked at to find the one near Vegas. There are, Stone agreed, and no doubt if you gave me an hour or so I could find you several such nexuses around the world. I can probably tell you most of them from memory, or at least the major ones, but therein lies the other problem. Which is? Verity asked, leaning forward. He eyed her challengingly. Suppose you tell me. This one should be fairly easy for you to work out. She stared into space for a couple of minutes as Stone finally got around to his pizza, then nodded in triumph. If they're rare, she said, people control them, right? Stone grinned. Well done, apprentice. There's hope for you yet. He set the pizza slice back down on his plate. That's exactly it. The more ley lines that converge in a given location, the more highly prized that location is. Not just because they make great places for portals. As any apprentice knows, the more ley lines in an area, the more potential magic power it contains, which is something every mage wants access to, of course, because it makes casting easier. Most of the nexuses are on land owned or controlled by people who wouldn't take kindly to having portals built on it. It's generally considered good manners in the magical community, if you control a portal, to make it available for others to use. There are private ones, of course, but they're surprisingly uncommon. He paused suddenly, his gaze going fuzzy as his awareness departed for somewhere else. Nexuses, he murmured, ignoring them all. When this lasted for a full minute, Shara tilted her head. He okay? Yeah, Verity said, waving her off. He does that. It usually means he's onto something. She took a bite of pizza. Just let him space out in peace. He'll be back soon. It was a full 5 minutes before Stone switched back on again. I need to go home, he announced, as if the intervening time hadn't happened. Why? Jason asked. Got something? Possibly. Let's finish up here. You can come back with me while I check on it. You want to share with the class? When we get back, he said. I'm not sure I'm right. I want to verify a couple of things so I don't make myself look like a complete idiot if my memory is bad. They quickly finished their meal and headed back to Stone's townhouse. Make yourselves at home, he said, disappearing up the stairs at almost a run. Back soon. Verity picked up the TV remote. Trust me, she told Shara. When he says back soon, that could mean anything from 10 minutes to tomorrow. Settle in. As it happened, it was a lot closer to 10 minutes than tomorrow. Stone came back down about a half hour after he'd left, his arms loaded with rolled maps, sheaves of papers, and a short stack of books. He swooped into the living room without a word, swept everything off the coffee table with one magical gesture, and dropped the items down on the now bare surface. I'm guessing you found something? Jason said. And it's a good thing we didn't have drinks. Stone ignored him and began unrolling the maps. He selected one, spread it out on the table, and held down the corners with 4 of the books in the stack. Then he picked up one of the clipped-together sheaves of papers and leafed through it. The others studied the map. It's a ley line map of the U.S., Verity said, nodding. So you do think whatever the evil are doing is connected with ley lines after all? Stone nodded. I got to thinking, he said, that there was one part of this equation that we hadn't factored into our discussion. What's that? Jason asked, leaning in for a closer look. The summoning books. It's possible that the evil are just running a massive con, trying to misdirect anyone who might be paying too much attention to them into thinking they're doing something they're not. But breaking into all of those high-security libraries seems to be a hell of a lot of trouble and risk of discovery if they're doing it for no good reason. I don't get it, Verity said. You already said you thought they might be pursuing multiple angles, either building a portal or making a summoning circle that could bring more evil through. Do you not still think that? No, that's exactly what I still think, Stone said. But what I hadn't been considering before is what the two have in common. Huh? Jason looked confused. Stone stabbed a finger at the map. You don't need a ley line to build a portal, nor do you need one to cast a summoning circle. But in both cases, if you have one, or more than one, it makes the whole process much easier. Especially if you're trying to do something you've never done before, like, say, trying to bring over a bunch of things from a dimension you've never contacted. Shara nodded, getting where he was going.
So you think that if they are doing one or the other of those things, or maybe even preparing to try both in case one doesn't work, they'll look for a place with a lot of ley lines in confluence?
Exactly, Stone said. Verity frowned. This is a map of North America, she said. How do you know they won't go somewhere else to look for it? These things are all over the world, right? They are, Stone agreed. This is just a guess on my part, but I think they'll stay in North America if they can. This isn't the sort of thing you can do with one person. If the powerful evil, or even some subset of them, have decided to play well together temporarily to get this done, then they'll have to travel physically to wherever they decide to do it. Remember, they're still in human bodies. Some of them are in human bodies who might have trouble traveling out of the country, or who don't know much, if anything, about the rest of the world. The evil themselves almost certainly don't, so I'm banking on their trying to stay where they're familiar, if they can. He spread his hands. I don't know if I'm right. It's possible they all might charter a plane to Siberia or wherever. I'm sure they have the resources to do it, if nothing else. But let's take a look here first and see if anything pops out at us. And if not, we'll branch out. That's why I brought the other maps. Verity stared hard at the map. Dr. Stone? She asked, her tone suggesting that she was trying to work something out. Yes? There's one thing I don't get here. These rituals you're talking about would have to be huge, right? This isn't something that one or two people could do, even with a bunch of ley lines to help out. Stone nodded. With enough ley lines, they wouldn't need that many people to work them, but definitely more than one or two. You think they have that many mages on their side? Well, if we're right about this, they've got at least two, Stone said. Dr. Brunt and the unnamed black mage who orchestrated the thefts. But that's a fair point. Perhaps they do have more. We'll have to be careful. He directed his attention back to the map, dragging a nearby lamp closer to provide more illumination. Let's take a look at these confluences. All four of them leaned in and began poring over the map. It was large, but simple, printed on plain white paper with the outlines of the various states and provinces of the United States, Canada, and Mexico, along with faintly drawn major roads and cities. The ley lines crisscrossed over the land, highlighted in various colors. There's a big one, Verity said, pointing to the southeast part of the United States. Stone raised an eyebrow. I don't think they'll be doing any rituals in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. It's frightfully difficult trying to cast a circle in the ocean. Your crystals keep sinking. She glared at him, and looked around for something to throw as he chuckled and went back to examining the map. Half an hour later, they had identified about 15 locations in the United States, northern Mexico, and southern Canada that included ley line confluences of at least 4 lines. Of the 15, 4 of them were significantly larger, and each formed the nexus of 10 individual ley lines. You think those are our spots? Verity asked. You already said the Bermuda Triangle wouldn't work. This one's in Canada, and this one's just south of the Mexican border. If we want to stay in the U.S., that leaves that one, she added, pointing with the eraser end of a pencil at the 4th large confluence, which was located in the far northern part of Nevada. Stone studied it in silence. I remember that one, Jason said. When we were looking for ley lines around Vegas on Harrison's map, we figured it was too far away to be what we were looking for. He narrowed his eyes, leaning in closer. What? Stone asked, glancing up. He shook his head. There's something about that spot that seems familiar. Familiar? Verity asked, frowning. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Looks like it's nothing but a big flat spot. It's not even near any major roads. She glanced at Stone. If it's that big and out in the middle of nowhere, I wonder who owns that land. Seems like it would be a great place for a group of mages to go if they wanted to do a ritual without being noticed, doesn't it? It does indeed, Stone agreed. He still only seemed to be halfway there, with most of his mind far away. Jason sighed. I wish I could remember where I've seen that spot before. It was fairly recently, too, like the last couple of years. Shara sat up straight, like somebody had poked her with an electrical current. Wait! I know! They all turned to her. What? Jason demanded. That's where Burning Man is held, she announced, pointing at the spot. You're right, Jason agreed, sitting up straighter too and leaning in. Stone raised an eyebrow. If you two are quite done, would you mind enlightening the rest of us? What the hell is Burning Man? Verity looked confused as well. Never heard of it either. Yeah, you wouldn't have, Jason said, nodding. V, you were in the halfway houses for all those years, and Al, well, aside from not being in the US very long, you're about as far from the Burning Man type as it's possible to be. I'm not sure whether I should be flattered or insulted, Stone said sourly. Shara grinned. It's hard to explain. It's like this giant festival thing that they put on out in the middle of nowhere once a year. Thousands of people all camping and sharing stuff and running around naked and taking drugs and building amazing stuff and just having experiences, you know? It's all very hippie and counterculture. Flattered, then, Stone stated. Jason laughed and nodded. Yeah, Al. I just can't picture you firing up a righteous doobie and cruising around on a mountain bike in nothing but sunglasses and a big floppy hat. Thank you, he muttered, glaring. Verity giggled, but stopped when Stone redirected his glare at her. Anyway, she said, changing the subject. What's this thing got to do with the evil? You don't think that's where they're going to do it, do you? Well, Shara said, they could certainly hide a big ritual there without anybody catching on. Oh? Stone asked, curious. Yeah, I've never been there, but I've got friends who have, including a couple of our type. This is kind of a big deal for my generation of mages. My friends brought back a bunch of pictures. The thing is huge. You can't even imagine how huge. Thousands of people, all camping out in tents and campers and under the stars, and most of them are building these amazing structures and artwork and technology. And after the festival's over, they just pack it all up and take it back out with them. Except for the man, of course. The man? Verity asked. Yeah, that's why they call it Burning Man. At the center of the place where it's held, they set up this giant wooden man-shaped sculpture thing. It looks a little different every year, but it's always humanoid. It's so big that you can see it from all over, and it kind of presides over the festival. Then, on the last night before everybody packs up and heads home, they burn it. From what I understand, it's really amazing to watch. And you're saying the evil could hide a ritual in the middle of all of this? Stone asked. Easily. In plain sight, probably. The whole thing is kind of like a big bunch of rituals, really. It runs 24 hours a day for several days, mostly at night, because during the day it gets wicked hot and everybody just kind of veges out in their tents until the sun goes down. Stone pondered. It does sound like the sort of place we're looking for. When is this thing held, anyway? Is it soon? Yeah, Jason said. It's at the end of the summer, so a couple of weeks from now. He narrowed his eyes. Al, you want to go to Burning Man? Any reason we couldn't? I guess not, he said, glancing at Shara. But I don't think you have any idea what you're getting into. It's not the kind of thing you decide to do at the last minute. You've got to prepare. Prepare how? It's just camping, right? We'll rent one of those big motor caravans and stay in that. It won't be a lot of fun, but surely we can. Shara shook her head, returning Jason's glance with a roll-eyed one of her own and holding up her hands.
Alastair, stop. Yeah, we can get some kind of big plush RV if you want. That's kind of counter to the spirit of the whole thing, but
Bugger the spirit, I'm not sleeping in a tent with you lot for a week, Stone protested. No offense, but that's far more togetherness than I'm prepared to deal with. The caravan will be close quarters enough, and more importantly, it will be much easier to ward. Shara's eyes seemed perpetually set on roll.
I'm going by memory here based on what my friends have told me. I can call a couple of them and get some more first-hand info if you want, but the whole thing is really primitive on purpose. There won't be any hookups for the RV, for example. There's nothing for sale there. You have to pack in whatever you want to eat, drink, or use. And if you want something you don't have, you have to trade with other people. And you gotta pack out everything you took in.
Stone didn't look at all pleased with what he was hearing. Everyone had their quirks, and many would argue that he had rather more than most people.
But two of his larger ones were that he enjoyed his creature comforts and needed his alone time.
He didn't mind the occasional night camping out under the stars with the right company, and he could overlook his discomfort entirely if he was on the track of some interesting bit of magical knowledge that required traveling to some remote location. But several days in the desert at the height of summer, miles from anything approaching civilization, surrounded by thousands of the sort of people he generally tried to avoid, this wasn't going to be easy. Verity patted his arm. "You can do it, Doc," she said, grinning. "We'll help you. And remember, it's for a good cause. If the evil is there, maybe we can shut him down for good before they even figure out we're onto them." "If they're there," he said. He pointed to the map. "They could just as easily be in Canada or down by the Mexican border. Or we could have it completely wrong and they're planning to do something else entirely. Although—" He gazed off into space again for a moment. "Although," he repeated, "the timing hardly seems coincidental, and the combination of that many ley lines and that much human energy, it does seem an ideal location for them to try this." He took a deep breath, and it was a while before he spoke. Then he jumped up and began gathering up the maps and other items on the table. "All right then, let's do it. Are you all in?" They all nodded.
"If nothing else," Shara said, "I've always wanted to go to Burning Man, so even if we're wrong, it'll be fun."
Stone looked dubious at that, but didn't reply. "Jason and Shara, since you're as close to experts as we have, can you see to the logistics and whatever supplies we'll need? Verity, you help them, but stay together for safety. I'll handle the financial end and see to the caravan. And," he added, with a quirked eyebrow, "I'd be grateful if you could put together some sort of presentation you can make on the way there, so I'll know what the hell I'm getting myself into." Jason grinned. "Don't worry, Al. You'll be an old hand before we're done." "I just hope we're all alive when we're done," Stone said grimly. Part 2. Burning. Chapter 22. "Holy crap! I feel like I should be sending commands down to the engine room," Jason said. He pitched his voice louder. "Mr. Scott, I need more power!" "I canna give you more power, Captain," Shara yelled back in a terrible Scottish accent. "The engines are gonna blow." Jason glanced at Stone with a grin. "You sure they didn't have a bigger one, Al? Or were you worried they'd make you apply for a zip code if you went any bigger?" Stone sat tilted back in the passenger seat, his feet up on the wide expanse of dashboard. "Stop complaining," he said. "You'll thank me when we get there." They left their staging area in Mountain View an hour ago, and were now rolling up Highway 80 at a reasonable pace, given the sheer size of what they were driving. Stone hadn't spared any expense. The RV he'd rented was only a couple years old, and a top-of-the-line model. Almost as big as a bus, it was the largest one that could be operated without a special license. Additionally, it towed a four-wheel drive Jeep SUV, in case we need to get around in something smaller than a cruise ship, he'd told them. It slept four, though Verity and Shara would have to share the queen-size bed in the back, and included just about every amenity available. Kitchenette with stove, microwave and refrigerator freezer, bathroom with shower, numerous bins and cubbyholes inside and out for gear storage, generator, and dining area big enough for all four of them, if they didn't mind getting cozy. Jason, Verity, and Shara had been busy the last 2 weeks. Shara contacted her friends who'd attended Burning Man before, and they'd sent her copies of the information they had, along with sharing tips for what to do, take, and expect. Jason and Verity haunted the library to gather more data, and then the three of them had purchased the various supplies they would need. Jason made up a separate list for the individual items each of them would require, and insisted on checking Stone's pack to make sure he'd followed it before letting him on board. Stone grumbled a bit, but recognized that this sort of thing wasn't his forte, and he'd be better off trusting his more knowledgeable friends. While the others gathered mundane supplies, he'd been accumulating the magical gear they would need. He made copies of all of Pia Brandt's papers, Harrison's notebook, and even made a quick trip back to England to bring back copies of Daphne Weldon's portal research. He didn't know if he'd need it, but better safe than sorry. At the last moment, he also tossed in a copy of the ritual he and Kalinsky had attempted, with disastrous results. Shara had assured him that they'd all have a lot of time to kill during the long, hot days, so he figured he might be able to come up with a way to refine it. Additionally, he'd filled a large duffel bag with ritual supplies. Candles, crystals, bags of sand, chalk, incense, chalice, knife, and other similar items. He had no idea if he would need them. The plan was to stop a ritual, not perform one, but as impractical as Stone could sometimes be about the mundane necessities of survival, he was perhaps a bit overly practical about magical requirements. He did not want to end up 100 miles from civilization and discover he was missing a vital component of a ritual. And in any case, he'd need a few things to set up the ward. He leaned back, watching the road roll by through the RV's massive front windows, and thought about what was to come. Shara had told them Burning Man was like its own little city, completely self-sufficient, and almost totally cut off from the rest of the world for the duration of the event. She warned them not to expect to be able to get hold of anything that they didn't bring with them. Bartering was everywhere, but you couldn't count on anyone having exactly what you wanted, especially if it was unusual. The RV's outside cargo holds were full of necessities such as water. Lots of water. Apparently they wouldn't even let you in if you couldn't prove you had enough for everyone for the duration. Non-perishable food, fuel for the generator, protection from the elements, first aid gear, and all sorts of other small portable items. Jason had insisted on packing 2 large tents, despite Stone's protest that they could stay in the RV, and he procured 2 used mountain bikes along with tools, replacement tires, and patch kits for them. These were currently lashed to the top of the RV. Stone, watching the others loading up, had shaken his head, wondering if all this stuff was technically necessary. "Trust me, you'll be glad to have it," Shara had assured him, stowing a large coil of rope. "I have to wonder how hippies even afford this," he commented, as he looked over the receipts for everything they'd bought. "I could go to Europe the old-fashioned way on what all this is costing." "Well, hippies don't usually make the voyage on the starship Titanic," Jason said, grinning as he patted Stone on the shoulder. "Just roll with it, Al. New experiences are good for you." "Suppose we give our craft a different name," Stone muttered. No sense in tempting fate. It took them a while to get everything organized and stowed, but they made better time than expected. Jason wanted to get an early start, especially after Shara warned them traffic would get bad as they got closer to their destination.
She told them to expect to wait for a long time as the organizers let people enter in small groups to avoid traffic snarls inside. "If we get there early, we can find a better spot to park," she said. "A lot of the really good spots are already claimed by established camps, but we should be able to find something fairly close in." Now, as they rolled out of the East Bay and continued northward on 80, she pulled a stack of papers out of her pack. "Okay," she said, nodding at Stone. "You said you wanted a presentation, Alastair, so you're getting one. Sorry it won't have any interpretive dance. V wanted to add some, but we didn't have time, and we couldn't agree on the music." Stone chuckled, swiveling his chair around to face them. "Quite all right. Verity's got wretched taste in music anyway. Pray enlighten us." For the next hour, with Shara taking the lead and Verity and Jason putting in bits and pieces from their library research, they gave Stone an overview of what to expect at Burning Man. He listened without much comment, nodding occasionally and studying the photos Shara passed him. When they finished, he handed back the photos and was silent for a moment, as if trying to figure out how to say what was on his mind. Finally, he said, "Thank you. That was very helpful, and I appreciate your effort. I do have to wonder something, though." "What's that?" Verity asked. It had been clear during the presentation that, now that she had more of an idea what Burning Man would include, she was excited about experiencing it firsthand. "Well," Stone said in a careful tone, "I suppose I just don't see the point of the whole thing." "What do you mean?" Shara asked, as she gathered up the photos and papers and stowed them back in her rucksack. He shrugged. "It sounds like a large number of people assembling on a flat plain in one of the hottest parts of the country in the middle of the summer and staying there for several days with minimal supplies. I suppose all the art projects and whatnot sound intriguing, but aside from that, it sounds like it will be hot, smelly, loud, and utterly chaotic." Sighing, he leaned back in his chair. "I mean, I'm not completely boring. I enjoy a good concert as well as the next person, even the big ones. But this—" He spread his hands. "Why? What do people get out of it? Am I just hopelessly old-fashioned, or am I missing something?" Shara thought about that before answering. "Well," she said at last, diplomatically, "it's not everybody's thing, that's for sure. Nothing wrong with that, but I'm looking forward to experiencing it. My friends say it's like nothing they've ever done before. It's like another world out there. And if nothing else, you might get something out of it magically. I hear the auras are just amazing, especially at night when everybody's active. Better than the best concert you've ever been to, or so they say." "What do you expect we're going to be doing, Al?" Jason asked. "Are we just going to wander around and look for the evil? Isn't that dangerous? Even if we knew what we're looking for. I mean, a lot of them know what we look like. Shara and I could probably blend in, but you and V, maybe not so much." "Yeah," Verity said. "I'm still freaked out thinking about how close I got to being Subway pizza. If they are there and they recognize us, won't they try to kill us so we don't mess up their plans?" Stone nodded. "I've thought of that." "Did you make another one of those evil detector things you used back in San Francisco?" Jason asked. "No, something like that would be useless this time. If the evil is there, they'll be there in force, which means even if I get a reading, all it will tell me is that they exist. It's too small an area to pinpoint them any closer than that." "What then?" He reached into the pack sitting next to his seat and came back up with a handful of small objects on chains. Verity leaned in closer to look. They were small, abstract-looking pendants made of what looked like silver and bronze, hanging on thin leather cords. Necklaces? She looked perplexed for a moment, then grinned. "You did the coin thing." Stone nodded. "The coin thing?" Shara asked, confused. "Yeah," Verity said. "They're illusion generators. Remember we talked about them before? That the evil might be using them? They can make us look like other people so the evil won't recognize us when we're running around. We met a guy last year who did it with coins.
I guess Dr. Stone decided to figure out how to make his own. It wasn't difficult, Stone said. The hardest part was working out how to power them. I'm not sure how Harrison did it, but these will draw their power from your own bodies. Sounds creepy, Jason said, dubiously. Not really. They're sort of like those watches that wind themselves, except instead of drawing kinetic energy, they draw a tiny bit from your auras. So they're itty-bitty black magic devices? Shara asked, grinning. I didn't know you had it in you, Alastair. I'm just full of surprises, he said, handing them around. The only thing you have to do is keep the pendant close to your skin, so wear it under your shirt. The illusion won't break if it loses contact for a few seconds, but they have to be within an inch or so to function. When we get there, you can tell me what you want to look like. I didn't have time to make them as versatile as Harrison's coins, so you only get one disguise each. Make sure you pick something believable that you can deal with for a few days. So their mages won't be able to see through the disguise? Shara asked, holding up her pendant and examining it with the fuzzed-out gaze of magical sight. Not unless they're specifically looking, Stone said. They're not foolproof, so try not to draw inappropriate attention to yourself. They won't stand up under direct scrutiny, but if there are as many people there as you claim there will be, we'll just blend in with the crowd. Okay, Jason said, slipping the cord over his head one-handed. That takes care of them recognizing us, but what about us recognizing them? You said they might be using something like this too. How are we even going to find them? I doubt they'll be out there setting up a huge, scary ritual we'll be able to spot right off the bat, will they? They might, especially if they don't know we're onto them. It doesn't sound like anyone would bother them. True. Shara nodded. Wait till you see the place. There's so much weird shit going on it wouldn't even attract much attention. Except they'll probably have to keep shooing off random people who want to help. We'll just have to keep our eyes open, Stone said. The good news is that with the illusions, we don't need to be so careful about staying together, so we can cover more ground. Hopefully we'll spot something useful. They continued driving, the big RV eating up the miles. Verity and Shara started a card game at the dining table, and Stone lounged in his seat with his feet up and once again appeared to be many miles away. You all right over there? He asked Jason at one point, when he returned his attention to the here and now. Want me to drive for a bit? Nah, I'm kinda getting used to it, actually. We're gonna have to stop for gas soon, though. This thing gets about 2 gallons to the mile. They stopped in Sacramento for gas and lunch, since, despite having the capability to do so, none of them wanted to cook. There'd be time enough for that once they got there. They made good time out of Sacramento, cruising through Truckee and over the Nevada border toward Reno. As they drew closer, they began encountering more RVs, cars with trailers, and more than a few brightly painted vans hauling pull-out or pop-up campers. The traffic was still relatively sparse, but a lot of the people on the road were obviously heading to the same place they were. Are there really 40,000 people coming out here? Verity asked, watching as they were passed by a huffing, flower-covered conversion van. That's the projection, Shara said. Great, Stone said dubiously. 40,000 people and no proper sanitation. Brilliant idea, really. You've just got no sense of adventure, Al, Jason said, grinning. My sense of adventure is fine, thank you. Unfortunately, so is my sense of personal hygiene. They were about 50 miles out on the far side of Reno, the sun beating down on the scrubby desert, when Jason leaned in to peer at the RV's gauges. Al? Stone glanced up from where he'd been dozing. I think something's wrong. Wrong? Stone sat up. Yeah, temp's going up fast, and you hear that? Engine sounds funny. Stone listened a moment. Radiator? Hoping that's all it is. It's pretty hot out there. But I'm gonna pull off. I want to check it out. Stone was about to protest that they should try to make it to the next town when a harsh, mechanical grating sound emanated from somewhere near the front of the coach. "Fuck!" Jason snapped, applying the brake slowly as he eased the massive vehicle onto the shoulder. "What's going on?" Verity called, coming out of the back bedroom area where she and Shara had been catching a cat nap. Jason didn't answer. He struggled with the wheel, concentrating fully on what he was doing, until the RV had come to a complete stop in the dirt of the shoulder. "Why are we stopping?" Verity asked, as Shara came up behind her. "I heard some kind of noise. What was it?" "Dunno yet." Jason unbuckled his seatbelt and got up, as did Stone. The heat hit them like a wall when Jason opened the door and jumped down. "You guys might as well stay inside with the generator on," he said. "No point in all of us roasting." Nobody listened, though. Stone, Verity, and Shara followed him as he went to the front of the RV and popped the panel. A sharp, acrid odor wafted from the engine. "Can somebody get me some light?" Jason asked without looking up. Instantly, 3 hands lit up with magical illumination. Stone, Verity, and Shara exchanged sheepish glances. "I got it," Shara said, and the other 2 dropped their spells. Jason climbed up on the bumper and leaned in to get a better look into the engine compartment. "Anything?" Stone asked. He wisely stayed out of the way, since he couldn't contribute anything to the diagnostic effort. "I don't think it's the radiator," Jason said. "Is that good or bad?" Verity asked. "Not sure yet." He poked around some more. "Don't see any problem with the hoses up here, either. Let me take a look underneath." He jumped down and started to slide under, but only got about halfway before "Fuck!" filtered up from beneath the RV. Stone got down and slid under with him to take up the lighting duties. He was about to ask what the problem was, but even with his non-existent mechanical skills, he couldn't fail to spot the steady stream of water dripping down. "I'm guessing that isn't good." "That is very not good," Jason said grimly. "That's the water pump." "How bad is that?" "Bad. If it was a hose or even the radiator, I might be able to do something about it. Or else at least it's an easy fix for a mechanic, but this—" He shoved himself back out, and Stone followed. "Better get on that radio and call somebody, Al. This beast ain't moving." "How long is this gonna take to fix?" Verity asked. "Longer than we got, probably. Water pump's a big deal, even on a car. On something this big?" He blew out a loud blast of air through his teeth. "Odds they'll even have one in stock are low, which means they'll have to order it. Depending on where, it could be anywhere from a few hours to a few days. And then they gotta install it." Stone swiped his hand back through his dampening hair. "Well, bugger. All right. I'll see if I can reach somebody. You should probably unhook the Jeep. If they have to tow the caravan back to Reno, we'll need something to keep going in." He indicated the Jeep. "It will be a tight fit with the 4 of us and all our gear." Shara eyed it dubiously. "That's not just going to be tight. We'll have to leave some stuff behind." "Let's just get back to town first," Jason said. "We can figure out what to do once we get there." Stone was able to reach the police on the radio, and they promised to send someone capable of towing a vehicle the size of their motorhome. "It will take a while, though," he told the others, who were still lingering outside. "Might as well get comfortable inside where it's cooler." The tow truck took an hour to arrive. Stone chatted with the driver, giving him the information about the rental company so he could call it in and figure out where to take the RV, while Jason unhitched the Jeep. "Do we need to load it up now?" he asked, coming forward. "Nah," the driver told him. "You can leave your stuff in the RV and unload once we get back to town. You guys headed to Burning Man?" "Yeah," Shara said. "Guess there's not much chance of finding another RV back in Reno, huh?" No way, he said. Not this close. There's always a run on that kind of thing for the week or two leading up to it. You gonna follow me back? Jason nodded. While the driver hooked up the RV to his truck, Stone and the others gathered the few items they wanted to keep with them, then piled into the Jeep and followed the tow truck back to Reno. This is great, Verity grumbled. I hope you're going to bitch out those rental people, Dr. Stone. They should have checked that thing out before they let it go. Won't do us any good now, Stone said from the shotgun seat, sounding morose. Verity wisely left him alone. It was more than an hour before they arrived at Reno. The tow truck driver took the RV to a large truck dealership and left it off in a big empty area near the service base. While Stone settled up with him, the others began offloading their gear into the Jeep. When Stone returned from talking to the people at the dealership, the others were looking discouraged. There's no way we're going to get all this stuff in here, Jason told him, indicating the large pile of gear arrayed around the rear of the Jeep. Even if we strap a bunch of it to the roof, it's still not all going to fit with the four of us. Stone examined the Jeep and the assembled gear silently. You don't know a shrink spell, do you? Verity asked him, only half kidding. Or some kind of pocket dimension? Sorry, fresh out, he said. I suppose I could try to find us a larger vehicle to rent. The driver said he doubts we can find another caravan, but perhaps a larger truck? Jason pointed at the Jeep's back end. It's got a trailer hitch, he said. Maybe we can find a trailer. Let me see what I can come up with, Stone said. He headed off. 20 minutes later, he returned to where the rest of the group were still gathered around the Jeep. Any luck? Jason asked. Stone shook his head, looking frustrated. I called every rental place listed in the phone book, but they're all out of any sort of trailer. Everyone's rented them for exactly the same reason we wanted it. Jason sighed, thinking. Okay, he said finally. Al, you got cash? Some. I can get more. Why? Come on. V, you and Shara stay here and keep an eye on the stuff, and we'll be back soon, okay? Where are we going? Stone asked. Hopefully to get something so we can get back on the road before the thing's over. You're kidding, Verity said, a little over an hour later as the Jeep pulled back into the parking lot and Jason and Stone got out. Hey, beggars can't be choosers, Jason said. It was all we could find. The four of them eyed the old horse trailer attached to the Jeep. It was at least 20 years old and made of wood, but it looked relatively solid and was fully enclosed except for some high, narrow windows to provide ventilation. A hefty, brand-new padlock held the rear doors together. Somebody rented you that? Shara asked, amazed. No, Stone said sourly. We had to buy it. At least the tires are decent, Jason said, slipping a key into the padlock and popping the back doors open. Inside, traces of hay still littered the floor, and the distinctive odor of manure wafted out into the hot, still air. Come on, let's get this stuff loaded up so we can get on the road before tomorrow. It didn't take long to load their gear into the Jeep and the trailer. The back of the Jeep had enough room for their most important items, and everything else fit into the trailer with some room to spare. Shara made sure the load was well secured, while Jason made final checks on both the Jeep and the trailer to verify that everything was roadworthy. Stone left the RV keys with the man from the dealership, and after a brief stop for dinner, since everyone was getting hungry by then, they were back on the road. Well, that was fun, Verity said, examining the map. It's going to be midnight before we get there now. That's if we're lucky, Jason said. We had an early start before, but now we're going to hit traffic as we get closer. Get comfortable. Bit late for that, Stone grumbled. I sincerely hope the evil are there, because right now I need someone to take out my frustration on. Chapter 23. A plump young woman in a floppy hat and hippie print blouse poked her head through the flap of the big blue tent. Trin glanced up from where she'd been flipping through one of the magical tomes stacked in tote bags next to her folding lounge chair. Sam, sitting at a table where he was making notes on a large piece of paper, put down his pen. "Report?" "They're starting to come in," the woman said. "About half of the main group is here already and it's checked in. The others should be here by tonight, tomorrow at the latest." "Any problems?" "Some grumbling," she said. "A lot of them still don't want to be here, but they're coming." "I don't give a fuck what they want, as long as they get here," Trin said. "Where's Dr. Bront?" She was back to looking like herself again, which she was glad about. She hadn't liked the buxom redhead disguise, and keeping the illusion going was tiring. "She's here, keeping a low profile, like you said. Her camp's on the other side of the playa." Trin nodded. "Good." She thought the odds that anyone would recognize Pia Bront here were low, but she wasn't taking any chances. "Tell her we'll need to get together tonight and finalize the details." "I will," she said. "Anything else? Any word on what Stone's doing?" The woman hesitated. "What?" Trin sat up. "Oh, fuck. Don't tell me he's—" "One of the soldiers in the Bay Area told me Stone and the others were spotted leaving town this morning in a large RV, with a tan Jeep towed behind it. He didn't follow them, though, since he was told not to." "Fuck!" Trin snapped. "We don't know he's onto us," Sam said. "Don't be any more of an ass than you already are," she growled. "Where else would they go in an RV this time of year? Stone doesn't go camping." Sam shrugged. "We can put the word out to keep an eye out for them. Remember, they don't know what we look like, and you said they can't detect us." "I hope," she said. "Just don't lose it now," Sam said, eyes narrowed. "Most of what we're doing is hidden anyway, and with all the people here, the chances they'll figure out what we're doing are low, as long as we don't draw attention to ourselves." "We might need to keep some of the group well out of sight," she said. "He knows what Dr. Bront looks like, and some of the others are famous enough that they might be recognized." "This is a bad time," Sam began. "I know," she said, glaring. "I know. But if we have to, we have to. Maybe we can pick up a couple more mages if we play it right." She looked at the woman, who still waited in the doorway. "You'll need to come back tonight to talk to me and Dr. Bront. Once you know what you're doing, start finding people to use, and put word out to the soldiers to start setting up the components. You have the map?" She nodded, digging in her flowered leather bag. "It will take a while to get everything set up properly, since it all has to be hidden." "That's fine. You've got 5 days to do it. Just make sure everything's in place by Saturday night, and keep me updated at least twice a day." "Got it," she said. Nodding to Trin and Sam, she backed out of the tent and left. Trin sighed and leaned back. "There are so many ways this plan can go wrong," she said. "And now fucking Stone and his crew are going to be here. That means we have to be 10 times more careful." She slammed her fist down, which didn't have much of an effect, since she was hitting the fabric of her chair. "How the hell did he figure out what we're doing?" "It doesn't matter now," Sam said. "If he's here, he's here. We'll just have to keep going and keep quiet." "We should just kill him." She closed the book and set it down on the stack. "He might know this is where we are, but he can't know what we're doing. We could still catch him by surprise. If we can take out Stone and his apprentice, the other two don't matter. The brother can't do shit without magic, and the granola girlfriend doesn't know enough to fuck us up." Sam shook his head, his gaze growing dangerous. "No. We stick with the plan. Like you said, he probably doesn't know what we're up to. He might not even know for sure that we're here. If he's just guessing and we show our hand, it could endanger the whole plan, especially if he manages to take out you or Dr. Bront." His expression turned sly. "Come on. It's only a few more days. Then you can kill him. Like I said, I'll even help. We all will. I'm sure he and that apprentice of his will be tasty for us all. But we have to wait."
"We'll see," she said. Her green eyes glittered. "But if I get the chance to do it safely, I'm gonna take it. Without Stone, the rest of them can't do shit against us. Even the apprentice can only inconvenience us at best." She twisted in her chair to face him. "You just do your thing. Keep everything coordinated and moving smoothly, and let me handle the magic end of it." "I've got my part under control," Sam said coldly. "You just make sure you do the same." Trin grinned an unwholesome grin. "I can't wait. I wonder if all these hippies would be having so much fun if they knew they'll all be dead in a few days."
Chapter 24.
It was full dark by the time Stone, Jason, Verity, and Shara arrived at the Burning Man location and took their position in the long line of vehicles waiting to gain entrance. Stone looked around at the motley collection, spotting everything from RVs as big as the one they'd previously been traveling in to small, rickety vans that could easily have been older than he was. All around them, people moved around on bicycles, small golf carts, on foot, and in odd, decorated conveyances that looked like tiny parade floats. A few overhead lights blazed near the front of the line, where organizers were letting people through a few at a time after checking their tickets and verifying that they had the required supplies. Already he felt the power of the ley line convergence. He leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes and reaching out with his magical senses. "This is amazing," he murmured, drinking in the force of the thrumming ley line's power and letting it wash over him like a raging river. So much energy, so much power. I feel like I could lift this entire vehicle, trailer and all, and take it for a jaunt around the area. "I wouldn't do that," Jason said. "It'd be pretty conspicuous, and it would suck to get a magical hernia this early in the week." He grinned. "Come on, Al. Enough with the magic geek out. You can do that later. Right now, we gotta get settled." Stone nodded, reluctantly switching back to normal sight and feeling a sense of loss as the swirling colors and energy currents disappeared, replaced by dust and packed-together traffic. "What's the plan?" he asked, keeping his voice down. Verity and Shara had fallen asleep in the back seat about an hour ago. "We get in and find a place to set up," he said. "I was hoping not to have to do it in the dark, but it's either that or sleep in the Jeep." "Ah," Stone said. "That reminds me. Before we get to the front of the line, it's probably best if we sort out our disguises. We don't want anyone seeing us as we are. If the evil are here, we've no idea who they are." They woke up Shara and Verity and spent the next few minutes discussing what everyone wanted to look like. Stone reiterated his suggestion that each of them chose a look that was close enough to their own natural appearance that they didn't inadvertently cause trouble with things like mismatched size, weight, or gender. After going back and forth several times, they finally arrived at their choices, and Stone calibrated the generators. "There," he said, examining his handiwork. Jason had traded his long, dirty blonde hair for a shorter brown cut and neat goatee, trimmed down his muscular frame, and altered his strong jaw for a thinner, slightly rounded-off look. He resembled a young athlete who had stopped training after high school and gone slightly to seed. Verity, normally slim and gothy with short, dyed black hair, added a few pounds for a more athletic look, and went for shoulder-length light brown hair, blue eyes, pug nose, and a dusting of freckles. Shara, tall and rangy with red-brown hair and a deep tan, reverted to her natural blonde color, lengthened her hair, and adopted a somewhat more voluptuous figure. "I always wanted bigger boobs," she said with a grin. Stone himself changed his dark brown, spiky-fronted hair to white blonde, his blue eyes to gray, and his fair complexion to a healthy tan, while adding a bit of muscle to his thin frame. He looked like a slightly aging punk rocker. Verity looked them all up and down. "Not bad," she said. She grinned at Shara. "I could get used to that look on you. Maybe I'll keep this thing after," she replied, fingering the pendant. "You'll want to dress a bit differently than usual if you can, too," Stone said. "I hope you brought some different items to make sure your clothes fit your persona. The idea is to blend in and not look uncomfortable in your skin." "You'd better work on your American accent, too, Al," Jason pointed out. "Don't remind me. We should choose different names, too. Jason, you'd probably be all right, but I doubt there are loads of Sharas, Verities, and Alastairs running around here. Pick something that you'll respond to without too much thought. I suppose I'll just use one of my middle names, Michael." Shara grinned. "Oh no. Around here, nobody goes by regular names. Everybody uses nicknames, and nobody picks their own." She eyed them each in turn, then pointed at Jason. "You can be Wolf." To Verity, she said, "You're Rowdy." Stone, she studied longest of all. Finally, she reached forward to ruffle his new hair. "And you're Spike." Verity laughed. "Not bad. And you can be Dusty." "Thanks," she said sourly. "But hey, like I said, you don't pick your own. Everybody remember who they are." "Can't do anything about our IDs getting in," Stone said. "So we'll just have to hope that the evil haven't infiltrated the organizers of this thing." They crept forward a bit at a time and eventually reached the front of the line. Stone handed over their tickets, while Jason and Shara opened the trailer and got their gear approved. And before long, they were moving again, following the organizers' directions. Inside was controlled chaos. Burning Man's location, called the Playa, was laid out in a large three-quarter circle, with streets that traced the arc of the circle and radiated out from the center, where the multi-story wooden man held silent court over the proceedings. The streets radiating from the center were labeled like a clock face, starting with 2 on the far right and ending with 10 on the far left. Jason twisted in his seat. "Okay, Shara, Dusty, you're the expert. Where should we go?" Shara leaned forward, looking out. She took her bearings and then began directing Jason. "I'm looking around for something that looks quiet." The organizers had given them a map when they arrived, and she consulted it now. "A lot of places are already spoken for by the big camps, so we'll have to work around them. My friend said to stay away from the top parts of the clock, since that's where a lot of the big parties are. Wouldn't hurt to find something near some people who know what they're doing. Maybe they'll take pity on us and we can trade for some help and advice." All 4 of them watched with interest as Jason threaded the jeep down the road, moving at a snail's pace because it was choked with pedestrians, more of the weird little parade vehicles, and bicyclists. "What's the point of those?" Stone asked, pointing at what looked like a golf cart built up to look like a giant cat, complete with glowing neon green eyes. "They're called mutant vehicles," Shara said. "They're just for fun. Plus, they're the only powered vehicles that can drive around the playa. You have to get special permission for them. You have to prove it's entertaining or useful in some way to get it. For us, once we park, we won't be moving anymore." They kept driving. Even through the Jeep's closed windows, they could hear strains of music mixing in a weird melodic cacophony from various directions, as well as the whoops and shouts of revelers. "It doesn't officially start till tomorrow," Shara said, but people get going early.
Another half hour passed before Shara tapped Jason's arm and pointed.
That looks like a good spot, she said,
indicating a large empty area set back from the roads. A collection of mismatched tents, trailers, and moving figures was nearby, along with a large bonfire and another of the mutant vehicles. This one done up to look like a large woman wearing a fancy hoop-skirted dress bedecked with strips of colorful lights. Shara rolled down her window as Jason pulled up in front.
"Hi,"
she called, and pointed to the empty space.
"Is that spot taken?"
Several people from the camp ambled over. They ranged in age from mid-20s up to one woman who looked nearly 50.
"Welcome,"
called a bearded, grinning man, waving.
"Come on in, neighbors. It's all yours."
Jason pulled the Jeep into the empty area, and the group all piled out, happy for a chance to stretch their legs after the long ride. It took them nearly an hour to get their camp set up. Jason and Shara took charge of putting up the tents, while Verity, the best cook among the group, organized their supplies in the back of the trailer. Stone didn't think he'd be useful since he'd never set up a tent in his life, and the two that Jason had procured were both large and complicated. But as it turned out, his newly augmented magical punch came in handy for driving long sections of rebar into the ground to use as tent stakes, and for surreptitiously moving heavy items around without having to carry them.
"This is exhilarating," he told Jason. "I feel like I've just had 4 or 5 cups of coffee. There's so much energy around here, it's practically bursting. Do you feel it, Shara?"
"Oh, yeah, for sure," she agreed. "It's really a shame we can't just get a bunch of mages together and buy the place so we could set up a portal and build a settlement. I'd be here in a heartbeat if they could."
"Why can't they?"
Verity asked.
"For the same reason it's so compelling," Stone said.
"It's not practical for mages to spend too much time this close to this many ley lines. It's not a problem for a few days, but if you stay too long, it would start doing odd things to you. This much power warps the mind eventually."
"Okay, you guys," Jason growled. "Mundane in the house. Come on, Al. Finish driving in those rebar pieces so I can get these tents up. I don't know about you guys, but I want to get to sleep sometime before the sun comes up."
Stone picked up another long metal spike, placed it where Jason indicated, then concentrated for a moment and drove it deep into the ground. "Why do we need these?" he asked.
"I'm no outdoorsman, but I thought tent stakes were usually a lot shorter than this."
"Wind," Shara said, "and sandstorms. This is a huge flat area. They can get some wicked windstorms blowing up without much notice. If we use standard stakes, the tents would get ripped out of the ground the first time one hit." Stone continued driving in spikes, keeping a lookout to make sure that their new neighbors, who'd drifted back to their own camp following introductions, weren't watching what they were doing. "I'm glad you insisted on bringing all this stuff," Verity told Jason when the tents were up, and the four of them were carting air mattresses, sleeping bags, and lanterns inside.
"So am I," Stone agreed. "Much as I'm not fond of sleeping in tents, I'd be even less fond of whatever we'd have to make do with if you hadn't been prepared." "What can I say? I used to be a Boy Scout," Jason said, grinning.
"He really was," Verity affirmed. "I remember being jealous when I was little because I wanted to be one too." They got their gear squared away and locked up whatever they didn't need in the trailer.
"Okay,"
Jason said, yawning and heading toward the tent he and Stone were sharing.
"Bedtime, yeah? See you guys in the morning."
Verity and Shara headed toward their own tent, but Stone remained where he was.
"You coming?"
Jason asked him, pausing at the flap. "Go on, I'll be along shortly. Want to get the wards up around the tents." Jason and Shara continued into their respective tents, but Verity stayed outside, coming over to stand next to Stone.
If they're here, won't they notice wards? Verity asked.
The evil won't. Their mages will if they go looking for them, but I'm betting we're not the only mages around. Remember, Shara said this is popular with young mages. He shrugged. It's a chance we'll have to take. I won't leave us completely unprotected, and if nothing else, if the evil try to come near our tents, I'll know it, so we'll know for sure that they're here.
Verity looked out over the wide, flat expanse of the playa, at the dark shapes of the vehicles, the shifting lights, and the smaller forms of people moving around. Do you think they're here? He nodded.
I do.
I wish we knew what they're planning. We don't even know what they look like, and they don't even know we're here. They could be doing something in plain sight, but will we even know what to look for? Who knows when they're even going to do it? We might not have much time to figure it out. Who says they'll wait till the end?
Stone put a hand on her shoulder. Go to sleep, Verity, he said softly. I doubt they'll do it tonight, whatever it is. And if you're half as tired as I am, we wouldn't be able to do much about it anyway. Tomorrow we'll start our little cat and mouse game. Remember, the advantage we have is that they don't know we're here. The longer we can keep them from figuring it out, the more likely they'll make a fatal mistake.
She smiled a little. I thought I was supposed to be the optimistic one.
He shrugged, raising an eyebrow. Sometimes the teacher learns from the student. Chapter 25. Okay, Jason said. What's the plan? It was just past dawn, only a handful of hours since they'd gone to sleep. The four of them sat around a small fire in the open area in front of the tents, watching a pot of coffee heating up like a pack of lions eyeing a wounded antelope. Recon, Stone said, without looking up.
Somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, Verity teased, grinning at him.
To wake up, he grumbled, I'd have to have been asleep in the first place. He hadn't had a good night. Every time he made an attempt to drop off to sleep on the uncomfortable air mattress, some collection of drunken idiots whooping outside the tent had awakened him. He'd spent most of the night trying to get comfortable and attempting to tune out the outside noises. It was worse than his university days.
Hang on, I've got just the thing for you, Shara said.
She disappeared into her tent for a moment and then returned, tossing something small toward Stone.
Earplugs.
He caught them. You are prepared for everything, aren't you?
Yeah, we'd be kind of lost without her, Verity said.
She was cooking up some sort of breakfast sandwich things with eggs, cheese, and flatbread.
So, Recon, what are we looking for, since we don't know what the evil look like?
For this morning, just wander around and get an idea of where things are, Stone said. We won't be able to stay out for long, Jason said. It'll get hot fast. Look around for a couple of hours and meet back here, Stone said. Try to note any landmarks, points of interest, or anything that looks out of place. Verity and Shara, use magical sight and try to identify any other mages around here. But don't reveal yourselves to them. We don't know which ones are evil.
Verity said. Shouldn't somebody stay here? If we leave all our stuff unattended, we can lock it up in the trailer, Shara said. I doubt anyone will bother the tents and sleeping bags and stuff. They probably won't bother the rest of it, but no point taking chances.
They finished breakfast, stowed their gear in the trailer, and then headed out. Each pair, Verity going with Shara and Stone with Jason, picked a different direction and agreed to meet back at the tents and compare notes in 2 hours. I can tell I'll be getting very tired of this dust very soon, Stone grumbled, as he and Jason moved off in a counterclockwise direction along one of the hard-packed dirt roads. Yeah, Jason said. Shara said it'd be everywhere, but she didn't really do it justice.
The whole affair hadn't gotten fully started yet. All around them, groups of people maneuvered vehicles into their campsites, set up tents, built temporary structures out of plywood and canvas, and stood around chatting with old friends and new acquaintances. One of the mutant vehicles, decked out to look like a giant bright orange fish, trundled by, with 3 people leaning out of an open section in the back, handing out brightly colored snow cones to everyone they could attract. Jason took a couple with thanks and handed one to Stone.
Ice is kind of a big deal around here, he said. I was talking to Shara. Bags of ice are one of the few things they sell, but the lines are insane. I don't feel comfortable just taking things, Stone said. I feel like I should be helping out somehow, but my skills are fairly hopeless around here.
He scanned the crowds ahead, occasionally switching to magical sight. He knew that wouldn't show him the evil or any mages who weren't actively casting spells or wearing magical items, but it still made him feel like he was doing something useful. Jason pointed.
You want to help? There's a chance already.
Stone followed his pointing finger. 2 middle-aged women were wrestling with a large tent, trying to drive in the long reber stakes that would hold it against the wind. They weren't having a lot of success. The ground was hard, and at the rate the stakes were going in, it would take them at least a couple of hours to get set up. Jason didn't wait for Stone's reply, but headed over.
Can we help you out?
He asked them, nodding at the stakes. One, who looked around 50, flashed him a cheerful grin. "Oh, bless you," she said. "This gets harder every year." Jason took the hammer.
Hold the stake, Spike, he said,
with a significant look toward Stone. Stone crouched down to get a good grip on the stake. As Jason drove it in, he augmented the effort with magic, and in less than a minute, it was buried several inches into the unyielding ground. The 2 women looked impressed. "You're very strong," the other one said to Jason. In around half an hour, they had all the stakes driven in and the tent set up. "Thank you so much," the women said, offering them tall glasses of icy lemonade. One of them even threw her arms around each of them in turn, enveloping them in hugs. "If you need anything, come on by. If you come tonight, we'll even cook you dinner." They thanked the women for their kind offers and went on their way.
"See?"
Jason said, grinning.
"You're not hopeless. You just need to know your strengths."
If any wayward burners had poked their heads uninvited into a large pavilion-sized tent on the edge of the open area of the playa just after dark on Tuesday night, they would have seen an interesting sight right before they were killed. Of the dozen people seated around a series of pushed-together folding tables or milling around near the walls, only a couple looked like they fit in with the festival attendees. The rest ranged in varying degrees from attempted to look the part but failed miserably to didn't even try. Trin watched all of them in some frustration. When she'd arranged to have the plan communicated to them, so she didn't have to talk to them herself, she'd told them where they would be and what to bring with them. They had shown up over the last day or so in a series of RVs and trailers, most of them grumbling about the heat, the distance to civilization, and the general uselessness of the plan. But they had shown up. All of them had. That was something. "Okay," she said. There wasn't any hubbub of voices to shout over, because none of them were talking to each other. They all just sat or stood stiffly, as if their fondest desire was to bolt back to their own locations scattered around the area and wait out the week in seclusion. Or maybe to just chuck the whole thing and go back to their home bases. Trin suspected that one or the other was probably exactly right. Now that we're all here, I wanted to go over the plan so we all know what to expect. Sam sat at the end of the table nearest her, switching his attention between Trin and the rest of the group. He had come with her. The two of them had a campsite consisting of an RV and a large tent. She wasn't sure how the kid had become her responsibility, but that was one of the disadvantages of his current form. He would draw notice and suspicion if seen without some sort of adult guardian. She'd been elected since he was the logistical leader for the operation, and she needed to stay in close contact with him. Less than a week and it'll be over, and I can get the fuck away from him again, she thought. It had become her mantra. So, she said, we've already got the soldiers setting up. It's going slow because they need to be careful not to attract attention, but we have plenty of time. As long as it's all done by late on Saturday, we're good. How many soldiers do we have? The police chief asked. Altogether, around 3 dozen, Trin said. That includes the grunts, along with a few key people like the woman who's coordinating the dancers and Dr. Bront. Where is she? Asked the evangelist. I haven't seen her yet. You won't, Trin said. She's got an RV on the other side, all the way over on the edge, and I told her to stay inside and work on her calculations. She doesn't care, she doesn't like it here anyway, but we can't have anybody see her since she's supposed to be missing. So what the hell did the rest of us do all week besides sweat? The mob boss asked. He was indeed sweating. The armpits of his white shirt were already soaked. It ain't gonna be so good if some of us get seen either. He waved his hand to indicate the politician, the actress, and the televangelist. We're gonna get recognized if we go out. Trin shrugged. Use your best judgment. If you do go out, make sure you only do it at night, and you're covered up so nobody can see you. That's the one good thing about this fucking dust everywhere. You can wear a protective mask so you're hard to recognize. Just don't get seen. Sam spoke up. The soldiers have been instructed to make sure you have food and water, and they'll get you anything else you need. Anything? The mob boss asked. So if I want to get laid, they'll bring me a hot chick? Trin glared at him. You don't have a goddamn clue where you are, do you? You want to get laid? Just poke your head out the door and say, I want to get laid. At least 3 women and probably a dude or 2 will come running. She redirected her glare to the group as a whole. But for fuck's sake, people, if you don't do anything else right, do not kill anybody. Don't freak anybody out so you can feed. There's plenty of energy around here that you won't starve. It's not great, I know, but if Stone is here and he starts hearing about people getting terrified or people disappearing, then we'll have him and his whole crew sniffing up our asses. Wait, Stone's here? Demanded the dark-skinned man. When were you going to tell us that? We don't know he's here for sure, she said. But we have reports of him and his people leaving the Bay Area in a big RV yesterday. Where else would they be going? She began pacing around her end of the table. I've already told the soldiers to let me know immediately if they spot any of them. You guys need to do that too. Some of you who aren't publicly recognizable will be able to go out if you want. If you see him, I need to know so I can keep track of him. So you can kill him, you mean? Said the mob boss. Trin wished so much that she could just fry the sweaty little bastard where he sat. But, with effort, she controlled herself. No, she said, with exaggerated patience. Not so I can kill him, so I can keep watch on him so he doesn't figure out what we're doing. Yeah, right. The mob boss stood up. You're full of shit, Trin, and we all know it. Some of the others began rumbling in agreement. A couple of side conversations started up and quickly rose in volume. Oh, for fuck's sake. Trin raised her hands. Will you all calm down? She ordered. We need to finish this. I don't want to be here any more than you do. They paid her no attention. Don't fucking tell me what to do, the mob boss growled, rising from his chair. "You quiet!" Sam's childish but commanding voice cut through the growing din. Surprised, they all stopped and looked at him. "Better," he said. "Look, none of us like this. I understand that. This plan requires a fair bit of sacrifice on everyone's part, but think of the reward. Keep your focus on the end. In a few more days, if we don't squabble among ourselves and cause the plan to fail, we'll have our portal back. Remember that." The grumbles rose again, but they were quieter now. Several of the group members glared daggers at each other, the prickly auras around each so strong that even the most mind-blind of mundanes would be able to sense them. "That's better," Sam said, nodding. "I think we can go now, unless you've got anything else, Trin." The look he gave her clearly said it would be smart not to have anything else right now. "Nah," she said, waving an airy hand. "I'm done. If I think of anything else, I'll send the soldiers around." The group got out of there fast, pulling on their hats and goggles and wrapping their lower faces in bandanas and balaclavas. After everyone was gone, Trin dropped into one of the folding chairs. "Those people are a fucking pain in the ass." "They are," Sam agreed. "But we need them to make this work, so mind your manners." She got up and pulled on her own gear. "Fuck off," she said. "You can play good little schoolteacher with them, but not with me. Just do your job, okay? And no more meetings. I don't want to see any of those assholes again until after the portal's up." Stone, Jason, Verity, and Shara didn't end up getting together to compare notes on their recon missions until Tuesday after dark. They'd intended to do it earlier, but by the time they arrived back at the tents, the heat was so oppressive that all they wanted to do was get under shade and start recalibrating their sleep schedules to accommodate nocturnal activity. Stone emerged from his and Jason's tent shortly after sunset to find Verity and Jason cooking up something in a pot hanging over the campfire. "Nice of you to join us," Jason said with a grin. "You get dish duty." "Fine," he said. "I'd rather be the dishwasher than the main course. I had to keep rolling over to make sure I was baking evenly in there." He waved at the tent. "Yeah, it gets pretty hot," Shara said, emerging from her and Verity's tent. "That's why everybody mostly does their thing at night." She sat down and accepted a plate from Jason. They spent a pleasant meal discussing what they'd seen during their walk around the playa. While everyone had interesting stories to report about the various individuals, structures, and vehicles they'd encountered, no one had seen anything out of the ordinary. No sign of any evil, nor anyone else they recognized. The closest any of them came was Verity spotting a couple of people wearing minor magical items when she'd shifted her sight. But neither she nor Shara thought they were anything more than lesser talents here to have a good time. They decided not to try to catch up to them, since the idea was to not draw attention. Stone sighed. "Well, keep your eyes open. I think this will be a long week. If the evil are here, they'll be lying low and trying not to attract attention either. Be on the lookout for any odd occurrences. Crimes, anything that they might use to feed on. I suspect they're going to be fairly grumpy by the end of the week if they're forced to subsist on a diet of happy emotions. Somebody might slip up, and I want to know if they do." Chapter 26. Wednesday. Trin glanced around, slinging the strap of the large canvas bag she carried over her head to make it more secure. Nobody paid any attention to her. She didn't even have to use a spell yet to make herself unobtrusive. People were too busy going about their own business to care. Apathy was a good thing sometimes. At just past dusk, the playa was just starting to chill after a day of nearly unbearable heat. Trin hated the heat. She hated the dust and the glare and the smells of the legions of porta-potties dotting the area and the crush of people everywhere she went. One of the few things she did like about being here was the power. The constant sense of vast amounts of magical energy coursing through the area, flowing through the ley lines, through the land, through her body. Every now and then she had to stop and shift to her magical senses, letting it wash over her. She decided that when this was all over and she was back in civilization, which couldn't be a moment too soon as far as she was concerned, she would research other ley line convergence locations and see if she could find one she could relocate to. This kind of constant magical rush would be worth the inconvenience of moving. Of course, she'd never give up taking power from other people. That was one of the other things she liked about this place. In a crowd this size, full of people who were excited, energetic, and often high or otherwise impaired, it was laughably easy for her to get all the power she could want. Often someone would offer to hug her. That was the easiest of all. Between all the opportunities she had to top up from other people and the constant influx of magical power from the ley lines, she had to exercise great restraint not to simply start firing off powerful spells just because she could. The other inside her was not quite so happy. Because the plan depended on secrecy and remaining unobtrusive, especially if Stone and his gang of idiots were here, it wouldn't be wise for her and the others to cause the sort of incidents that resulted in optimal feeding opportunities. The others drew their best sustenance from fear, pain, despair, and other strong negative emotions. They could feed from any sufficiently strong emotional energy, which meant that the happy intensity of most of the Burning Man attendees was sufficient to keep them going. But Trin knew that if they didn't get something better before long, things could get ugly. After what had happened the previous night, she and Sam had decided that it probably would be best not to have another meeting of the entire group. It wouldn't be long. Only a few more days and they would all have a feast. She smiled, thinking of the panic the ritual would cause as it began to take shape. Even those who didn't die in agony would run away in terror, and that exquisite terror would more than make up for the long dry spell. They just needed to be patient a little longer. She ambled toward the center of the circle, deliberately not moving too fast or too decisively. Dressed in the same style as many of the other Playa residents, jeans, sneakers, long-sleeved t-shirt, and baseball cap. She'd also wrapped a scarf around the lower part of her face to keep the dust out. She was grateful for this last, and not only because of the dust. Between it and the low bill of the hat, it was nearly impossible to identify what she looked like. And since everybody else was similarly attired, she didn't even stand out. That was a good thing, because what she was planning to do could cause a lot of problems if anyone spotted her. In a few minutes, her seemingly aimless meandering took her to the center of the circle, following a line of wooden structures dedicated to various purposes. She passed some sort of temple, a makeshift casino, and a bar on her way along, each one full to bursting with people. It was the last structure in this group that she approached. She strolled around behind it and stopped when she got there, craning her neck to look upward. The man of Burning Man rose several stories into the starry black sky, constructed on the top of another wooden structure. It, too, was made of wood, of course, a framework representing a stylized human form with its legs spread wide and its arms hanging down at its side. It was lit with strips of glowing blue, making it visible from almost every point around the playa, and probably for a fair distance out into the surrounding expanse of darkness. Trin stood a moment,
staring upward as if she were having some kind of religious experience while contemplating its majesty. In reality, her attention was focused on the knots of people moving around and past her. A few others had stopped near her and also looked up. She was waiting for them to leave. After a few moments, the groups wandered off, and Trin took her opportunity before more drifted over. Muttering a few words under her breath, she summoned a spell that would make anyone around her pay her no attention. She could have made herself invisible, especially with all the power from the ley lines making it easy to cast far more potent spells than she was used to. But even then, she didn't know how long she'd be able to hold it. So she went for the safer route. She paused a moment, then walked over next to the structure and waited for more people to come by. A group of 5 did, talking and laughing among themselves. They swept past Trin without acknowledging her presence in the slightest. Satisfied that her spell was working properly, she murmured more words and lifted up off the ground, rising high above the playa next to the man. Once there, she worked quickly. She pulled items from her bag and flitted back and forth, seating them in various locations around the figure. After verifying they were in the proper locations, she secured them with bits of wire. From the ground, the crystals wouldn't be visible. They didn't need to be large. Technically, they didn't need to be here at all. Trin had always enjoyed putting on a show, and the crystals would not only add to the ritual, but also contribute to some pyrotechnics that were bound to get the crowd in the proper, that was to say, terrified, frame of mind when the fun started. The whole process took her only a few minutes. Normally, holding the 2 spells for even this brief period would tire her out, but the ley lines and the power she'd drawn from various people during the day meant that by the time she drifted back down some distance away, she felt no more fatigued than if she'd walked a leisurely block or 2. Oh yes, she could get to like this. Aisha Darby had been busy today, and now it was time for the good part to start. She stood at the front of a large, cleared area near her camp at the outer edge of the circle. The area was bounded by a series of flickering tiki torches, and a couple of soldiers had been deployed near the circle's edge to cheerfully redirect anyone who blundered into the area. "Sorry, folks, can't stay here," they told the curious. "We're working on something cool for the burn." A few remained behind to watch, which was fine. Some of them even joined up, which was fine too. The more the merrier, as long as they were all willing to go along with the plan. Aisha had spent the few days prior to heading out to Burning Man studying the diagrams Trin had created for her. Trin herself had been busy for most of that time, but the 2 of them had gotten together for a few hours to make sure that Aisha understood what was expected. "The details aren't really important," Trin had told her. "You can make up whatever steps you want to go in between, as long as everybody's in the right place and hits the right marks when the time comes. And the more of them you can recruit, the better it'll be, so go nuts." Aisha had indeed gone nuts the last couple of days. She had walked the playa, scanning the crowds for anyone who was dancing and who looked like they had more than a normal share of grace and dexterity. She herself had been a dancer and choreographer for many years, and had learned to spot the telltale signs of those who might possess the talent that would let them learn routines quickly. When she found a likely prospect, or even 2 or 3 of them in a group, she approached them and suggested that they might like to join a special dance to be held the night of the burn, sort of a joyous celebration of what had occurred these last few days, and a proper send-off for the man. To sweeten the deal, she'd spun stories of an amazing party that would occur after the burn was done. Music, free-flowing liquor, and even the possibility of more exotic substances, if that was what the recruit was into. Most of them had accepted. Aisha's only requirement was that they show up for rehearsals once a day for an hour. You miss rehearsal once, you're out. And they agreed to follow Aisha's directions. It'll be a lot of fun, she had promised them, giving them the location and the time of the first rehearsal. Let's get together and make something amazing. Of course, she'd recruited more than she expected to show up, because in a place like this you couldn't count on your whole crew showing up on any kind of schedule, or even having any idea what time it was. The best she could hope for was to get them all trained and then hold the performance with whomever they had at the time. According to Trin's diagrams, they really only needed about 10 of them to show up and hit the right marks anyway. The rest were all gravy. And as for the party, well, she wouldn't need to worry about that, since none of her eager recruits would be in any mood to party after the ritual. You know, being dead and all. Aisha smiled, and it was impossible to tell if the smile was coming from her or from the other inside her. Either way, it would be great when it all came together. Okay, everybody, she yelled, infusing maximum enthusiasm into her voice. Let's get this party started. Stone leaned back in his chair, reaching his hands up above his head and stretching until little pops echoed up and down his spine. He was alone. He wasn't sure where Shara, Verity, and Jason had gone, or when they'd be back. They had all gotten together for dinner earlier in the evening, and then the three of them had gone off, as usual, with Verity and Shara together going one way, and Jason going another. Jason had taken one of the mountain bikes this time. Stone had volunteered to do a shift as camp sitter while they were gone, so they didn't have to lock up their gear this time. It felt good to be alone for a while, even if it meant slouching his tall frame into an uncomfortable folding chair and hunching over a too-low camp table while he studied Kalinsky's spirit ritual. At least he had a decent light. He'd given up trying to read by the meager light of the fading battery-powered lantern, and instead taken one of his magical crystals and infused it with a light spell. Suspended from the tent ceiling with a twist of wire, it cast a bright, all-over glow. He was getting used to the constant sound outside, probably for the best, since he was far too concerned about being jumped by the evil to wear the earplugs Shara had given him a couple of days ago. He'd tried sleeping with them, but the silence had put him on edge so badly that he'd finally just resigned himself to being stuck in a world that never slept for the next few days. It did get quieter during the day when most of the Playa residents holed up in their tents and RVs and tried to sleep, but the oppressive heat was every bit as bad as the noise. He didn't want to admit to the others that even he was getting discouraged. Here it was, Wednesday night, and they'd seen no signs of any of the evil or their activities. Maybe Jason was right. Maybe they weren't here. All signs pointed to this being an ideal place for them to implement their plan, but that assumed that Stone was even right about what that plan was. Sure, it made sense that they were either trying to open a portal to their home plane or do something with summoning a spirit to help them bring over their fellow evil. The disappearance of Pia Brant and the thievery of all those books on spirit summoning were good indicators of that. But what if he was wrong? What if the evil had hatched an elaborate hoax to draw him and the others away from their real plans? Stone stretched in his chair, took a long drink from his water bottle. He'd been laying off alcohol for the duration, which also made him grumpy, and considered that possibility. What if the disappearance of Pia Brant had nothing to do with the evil? What if she and her family had simply decided to drop off the face of the earth for some reason of their own? She was a mage. Despite what Jason had said about the difficulty of such a disappearance, it wouldn't be impossible. What of the thefts, then? Would the evil put themselves at risk to steal a bunch of books they had no intention of using? Had they wanted Zack to be caught in the act? The thief had been borderline incompetent,
Why employ such a person if you didn't want him caught? Or what if there was something in that collection of books that the evil had wanted, but it wasn't the summoning material? If they had been attempting to hide the object of their search, they hadn't done a very good job of it. But the evil's leaders were an intelligent and devious lot. What if they had hidden their intentions in plain sight and Stone had misread the signs? He leaned over and buried both hands in his hair. No, he murmured aloud. That way lay madness. He could sit here and second-guess himself all night, and it would do exactly zero good. They were here now, and here they would remain until Burning Man was over. If the evil's plans lay elsewhere, if there even were plans, then he had no idea where that was, how to find them, or how to stop them. They'd made their wager, playing all their chips on this one spin of the wheel. Either they'd be right, or they wouldn't. He wished he had taken Jason's suggestion and built an evil detector to bring along. He'd been so certain that they would be here that he thought it would be useless to do anything but confirm what they already knew. But at this point, even knowing that they were somewhere nearby would go a long way toward convincing him that he hadn't just dragged everyone out here for no good reason. He couldn't do it now, though. The detector was a complex bit of magic that took many hours and specialized materials to build. He had the time. Time was one of the few things he had in abundance, but the closest source of materials was several hours away. Mopping his forehead with a cloth, he returned his attention to the elaborate diagrams of the ritual. He wished, and not for the first time, that they still had the RV. Even after dark, the heat was strong enough to be distracting. Lost in study, he had no idea how long he'd been staring down at the pages, when he felt a gentle buzz on the tent's ward as a voice behind him said, "Hi!" He spun, nearly overturning his chair. Two women stood there, just inside the tent flaps, watching what he was doing with bright-eyed, medicated interest. They were both in their early 20s, lean and pretty in a hippie sort of way. One wore short shorts, a tiny bikini top, a floppy hat with a large fake flower on it, and flip-flops. The other one wore body paint. Quite a lot of body paint. And not much else, beyond a microscopic sea-green thong and a hat similar to her friend's. He said, shoving the papers together so they weren't visible. How much had they seen? Something I can help you with? Too late, he realized he'd spoken to them in his normal British accented voice instead of the American one he'd adopted to go with his disguise persona. He shifted quickly to magical sight, but saw no disguises or illusions around them, just strong, clear auras, a little muddled by whatever substances they'd indulged in. They both smiled. "Wow," said the one in the body paint, moving closer. "That stuff is trippy. What is it?" She pointed at the stack of papers. Stone paused, getting his thoughts together and trying not to look too closely at her. She wasn't anything close to his usual type, but she stood 2 feet away from him wearing nothing but body paint and a thong. It was difficult not to notice. "It's, just something for an art project I'm working on." He did his best to morph his tones into the American accent, hoping they hadn't noticed his slip. "Cool," said the other one, also moving closer. She drew out the word cool. "We saw the light on and—" She waved her hand vaguely around. "I'm Rosie." Patting her hand on her friend's shoulder, she added, "This is Wendy." Wendy smiled, looking Stone up and down. "What's your name?" Spike." Stone gathered up the papers and stuffed them into his pack under the table. "Sorry, but the project's a bit of a secret until it's ready to go." "Oh, is it something for the burn?" Wendy asked, taking another step closer. Yes, that's it." Stone kicked himself mentally for how awkward he sounded. But the disguise and the fact that he hadn't expected to be surprised by two women, one of them all but naked, while in the middle of studying complicated magic, combined to play havoc with his usual confidence. For the burn. Cool, Rosie said again. Hey, Spike, you want to party with us? There's this amazing thing going on down at the Temple of Love. Wendy put a hand on his shoulder. Ooh, you're tense, she said. Let me give you a shoulder rub. Without waiting for permission, she moved until she was standing behind him, gripped his shoulders, and began squeezing and kneading his tight muscles. Stone swallowed. Wait, he began, shifting uncomfortably in his chair. But damned if her hands, strong and sure, despite the fact that she was clearly high, didn't feel wonderful on his knotted shoulders. Perhaps, just for a moment, he could surrender to the spirit of things. He murmured. That's quite nice. She went on for several minutes, expertly finding the kinks in his neck and shoulders and working them out. That's better, she said, smiling as she leaned in, pressing against his back as she dropped her hands down the front of his shirt and began massaging his chest. Stone struggled to sit up before the situation got out of hand, though part of him began to wonder if perhaps letting things get out of hand occasionally might be good for him. No, wait, I think... She kissed the top of his head. Calm down, baby, she urged. Don't be uptight. I'm not doing anything bad. It's just a little massage. Feels good, doesn't it? It did feel good. He agreed. Hey, will you do me? Rosie asked, moving closer. Stone's eyebrow crept upward. Massage, silly, she said, with a goofy grin, patting his head. Here, turn your chair around a little. That was how Verity and Shara found him when they returned a short time later. Knock, knock, came Verity's voice from outside. Come in, Wendy called before Stone could reply. They came in and stopped and stared. This was probably not good, Stone decided. He slouched in his chair, his head lolled back like a relaxed cat. Wendy was behind him, leaning enticingly over his shoulder. At some point, she'd gotten him out of his shirt and was moving her expert hands over his chest, his neck, his shoulders. Rosie sat on the floor, leaned back into his lap as he did his best to mimic Wendy's practiced massage movements on her shoulders, while simultaneously trying to convince his traitorous body that this was just a massage. They were too young for him, they weren't his type, and nothing else was going to happen. Damn. Verity started. Sorry. She grabbed Shara's arm and tried to drag her back out of the tent. Damn, indeed. Stone forced himself to sit up, acutely aware of how this must look in front of his teenage apprentice and her girlfriend. The only saving grace was that with the illusionary disguise up, he didn't look like himself, so there was that level of dissociation, at least. No, it's all right. Come back in. Wendy and Rosie, clearly sensing that the party was over, also got back up. Wendy leaned over and planted a kiss on Stone's lips, trailing her hand down his chest. That was fun, baby. If you decide you want to come to the party at the Love Temple, it'll be going all night. Look us up. We'll loosen you up some more. She giggled, and she and Rosie slipped past Verity and Shara and out into the night. He's all yours, she told them. A long silence ensued. Verity finally said, and then grinned. Dr. Stone, you dog. Sorry we interrupted your, threesome. Stone scrambled up, looking around for his t-shirt. It's, fine, he said hastily, pulling it over his head, glad that his punk rocker persona preferred baggy shorts. Did you find anything? Shara, failing utterly to hide her amused smirk, shook her head. We found a few groups of mages, or at least evidence of magic, but nothing that looked like rituals. Verity nodded. Didn't see Dr. Brand either, but that doesn't surprise me. I barely remember what she looks like, so I'd probably miss her anyway. She chuckled. I guess we don't have to ask what you were doing. He raised an eyebrow. I suppose there's no point in telling you to give it a rest, is there? Nope, she said, shaking her head, grin widening. If you must know, he said with a sigh, I've been studying some ritual notes I got from a friend. I was, interrupted shortly before you arrived. He picked up his pack and verified that the notes were still where he'd put them, though there wasn't really any way that Wendy and Rosie could have hidden them, or anything else, on their way out. Oh, is that what you call it? All right, he growled, probably a little more irritated than he should have sounded, but he still felt like he needed to go take a long, cold shower, stat. Enough now. I want to meet when Jason comes back and compare notes. Have you seen him? Shara shook her head. It's a big area, though, and he had the bike. I'm sure he'll be back soon. We'll... She chuckled. Leave you alone. Just come by when he gets back. Come on, V. Stone glared at Shara as the two of them left. He hoped Jason would get back soon so he could get the meeting over with. He pulled the notes back out of his bag, forcing himself to focus on the complicated ritual diagrams and not to speculate about what might be going on at the Temple of Love, whatever and wherever that was. Jason had been pedaling his slow, meandering way around the playa for 2 hours now, and in that time he hadn't discovered any indication of magic, the evil, or anything else suspicious. He didn't find this at all surprising, given his complete lack of any magical talent. He wasn't even sure what he was supposed to be looking for, or why anyone expected that he'd be able to find it. He kept his eyes open, scanning the crowd as much as he could for any familiar faces or suspicious activity. But aside from a brief glimpse of Verity and Shara an hour or so ago, he hadn't seen anyone he recognized. He'd also been doing a lot of thinking. Mostly he was just humoring Stone with this search. He didn't think the evil were here. If they had been, surely they would have done something by now, even if it was just inciting violent incidents to feed their need for emotion. True, there were still 3 more days to go, so if they were setting up something that took some time, it might not be ready yet. But, so far, all he'd encountered was the expected collection of burners, as they called themselves. People ranging from little kids to senior citizens, from young, naked, free-spirit hippie artist types to groups of nerd buddies working on amazingly complex technological camps, to old veterans sitting around outside their RVs, watching the crowds and swapping stories of Burns' past. He wondered if Verity and Shara had found anything. At least the two of them had a good shot at spotting magic or any sign of rituals being set up, and together they should be more than a match for anyone or anything that might threaten them. Probably better than you'd be, he thought, with more than a little bitterness. He tried not to think about that too often, because it just made him angry and frustrated, which in turn made him feel guilty and set off a vicious cycle. But sometimes it wasn't easy having a circle of friends who could all shape the world with their minds. Stone was a hard guy to be friends with sometimes. The mage careened back and forth between scary, powerful badass you do not want to get on the wrong side of, and eccentric human-feline hybrid who can't handle the basic realities of mundane life.
The guy would move mountains, maybe literally, for you, if he considered you worth his time. But sometimes he needed more watching than the most suicidal of toddlers to keep him from indulging his magical curiosity and walking off a metaphorical cliff. Life around Alastair Stone was kind of like riding a roller coaster in the dark. You never quite knew which way your life was going to veer, or whether you were going to bash your head on an overhead beam when you least expected it. But the rush was, most of the time, worth it. And then there was Verity, his sister. The girl who, when they were children, used to follow him around and try to do everything he was doing because she idolized everything about him. The girl who'd had a mental breakdown at the age of 12 and spent the next 5 years of her life in and out of various institutions and care facilities and halfway houses, until Stone figured out what was messing with her mind and stopped it. The girl who, due to the fact that their mother had, completely unknown to Jason, been a mage herself, had inherited the talent and asked Stone to train her. The woman now, he corrected himself, who was, under Stone's tutelage, growing into a formidable mage in her own right. The woman who no longer needed him to protect her. Not that he'd ever stop, of course. That wasn't what he was. He watched out for the people he cared about, whether they needed him to or not, and he could no more stop doing it than he could stop breathing. Maybe he couldn't throw lightning bolts, or turn invisible, or make things fly around the room with the power of his mind, but none of that mattered. Verity was his little sister, the only family he had left, and that meant he'd defend her with his life if it came to that. The only difference nowadays was that she would probably do the same for him, and have a good shot at making it stick. He decided he should probably head back. They'd left Stone watching over the camp, and he'd probably want to get away for a while. He wondered if Verity and Shara were back yet, and if they'd found anything. He was in the process of turning the bike around when the back wheel became spongy and unresponsive. He stopped, swung his leg over, and crouched down in the dim light, swearing as he shone his small flashlight on the tire. It was not only flat, but it had a ragged horizontal slash about half an inch wide across its knobby tread. He'd probably run over something a while ago that had weakened it, and it had finally broken open. And the patch kit he'd carefully packed was back at camp, probably with the other bike. Great, he muttered. He was all the way over the other side of the playa from their camp. It would be a long walk back. "Ooh, bad luck," said a woman's voice behind him. He turned, looking up. She was tall and tanned, with long blonde hair, and wore a flowered sundress that accentuated her figure. "Yeah," he said, nodding. "It was a new tire, too." "That happens a lot," she said. "First timer?" She smiled to take the sting from the words. He rose, returning the smile with an embarrassed one of his own. "Yeah, that easy to tell, huh?" "Oh, you're not alone," she said. "I've seen 3 flat bike tires just tonight." She glanced over and flagged down one of the lumbering mutant vehicles. This one was done up like a rabbit, with a big cottony tail in front of a wide bench seat across the back. "Tell you what," she said. "You bring it back to my camp. It's not far from here, and we can patch it up there. I'm sure these guys will give us a ride." "Right?" she asked louder to the driver. A heavy-set young woman in a black t-shirt featuring the skull of Hello Kitty. "Sure, hop on," she said, waving them toward the back. "Thanks," Jason said. He got the bike settled and then swung himself into the seat. She got in next to him, and the vehicle trundled off again. "I'm Wolf, by the way." She smiled. "Nice to meet you. I'm Luna. So this is your first burn, huh? What brings you here?" "An RV, originally," he said wryly. But we had car trouble, so now we're in 2 tents, a jeep, and a horse trailer. She laughed.
Now that's a new one. Here with friends, I take it?
Yeah, we just decided it'd be fun. Kind of a last-minute thing.
That's the best way to do it, she said. Just be spontaneous and do what feels good. That's what the burn is all about.
The rabbit vehicle kept moving, and Jason glanced over at Luna. She sat, leaned back, and relaxed, watching the scenery. By the glow of the various lights they passed, he watched her surreptitiously while pretending to admire the landscape. Her long hair swept back from a delicate, almost elfin face with strong cheekbones and a little turned-up button nose. He couldn't tell what color her eyes were, but they were large and expressive. "What about you?" he asked. "How many times have you been?"
Oh, this is my fourth, she said. I try to come every year with a couple of girlfriends. We never bring guys with us, even when we're seeing people. Part of the fun is finding new friends and new experiences, you know?
She turned to him then, and her frank expression told him everything he needed to know about how the rest of the evening might go if he wanted it to.
Oh, wait, here's our stop, thanks, she called up to the driver,
and the woman waved a farewell as they jumped off with the bike. Luna's camp was composed of an RV about 2/3 the size of the one Stone had rented, a couple of large, fancy, but well-used tents, and a camper trailer that popped up into another living space. All of these were arranged around a central fire pit area that was currently empty and quiet, and a series of flickering tiki torches ringed the perimeter. The camp also included a collection of whimsical decorations, including lawn gnomes, pink flamingos stuck into the ground on their spindly legs, and various signs reading things like "Welcome Home" and "Love Wants to Be Free" and "Visualize World Peace." "Come on," she said, leading him toward the camper. "Let's get that bike of yours fixed." It didn't take long to get the mountain bike's tire back to functional shape again. Luna watched while Jason pumped it back up. "Thanks," he said. "I really appreciate this. You saved me a long walk."
"No problem. That's what the burn is about. Helping each other. Community."
She smiled.
"Want to come in for a little bit? I've got some beers put away in an ice chest inside, and I'd love to have somebody to share them with. Plus, you owe me for the repair. The charge is 1 kiss, and any tips you want to give me to go with it," she added, with a wicked little grin.
"Sure," he said, mirroring the grin. "I could stay for a while, and I know some pretty good tips." He knew he should be getting back soon, and that Stone was probably waiting for him. But right now, as Luna regarded him with her large, inviting eyes, he didn't really give a damn. When Stone came up for air again, it was nearly 5 a.m. Outside, the parties and other festivities were still going strong. Various bits of live and recorded music battled with shrieks, yells, fireworks, and the sounds of novelty horns as the occasional mutant vehicle passed by the camp. He stretched and got up, looking around. Jason still wasn't back. His sleeping bag was still neatly rolled up on his air mattress. He pushed his way outside and crossed over to Verity and Shara's tent. "Anyone awake in there?" He heard the sound of muffled muttering, and a moment later a tousle-headed Verity appeared in the doorway.
"Sorry, kind of nodded off. Is there a problem? Where's Jason?"
"He's not back yet. I came by to see if he might be in here with you." She shook her head, motioning Stone inside.
"Haven't seen him since we all left."
Her smooth brow furrowed.
"You think he's okay?"
"He probably just found somebody to hook up with," came Shara's voice from the depths of a sleeping bag. She poked her head out and smirked at Stone. "It happens, you know." He arched an eyebrow at her. "We were going to meet to discuss what we've discovered." The young mage snorted.
Young guy, giant 24/7 party, discussion or sex? Discussion or sex? She sat up and assumed an exaggerated thinking pose. Which do you think will win out? Tune in tomorrow to learn the answer. Verity chuckled. I guess she's got a point, Doc. Stone sighed, frustrated. Fine then. If you two are settled in for the duration, I think I'll go for a walk. I can't stare at those diagrams anymore. Heading to the love temple? Shara asked, waggling her eyebrows. I'll be back in a bit, he said, his tone short and more than a little cold. He disappeared without another word. Verity watched him go with some concern. Maybe you should lay off him a little, she said, turning back inside and settling down on the sleeping bags next to Shara. He seems stressed. Shara shrugged. You could do with a little loosening up. Frankly, I think the love temple would be good for him. I think he's just worried about the evil, Verity said. I think he's trying to find what he wants to find, whether it's here or not. Shara, too, settled back. Even you have to admit that maybe they're just not here to find. She patted Verity's arm. Come on, V. If they turn up, we'll deal with them. But until then, there's no harm in having a little fun, right? What do you say tomorrow night we just head out and soak up the atmosphere? Get involved a little. If we spot anything suspicious, great. But do you really think we're going to? Be honest. Verity hesitated. I guess I don't know anymore. Chapter 27. Thursday. Jason didn't return until well after noon. Stone, who had achieved only a light doze due to the heat, awoke instantly when the ward around the tent buzzed to announce the new arrival. Well, he said, sitting up and not even trying to keep the sarcasm from his voice. Nice of you to grace us with your presence. Jason stared, stripping off his shirt and tossing it on his bed. Huh? Where were you last night? Not really your business, Al. His eyes narrowed. Go back to sleep. Sorry I woke you up. Stone didn't lie back down, though. We waited for you, he said. We were supposed to meet to discuss anything we'd found. He shrugged. I didn't find anything. Oh, I'll bet you did. The sarcasm stepped up a bit. Stone wasn't completely sure why he was being so hard on Jason, except that he was too hot, generally uncomfortable, tired of the constant drifting dust, sleep-deprived, and discouraged, because he was beginning to doubt their reasons for being here at all. Don't go there, Al, Jason said. He dropped to his knees and rooted around in his bag for a towel and fresh clothes. I'm just saying that I'd imagine it would be difficult for you to spot signs of the evil from inside some woman's caravan. Jason spun, glaring. I said, shut up! And anyway, I don't know why the hell you expect me to be able to find any signs anyway. You know, if they were even here. It's not like I can just put out brainwaves like you guys can. He made a contemptuous, finger-wiggling gesture that was obviously intended to indicate magic. Face it, Al. They're not here, and I'm useless for finding them anyway. You and V and Shara can go out on your little magical recon patrols. Me, if I see anything, I'll let you know. But in the meantime, if I meet somebody and want to have a little fun, I'm not going to answer to you about it. Got it? His voice rose in volume, though never to the point of shouting. Stone didn't move. He kept his expression even as he looked up at Jason. Do what you like, Jason. You will, anyway. You're right, I can't stop you. I just want you to remember something. If the evil are here, whatever they're planning is going to be big. And if they find out we're here, if they find out Verity is here, then they're going to act. If you're off entertaining some young lady when that happens.
For a moment, Jason just stood there, staring at Stone, his expression and clenched fists clearly indicating that he was seriously considering taking a swing at the mage. Instead, he spun away again and headed for the tent entrance. "I'm gonna get a shower." Stone remained where he was, watching the closed tent flap for several long moments. Then he lowered himself back down. He didn't have any delusions about getting back to sleep, but suddenly he didn't feel like getting up either. Trin appeared in the doorway of Pia Brant's small RV. It was parked far off on one side of the playa, away from the area where Aisha Darby was running her dance rehearsals, and well out of the way of most foot traffic. "How's it going?" Pia sat at the little dinette, papers spread out all around her. She had one in front of her, a series of complex diagrams on a large piece of graph paper, and she was writing careful and precise notes around its edges. "It's going well. Everything is moving along according to plan." She pulled another piece of paper from beneath the one she was working on, and motioned for Trin to sit down opposite her. Trin did so, examining it. It was obviously a printout map of the entire playa, showing all the streets, the central area where the man was, and the surrounding land. Pia had annotated it in red pencil, including a series of small circles that stretched around the larger circle at its inner edge, like clock points. 3 of these clock points were along the top part of the circle, the part that was open and free of any campsites. Pia used the eraser end of the pencil as she spoke, pointing at several of the small red circles in the populated areas. "I just got a report this morning from the soldiers. They're finishing setting up 7 of the 12 points inside the tents. They should have the rest done by the end of today." "All but these, right?" Trin asked, pointing at the 3 in the empty area. "Yes. Those won't go up until Saturday night, shortly before the burn. They'll have them ready to transport before that, of course." Trin nodded, satisfied. And with everyone gathered around to watch the burn, no one will think anything of a couple of extra fires out that far. "Exactly," Pia said. "How is your part of the plan going? Will your ritual be ready?" "Yeah, it'll be ready. Aisha's getting a little frustrated at what she's got to work with, but she's sure she'll be able to get enough of the hippie brigade marching in the right direction to be able to kickstart it. That's all we really need. She said the way the ley lines are here, if she can get a handful of them to do it right, the rest of them don't matter." "Except as food," Pia said, with a cold smile. "Well, yeah. And she said she'd try to collect a few more today, just to be safe. It'd be easier if we could just use soldiers, but I don't want to do that in case something goes wrong. Can't afford to lose that many. Aisha's picking people she thinks will be able to get the steps right, and promising them a huge party with shitloads of booze and drugs afterward to motivate them." Pia nodded. "Good, good. Have you heard anything about Stone and his people? Are they here?" "Who the fuck knows?" Trin said, with a frustrated shrug. "Nobody's seen any sign of them. He and that apprentice of his would stand out like sore thumbs around here, so if they're here, we'll find them. We've got all the soldiers on alert. No sign of the humongous RV with the Jeep, though. Sam said he saw a couple of tan Jeeps when he went for a walk last night with Aisha, but nothing near an RV." "Maybe they didn't come after all," Pia said. "If so, that will make things much easier." She sighed. "I just wish my illusions were stronger. I'd like to get out for a bit and look around, but I'm afraid I might be recognized." "Yeah, probably best," Trin agreed. "I doubt it'll be a problem, but let's not take chances. Just keep working. We're almost there." She got up. "Me, I'm going to inspect those new pieces of the circle, and do some poking around to see if I can find Stone. I do not want any surprises. If he's here, I want to know it so I can deal with the bastard." Verity couldn't help noticing that Jason and Stone had little to say to each other when the four of them got together for an early dinner shortly before sundown. She traded jobs with Shara so she could be on dishwashing duty with Jason, and waited until Stone disappeared back into his tent. "You okay?" she asked Jason.
Yeah? Why?
"You and Dr. Stone seem—" She shrugged. He scrubbed at a plate and said nothing. "He wasn't too happy when you didn't come back last night," she ventured.
Not his business.
"No," she agreed slowly. "I think he was concerned about you, though. The evil—"
The evil aren't here, V,
he growled, handing the plate to her to dry.
Have you seen any sign of them? Has Shara?
"No, but—"
Then Al can quit worrying about me and mind his own damn business, okay? I'm a little old for curfew.
She studied him as he began on the next plate. "What's wrong, Jason?" His gaze came up.
What do you mean?
"This is me, big bro, remember? Can't hide. You're upset about something, and I don't think it has anything to do with curfews or Dr. Stone." He said nothing. "Can I try to guess?" He shrugged again, not looking at her. "I think," she said carefully, "that you're upset because you're frustrated there isn't much you can do."
What the hell does that mean?
He scrubbed a little too hard at a stubborn bit of food stuck on the plate. "You're not used to feeling like you can't fix things. And then you're out here with me and Shara and Dr. Stone, and we can all do magic, and—"
I don't want to do magic, V,
he said, too quickly. "Maybe not, I don't know, but we're supposed to be looking for the evil, or for magic. And there's also the thing with Shara knowing about how to do regular, normal stuff here." It was true, she realized. By virtue of the fact that she had friends who'd actually been to Burning Man and had experience camping throughout her life, Shara had become the go-to expert on everything about the expedition, with the exception of the magical end, where Stone took point, as usual. That left Jason without his customary role as the logistical lead and mundane tactician for the group. "You're feeling kind of useless, aren't you?" she asked gently. He didn't answer for a long time. Finally, he handed over the plate he was scrubbing and sighed.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting frustrated that we're not finding what we're looking for. And if Al's right, then the evil are getting ready to do something big. If they're not here, then they're out there somewhere, and there's not a fucking thing we can do about it.
He picked up a bowl.
I keep expecting that we're going to turn on the radio or get back and find out they've opened up a portal in the middle of New York City or something. And we maybe could have stopped it if we hadn't been dicking around out here in the Dust Bowl.
She nodded, but didn't reply. After a moment, he tossed the bowl back in the basin they were using to catch water.
And yeah, maybe I am feeling a little useless, but that's my problem, not yours, not Al's.
"Okay," she said. "But if you want to talk, you don't have to pull the macho, 'I don't need anybody's' stuff on me, remember? I won't blow your cover." He gave her a little smile.
Thanks, V, but I'm okay. Really.
Wisely, she chose not to answer that. Stone spent most of Thursday night prowling the playa alone. He didn't take one of the bikes, preferring the slower journey of walking. It had taken him a while to get used to the idea that what felt to him like a wildly odd outfit, or at least wildly at odds with his usual style, blended in so well with the others in the crowd that no one gave him a second look. It was a moderate night, comfortably cool. He had trusted Verity and Shara to help him fit in, and taken their suggestions. He wore long, loose-fitting khaki cargo shorts, his favorite old Doc Martens, no shirt. He had pushed back on that part, but Verity had pointed out that Alastair Stone would no sooner wander around in public shirtless than he'd go out in his underwear, which meant that any hunting evil wouldn't look twice at his illusionary disguise. and something Verity had gotten hold of somewhere by trade. A half-height black top hat, accessorized with steampunk goggles, and a large feather sticking out from the band. Self-conscious at first, he'd needed about half an hour of walking before he stopped being aware of how ridiculous he thought he looked, and focused on what was going on around him. He never believed he'd think so, but there was a certain intriguing allure to the neon-lit, excitement-fueled, non-stop life on the playa. He allowed himself to not only look for signs of magic, but to actually see some of the ingenious efforts that people had performed to transform their camps into something more than mere places to sleep. He passed everything from a chaotically designed temple dedicated to the flying spaghetti monster to whole structures set up for the purpose of enjoying carefree sex, alcohol, and other illicit pleasures, to an apparently fully functioning Christian church that was holding services as he went by. There were camps for children, camps for children at heart, and camps catering to the unabashedly adult. Not long after he began his meandering journey, he passed a cluster of RVs arrayed around a tall, pink-painted wooden structure, with Temple of Love spelled out across the top in looping red neon letters. He didn't stop, but he did take a look around at the people loitering outside, wondering if he'd spot Wendy or her friend Rosie. Neither was there, but several of their nature-loving spiritual brothers and sisters lounged unself-consciously around in all their or minimally clothed splendor, draped over each other in various attitudes of affection and trying to beckon passers-by inside. Despite his mission, Stone paused for a moment. His polite decline as he moved on was perhaps a bit reluctant. One of the soldiers, a short young Hispanic man in a ripped t-shirt and cut-off shorts, poked his head in the door of Aisha Darby's RV. "Got a minute?" Aisha pushed aside the diagrams of the dance ritual steps and waved him in. "Make it quick. I still need to get a few things done before morning." The latest rehearsal had ended an hour ago and had gone well. She had picked up a few new recruits, and a surprising number of the group members had proven capable of reproducing the proper steps adequately, and even showing some ability with them. As a result, her stress levels about whether this whole thing was going to work had dropped to manageable levels. The man nodded. "I just thought I should tell you about something that happened right after the rehearsal after you left. I know we're supposed to report anything unusual." She turned in her seat, interested now. "What?" "A couple of the new girls that just started today. Hot chicks," he added with a leer. "One of them was naked and the other one was almost. Anyway, I was helping out one of the new groups like you said, and while those two were looking over the steps for the next rehearsal, I heard one of them say something about how they looked like something they'd just seen a day or two ago." Aisha's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "It might be nothing, but she says something like, maybe that's what his secret project is. Maybe he's around here somewhere. And then they started looking around like they were trying to spot somebody." "What did you do?" she asked, with a silent plea that this was one of the more mentally adept specimens among the soldiers. You never knew. Some of them were only good for moving heavy things and following orders. "Don't worry, I played it cool," he said, grinning. "I asked them if they were looking for anybody in particular, and they said they'd met a guy who had pages that looked kind of like yours, and that he'd said he was working on an art project for the burn. They thought he might be one of the dancers, too." Aisha considered, wondering if this was something Trin would find useful. "Did they describe this man?" "Yeah, tall, spiky blonde hair, tan, thin but buff, maybe late 20s. I told him I'd see about trying to find him and let him know if they were looking for him." That didn't sound like the description of Stone that Trin had given her, nor of his apprentice's brother. Still, maybe there was another mage around, and that could potentially be used to their advantage. "Did they say where they saw him?"
Somewhere over near the southwest side in a tent. I didn't push it 'cause I didn't want to make 'em suspicious. They'll be back tomorrow for rehearsal, though. They were real excited about being in on this. You can ask 'em then. After he left, Aisha leaned back in her chair, her eyes skimming over the pages of ritual designs without taking them in. The soldier was right. It probably was nothing. But even so, she decided, better let Trin know and have her make the call. Verity and Shara stumbled back into camp around dawn. Jason, who was on camp guard duty, dozed in a lawn chair by the remains of a campfire, his hat pushed down over his eyes. Verity yanked off the hat, and he scrambled to grab it back before realizing who it was. "Hey," he said. "You two have fun?" Verity grinned. "Yeah, it was great. Did you know they have a place where you can do mini golf? And bowling! Who knew?" He narrowed his eyes. "Have you been drinking?" Her grin widened. "Loosen up, big bro. Nobody's checking IDs around here. I just had a couple of mojitos. Or margaritas. Something that starts with M." She glanced over at Shara with a help me out here sort of look, then giggled. "Is the lordship around?" "You are drunk," he growled. "And if you mean Al, no. He took off before you did, and he's not back yet." "Okay, so I won't get a lecture from him, too." "Awesome." "Did you find anything interesting? Did you even look?" Jason reseated his hat on his head and poked at the fire with a stick. It was almost out, but a few glowing embers still remained beneath the ashes. "I told you they have mini-golf," she said, and giggled again. "And a flying spaghetti monster temple. I got touched by his noodly appendage." "I thought you weren't into that," he said, and looked at Shara with hopes that she might be a bit more lucid. Shara shrugged. Maybe she overdid it a bit, but we had fun, you know? She glanced around the camp. "I looked for magic a little. Saw some, but nothing that looked like more than your typical minor league talents having a good time." "She's gonna feel like crap in a bit," Jason said, hooking a thumb toward his sister. "Glad I don't have to share a tent with her right now." "Hey," Verity said earnestly. "Don't tell Dr. Stone, okay? I think I'm gonna go sleep for about 12 hours. I don't feel so great all of a sudden."
"Okay, maybe she's gonna feel like crap now," he amended, as she staggered off.
Shara remained for a moment, leaning in close to Jason, looking more serious. "One thing, don't know if you want to tell Alastair about it or not, but she was pretty tipsy by the time we got to the mini-golf place. I went off to use the head for a couple of minutes, and when I got back, she was levitating golf balls around and giggling herself silly. I don't think too many people really noticed, but..."
Jason sighed. "Great. So much for keeping a low profile."
"Cheer up," she said, turning to follow Verity. "Maybe it'll draw them out. At least it would end the suspense."
Chapter 28. Friday. Trin entered the tent a bit after sundown, poured herself a tall glass of water, and added some of the ice that one of the soldiers had brought by earlier, and threw herself into a chair.
"Is everything in place?" Sam asked.
He sat at a table, organizing what looked like a doctor's bag full of various small vials. "Yeah, I checked all the points around the circle to make sure those idiots didn't fuck them up, but they look good, surprisingly. All we need to do is light them up when the time comes."
"What about the other 3?
"Already loaded on the back of our vehicles," she said. "Covered up and ready to go as soon as it gets dark. Too dangerous to set them up before that. Somebody might spot them and want to know what we're doing out there."
"Who cares?" Sam asked, shrugging. "They won't mess with them. Everybody does their own thing around here."
"Yeah, unless Stone and his bunch are here and they get wind of 'em," she said. "Just as easy to set them up closer to the time. We'll have plenty of room. The fun doesn't start until the burn, anyway." She stretched,
taking a long drink. Damn, I'll be glad to get back to civilization. I've got dust everywhere, and I do mean fucking everywhere. Sam chose to ignore that. What have you been doing? Don't tell me you've been sitting in here dicking around with whatever the hell you've got there. His expression grew cold.
Actually, I've been out talking with the others, making sure they'll be ready for tomorrow night. You know, since the meeting before went so well when we got them all together.
Trin sighed. Yeah. So, are they ready?
They're restless. A lot of them don't think it's going to work. We've really only got your word and Brant's that this will do what you say it will.
Yeah, you do, she said, eyes hard.
It would help if we could give them something to pacify them a bit.
They're just gonna have to fucking deal, she said. Tell them I said that if you want. She picked an ice cube out of her drink and crunched it. It's a crap time to get cold feet now. I'm telling you, it will work. If everybody does their job, it'll work. Dr. Brant knows what she's doing. Just make sure they're ready, because we'll need everybody on the same page to make sure it gets calibrated right when it gets here. Otherwise, we'll end up with a portal pointing at Mars or something. She glared at him. What are you doing over there anyway? What is that stuff?
Nothing you need to worry about right now, he said,
closing up the bag.
You handle the magical end of things.
Her eyes flashed fire. Are you keeping secrets? She began to rise from her chair, tiny licks of flame dancing around her hand. I don't like secrets, Sam. He looked annoyed.
No, I'm not keeping secrets.
He opened the bag again, indicating the neat row of vials inside.
If you must know, I got these samples from Dr. Milroy before we left. It's a new mixture he's been perfecting.
Who the fuck is Dr. Milroy?
He's a soldier, back in New Mexico. Chemistry professor. He's been working on a drug to amplify fear.
She came over, intrigued. And when were you going to tell me about this?
You didn't need to know.
He raised an eyebrow at her, a very adult gesture on his childish face.
You don't need any help causing fear, Trin. You're quite frightening enough all by yourself.
She smiled her snaky smile. Damn right, she admitted. But what's the point of this? Does it work?
He claims it does, and he's tested it extensively. I'm no chemist, but he said it's some sort of fast-acting cocktail of hallucinogens and amphetamines that's designed to instill terror when administered. Supposedly the fear it produces is quite exquisite.
Interesting, Trin said. You planning to use it here? Maybe to stir up some of this fucking mellowness? Sam shook his head.
No, not here. Dr. Milroy said he's lost a few test subjects and it wouldn't be safe to start killing people here. Can't draw that kind of attention to ourselves, especially not this close to the end.
Trin nodded reluctantly. The idea fascinated the other inside her and piqued her own sadistic curiosity, and she made a mental note to get hold of some of the substance later. For experimental purposes, of course. Yeah, I guess. We'll talk more about it later, after. You're right. I can cause my own fear if I need to, but it might be fun to play with after this is all over. Save me some, okay?
Of course,
Sam said mildly, closing up the bag. Trin didn't sit back down. I guess I should probably go talk to Aisha and make sure she's got everything finalized. Just make sure nobody backs out. We need everybody on the same page.
Not a problem,
he said. Given the fluid nature of relationships in the dusty fishbowl that was Burning Man, Jason wasn't sure whether Lunar would even want to see him again when he stopped by her camp, bearing a six-pack he'd liberated from the cooler back at his own camp. He didn't think anybody would mind. Stone wouldn't touch anything this plebeian. After last night, Verity didn't want to look at alcohol again, and Shara had her own stash in her and Verity's tent. In any case, he more than half expected to find Luna hooked up with someone else.
Instead, she was kicked back in a hammock strung between an RV and the back of her camper. Her face lit up in a big grin when she saw him.
"Hey, you," she called languidly. "You came back."
"Why wouldn't I?" he asked, returning the grin and holding up the six-pack. "I come with refreshments, too."
"He's cute and brings beer," she said, chuckling. "Can I keep him?"
"He's all yours," Jason assured her.
There was a definite odor of the heathen weed hanging around the camp, but for once, he decided it didn't matter. He'd realized early on that if he limited his choice of potential companions this week to only those who didn't do at least a little weed, he'd be stuck with mostly little girls and old women, and even the old women weren't a sure bet.
"I wanted to come by last night, but—"
"Don't worry, baby," she said, with a mellow wave of her hand. "You do your thing, I'll do my thing, and if our things match up, then—"
She waggled suggestive eyebrows at him, reaching out to run her hand down his chest.
"We'll do our thing together."
Jason was fine with that. His thing and her thing had matched up quite nicely the night before last, and he was hoping that they might do so again tonight. He handed her a beer and popped one for himself.
"How come you're just hanging around here and not out seeing the sights?"
"Oh, I just got back," she said. "My friends are out doing something. They might come back later tonight, but I doubt it. I was just gonna have a little something to eat and go see if I can find anything fun to do. Want to join me?"
"Sounds awesome," he said.
He didn't add, as long as some of the fun things involve you out of your sundress, but he didn't think he needed to. She seemed quite on board with that idea. They got back to the camper several hours later. It was a little too chilly for the hammock now, so they headed back inside with the rest of the six-pack.
She said, snuggling into him. "This is nice. You never told me. What do you do in the real world?"
"Oh, this and that. Mostly I help manage an Indian restaurant in the Bay Area."
"Oh, wow. I love Indian food. I'm from Berkeley. Grad student. Fine arts."
She leaned in and kissed him, getting her hand under his tank top and shoving it up.
Nice," he murmured. "What kind of fine arts? Wait, let me guess. You're a painter?"
"No, silly."
She finished getting his shirt off and tossed it aside.
"Dance."
Yeah, I should have guessed that."
"I love dancing," she said. "I love music and just moving."
To demonstrate, she began writhing against him.
"Do you like moving, baby?"
"Oh, yeah."
His voice was sounding husky, so he gave up using it and set about communicating another way. Afterward, she lay with her head on his shoulder, stroking his chest.
"You know," she said, "I could get to like this."
"Yeah, me too."
He paused, unsure of whether he should continue.
"You know—"
"What?"
She kissed his chin.
"Well, Berkeley isn't that far from Mountain View. Maybe we could get together sometime. If you want, I mean. No pressure."
He gave her a lopsided smile.
"Maybe you could teach me to dance. I warn you, it'll be a challenge."
"Oh, I don't know about that," she said slyly. "You move just fine by me."
She stretched, arching her back like a cat and giving him a most pleasant view.
"Hey, you want to see me dance?"
"Right now?"
he asked, intrigued.
"You are funny," she murmured. "No, silly. Tomorrow night at the Burn. I'm part of this big dance thing."
"Nice," he said, stroking her back. "What kind of big dance thing?"
"Oh, just something they're putting together. I got recruited for it a couple of days ago."
"Recruited? I thought things around here were a lot more, spontaneous."
She nodded. "It's mostly spontaneous, but there's some choreography to it too. Lots and lots of people all moving together. Kind of weird, though.
Weird?
Yeah, the steps are weird. The lady running it said it was really important that we got them exactly right or it would ruin the energy, you know? I can dig that. Hey, it's her groove. You should see the steps, though. So precise. Never seen a dance like that. It's like some kind of rain dance or ritual or something. She cocked her head at him as he suddenly stiffened. What? His gaze locked on her.
Did you say, like a ritual?
Yeah.
She slipped her arms around him and pulled him back toward her.
Come on, baby. It's no big deal. I'm not a devil worshiper or anything. They're not sacrificing any goats. It's just a trippy little dance to see off the man.
Jason pushed himself up to a sitting position.
Hey, he said. I gotta go. I just remembered something I need to do, and it's important. Can I come back later?
She frowned, her forehead wrinkling.
Now? Can it wait?
Her voice was husky with frustration. She tried to pull him down.
Come on, we'll have a quickie.
Jason sighed, frustrated himself, wanting it every bit as much as she did.
What she'd said was probably nothing. He probably wouldn't even be able to find stone to tell him. But if it wasn't, and he let it go...
Can you tell me what the lady running the dance looks like?
Why are you suddenly so interested?
Her expression was somewhere between suspicious and confused. He leaned in and kissed her forehead.
I kinda need to talk to her about something. Can you tell me, and where to find her?
She shrugged.
I don't know where to find her. The rehearsals are all the way over on the other side by the edge. There's another one tomorrow if you want to talk to her then.
Damn. Tomorrow's probably too late if this is important. Just tell me what she looks like, okay?
Baby.
Please, he said. Tell me, and then we'll have our quickie. I'll come back later, I promise.
Fine, she said, not sounding happy about it. She's black, around 40 or so, hot for her age, really short hair. I just don't know why you want to...
Thanks, he said, leaning in to kiss her. As he did, his brain suddenly presented him with a thought.
What if Luna's evil? Oh shit.
He kept his promise, but he was on his guard the whole time, and he could tell she wasn't satisfied.
Damn it. This better be worth it, Al,
he thought sourly, as he said his goodbyes and hurried off. Trin headed out to find Aisha, but she'd barely gotten out of her own camp when Aisha herself came hurrying toward her.
I need to talk to you,
the dancer said, glancing around like she expected someone to be following her. Trin's eyes narrowed. What the hell was it now? Let's walk, she said, not wanting to take Aisha back to the tent where Sam was still fiddling with his little vials. They started off toward the center of the playa, pretending to be taking in the sights. Tell me there's nothing wrong now, this close.
Not sure,
Aisha said.
It might be nothing. Not taking chances, though.
She told Trin about the soldier and the story he'd told about the two new dancers and the man with the art project.
Shit,
Trin grunted under her breath. Aisha was right. It could be nothing more than a couple of stoner hippie chicks seeing something they didn't understand, but with Stone and the others out there somewhere? You're sure they said the papers he had looked like ritual diagrams?
That's what the soldier said. He said they thought the guy was part of the dance group.
Did he get anything about what he looked like? Where is he?
I don't think it's Stone, if that's what you're worried about. He said the guy's maybe late 20s, blonde, thin but buff, and tan.
She described the area where the soldier had mentioned the two had found his tent. Trin kept walking. Yeah, that doesn't sound like him at all. And it doesn't sound like his apprentice's brother either, not that he knows fuck all about magic. She let out a loud sigh. I guess I should probably hunt him down, though, and see what he's about. It's always possible he's using an illusion, and if he's another mage, maybe we can use him.
Verity got down to business. She finally felt better after her alcoholic adventure the previous night, and was on her own tonight. Shara had camp duty for the next couple of hours. She'd taken one of the bikes, making sure to stuff a patch kit in her bag so as not to repeat Jason's performance from the other night, and set off determined to locate some sign of the evil. It would certainly be convenient, she had often thought, if she could actually spot the evil. Unfortunately, like mages, they blended invisibly with the general public, unless they did something extraordinary, and even then it was difficult to tell. There were plenty of nasty people out there who weren't possessed by extra-dimensional spirits. In fact, the evil were even harder to spot than mages. Because while mages didn't normally show up even on magical sight, you could often find traces of arcane energy hovering around them if they'd been casting spells recently, or if they'd had any spells active on them. The evil, on the other hand, were simply humans who were possessed, and the spirits inside them didn't show up to magical sight. Stone had developed a method of detecting them, but it was so imprecise that all it would do in an area this small was verify that they were somewhere in the vicinity. More problematic was Verity's special power, and her difficulty in using it. It would make things infinitely easier if she could simply choose to eject an evil spirit. She called it evicting, from a host, because except for the most powerful of their species, they could not survive for more than a handful of seconds without a host. If they were evicted without another suitable host nearby, they simply evaporated in a puff of grayish smoke. Verity was never certain whether they were destroyed or just sent back to their home plane, but for her purposes it didn't matter. They were gone, and that was all that counted. The problem was, she couldn't do it on command. If an evil-possessed individual were to walk up to her right now and greet her politely, the odds were considerably less than 50-50 that she'd be able to kick the spirit out of its host. As hard as she tried to get better control over her ability, it stubbornly insisted on only working when she felt threatened or endangered by the evil. Genuinely threatened, that was. She couldn't just manufacture fear where none existed. That was the way forgotten powers worked. Their own way. You didn't control them. They just helped you out when they felt like you needed it. Idly, she wondered if there were any forgotten here. It seemed like a perfect kind of place for them, a haven for unconventional people who didn't like to follow rules, full of other people who didn't judge anything you did as long as you were cool to each other and respected the spirit of the burn. She hadn't noticed any signs of forgotten symbols anywhere near any of the camps, but she hadn't really been looking. Right now, she didn't have time to make it a priority either. It was already Friday night. The burn would happen in less than 24 hours, and then the whole thing would be over. That meant that if the evil were here and had anything planned, they'd have to pull it off between now and tomorrow night. Verity's money was on sometime during the burn, when the vast majority of the attendees would be focused on the same thing. It made sense. Since she had no chance of finding the evil, her best bet was to try finding their mages. They had to have at least one if they were planning a big magical event. Even if they were wrong and the evil weren't responsible for the disappearance of Pia Bront, they couldn't even hope to build a portal or conjure a spirit without some heavy-duty magical punch. That kind of punch couldn't hide forever, not from someone determined to find it. She swung off the bike and moved out of the flow of traffic, laying it down and settling herself in the dust next to it. Switching to magical senses, she scanned the area in hopes of spotting a telltale glow that indicated a spell surrounding a tent or RV, to indicate a ward, or one or more people glowing with magical energy. She didn't see a damn thing. Frustrated, she got back up again and picked up the bike.
At this rate, her search would take all night, if she could even finish it tonight. She couldn't scan while riding. There were too many people moving too erratically. So shifting her awareness was just asking for an accident. On the other hand, if she took the bike back to the tent, she'd waste precious time. And if she had to walk, she'd barely cover a quarter of the playa before dawn. Even with the scans she and Shara and Stone had done throughout the week, there were still big chunks of the territory they hadn't covered yet. She pondered. Maybe she could catch a ride on the back of one of the mutant vehicles and just magically scan as she went. She couldn't think of any reason why it wouldn't work. The zoned-out look that one got when using magical senses was mirrored in many of the drunk or high individuals wandering the playa, so she wouldn't even look out of place. But it was still so slow. The decorated vehicles barely moved faster than a walking pace, stopped often, and had to negotiate their way past crowds of people who had little or no awareness of anything around them. If only there was a way she could get some height so she could scan a larger section of the playa at once. She could levitate. That was one of the earliest spells Stone had taught her when she started her apprenticeship, and she could turn herself invisible for brief times, but she'd never tried doing them together. She didn't have anywhere near Stone's raw power, and even he couldn't hold a good invisibility spell for longer than a couple of minutes without tiring himself out. So how was she... A slow grin spread across her face as she remembered an important bit of information that had eluded her. She didn't have Stone's raw power normally, but they were sitting on a frickin' convergence of 10 ley lines. All week she'd felt the power thrumming through her, and found all the magic she'd attempted to be both easier and more powerful than she was normally able to accomplish. Stone was just commenting earlier in the week about how much more potent his abilities were. Surely hers had increased proportionately. She made up her mind before she could talk herself out of it. She rolled the bike over to a wooden stand where a bunch of people in green t-shirts were handing out free power smoothies, asked one of them to keep an eye on it for a few minutes, then hurried off to find a secluded place. Casting the spells was easy, much easier than she expected. Still, she didn't count on having too much time before the invisibility spell fizzled, so she worked quickly. Invisibility first, levitation after, and seconds later she was zooming upward, high over the playa. She bit her lip, nervous, as she'd never gone up this high before, and didn't particularly like heights. But when she felt the spell slip, she quickly got hold of her concentration and focused. She'd have to hurry. Shifting to magical senses, she focused on one side of the three-quarter circle that made up the playa, and swept her gaze around, starting on one side and working her way along the circle toward the other. Immediately a few areas lit up, indicating a magical presence around them. She spotted the glow of the wards around her group's tents instantly. They were easily the brightest of what she saw. She didn't have any way to write down their locations, so she focused on remembering where they were relative to their home base. There were 5 altogether, in addition to theirs. 1 on the far left side near the 9 o'clock street, 2 next to each other around 6:30, and 2 separate ones near the 3 o'clock party zone. Beginning to feel the edges of fatigue, she decided not to try to pick one and levitate herself toward it. The last thing she needed was for her invisibility spell to fail when she was 10 feet off the ground and make a big impression on whoever saw her floating up there. She'd only gotten away with the levitating golf balls the other night because there were so many people that nobody could identify who was causing it, and half of them probably thought they were seeing things anyway. She touched down, made sure nobody was looking, and dropped the spells. Then she reclaimed her bike and pedaled as quickly as she could back toward her tent so she could mark down the locations before she forgot them. After that, it would simply be a matter of determining an order and checking them out. If she hurried, she might be able to finish them all before dawn and report back to the others. Trin had just about decided that the hippie chicks had been stoned and invented their whole delusional story when she spotted the glow. For the last half an hour, she'd been cruising around on an old bicycle in the area Aisha had indicated, pausing occasionally to shift to magical sight. Frustrated at finding nothing, she contemplated tracking down the two would-be dancers and showing them exactly what happened to anybody who sent her off on a wild goose chase. But those thoughts vanished as her latest scan revealed the bright forms of powerful wards surrounding a pair of tents just ahead. She paused, turning slowly around to look at the whole area, but saw nothing else even remotely interesting, magically speaking. This had to be the place the two women were talking about. She pedaled slowly past, directing her gaze back and forth as if she were a wide-eyed tourist taking in the sights. But most of her attention was on the camp. It consisted of two large tents, an ancient wooden horse trailer, and the dark bulk of an SUV, all arranged in a rough circle around a fire pit and some lounge chairs, and lit by a series of flickering tiki torches stuck into the ground around the perimeter. Someone sat in one of the chairs. Trin swung off her bike, squatted down next to it as if fiddling in her bag, and studied the person. It was a woman, tall, blonde, and athletic-looking. She leaned back in one of the lounge chairs, reading a magazine by the light of a battery-powered lantern. Trin didn't recognize her, but she too had the telltale glow of magic around her. Shifting back to magical sight again, she examined the woman in more detail. The illusion, which had never been designed to stand up to full magical scrutiny, faded away to reveal that the woman was actually red-haired, tan, and less stacked than she appeared to normal vision. Trin still didn't recognize her, but this was interesting. She wondered if the man was there as well, maybe inside one of the tents. She doubted it. The lights were off, so unless he was asleep, he was probably out on the playa somewhere. She got back up and wheeled her bike to a more concealed location, careful not to make any moves that might attract the attention of the woman reading the magazine. She needn't have worried. A constant flow of people moved past them at different speeds, and she blended in with them well. She decided she could afford to wait a while and see if the man returned. The wards made sneaking into the tent under an invisibility spell impossible. She had no idea what they were tuned to do. At best, they would alert the camp's occupants to her presence, while at worst, they could give her a nasty zap. She doubted the designers would build them to kill. Not in a place like this, with so many people who might blunder accidentally into the wrong tent while drunk or high. But even so, getting knocked unconscious, even for a short while this close to showtime, would be a bad idea. Instead, she glanced around until she spotted a couple of dusty wooden benches that some considerate souls had set out as a place for tired wanderers to sit. One of them was occupied by a pair of older men deep in conversation, but the other was empty. She sat down, pulled a bottle of water out of her bag, and did her best to look like she was too tired to move for a while. After half an hour, her impatience grew. Trin was not by nature a patient person. She was all about instant gratification and didn't like waiting very long for anything. For all she knew, the guy could be out screwing some chick in her tent and wouldn't be back until the morning. Trin couldn't blame him for that. She wished she had time to find some guy and fuck his brains out while simultaneously draining a healthy measure of power from him. Sex was the best for that. The guy never questioned why he felt exhausted afterward, attributing it to Trin's mind-blowing skills in the sack. She was about to give up and head back to her own tent when the other inside her urged her to wait a while longer. She had never completely gotten used to the way the other interacted with her, though by now she merely accepted it as a part of life. From what she understood from talking to some of the other leaders among them, the merge could work differently if the other in question was of a higher power level and the host was particularly willing to permit it. In those cases, the host retained a larger measure of her own volition and could, with sufficient mental effort, assert more of her will in matters where she felt particularly strongly. This was especially true when the host was a mage. It was much more of a symbiotic relationship than the typical soldier-host one, where the soldier was in full control and made use of the host's mind, memories, and abilities without any input from them. In the rare cases where the soldier was ousted from the host's body without killing it, only possible as far as Trin knew when that infernal apprentice of Stone's exercised her inconvenient power, the host remembered everything he had done while under the influence of the other soldier. Trin had heard of more than one case where the host had committed suicide afterward, unable to handle the things he'd done. The others didn't communicate in words, per se. As Trin sat there sipping at her water bottle and snatching glances over at the woman in the lounge chair, she wasn't having an internal conversation with the other inside her like, "Yeah, fuck this waiting shit, I'm leaving," and, "No, hang on, let's just sit tight and see what happens for a little while longer." It was more like an impression, hard to differentiate from her own thoughts, that gently compelled her to remain. She'd learned to listen to those compulsions most of the time. Life was always easier when she and her other were in agreement. So she continued to wait. Another 20 minutes passed. The two older men had long ago gotten up and moved on, and now the second bench was occupied by a chubby woman in a loose flowered dress and her two chattering small children. The woman with the magazine got up and went inside the tent for a couple of minutes, then came back out with a book and a tall glass of something, and settled back down to read. Trin's attention had started to wander when, from the corner of her eye, she spotted the woman sit up straighter in her chair. This time, she didn't get up, though. She was waving greeting to someone. Trin forced herself to remain calm and look uninterested as she realized it was the blond man. He approached her chair and leaned down a bit for a conversation with the woman. Of course, Trin couldn't hear what they were saying, but from their body language, it seemed like he was simply checking in at the base camp before moving on again. She got no feeling of romantic interest between the two of them. That was something she was a master at picking up. "Let's see what you really look like," she murmured, switching to magical sight. Holy fuck. She started visibly, drawing the attention of the chubby woman's two children, who glanced at her with bright-eyed interest. She didn't even notice. She stared hard at what had been the blond man. It was Stone. She took a long, deep breath, forcing herself to look carefully. Wishful thinking could be a powerful force when you were trying so hard to find someone. But no. Despite the completely incongruous outfit he wore, the man in the cargo shorts and the steampunk hat was none other than Alastair fucking Stone. Quickly, she looked away, as if afraid that her focus on Stone would catch his attention. She dug in her bag again, while keeping a covert eye on the two of them. Her mind moved fast. She'd found him now, and found his camp. That meant she could find him again if she needed to. But time was running out. Whatever she did, if she was going to do anything at all, would have to be soon. Inside her, the other twinged. She recognized that twinge. It was the "we agreed we weren't going to do anything to him until after the plan was complete" reminder. But, she pointed out, she'd also promised them that if she could do it safely and discreetly, she didn't plan to pass up the chance. And here he was, right in front of her, with no idea that she was even here, let alone that she'd penetrated his ridiculous disguise. This was entirely too good to pass up. and if she could get him out of the picture, then nobody would stand between them and success. As she'd pointed out before, even the apprentice was just a teenager. She had a dangerous power, but it was unpredictable, and she didn't have anywhere near the experience Stone did. Without him to direct her, the worst she could do was inconvenience them by taking out a few of their soldiers. Stone rose up to his full height again, nodded to the woman, then ducked inside one of the tents and came out pulling a long-sleeved t-shirt over his head. Then he moved off away from the tent, continuing in the direction he'd been heading when he stopped there. Trin watched him go, marking the direction in which he seemed to be heading, then rose and picked up her bike. She would just have to follow him until he got far enough away, and then... But wait. A slow and nasty grin spread across her face as an idea flashed to mind. It would involve a risk. She'd have to let him out of her sight for several minutes. But the idea, sudden and unbidden, had a poetic beauty she simply could not ignore. She'd have to take the chance that she wouldn't be able to find Stone again, but she didn't think she had much to worry about. After all, she knew where he lived now. Chapter 29. Friday. So far, Verity's luck finding anything useful had been lousy. She'd had no trouble getting back to the tent, digging out the big map of the playa, and scribbling down a smaller version of her own with the general locations of the magical glows she'd found marked in red pencil. She'd consulted with Shara, who'd been hanging out at the camp, and they decided the best place for her to start was at the two magical areas she'd found close together. The reasoning for this was that if the evil had mages, they might want to keep them together so they could consult, especially if they didn't know anyone was onto them. It had been a great idea, but so far it hadn't panned out. The first place she'd found proved to be a neighboring pair of camps occupied by a collection of young, party-hardy types who seemed to be using Burning Man as an excuse to smoke as much weed as possible, slather each other up with body paint, and spend the week in the pursuit of fun and hookups. As Verity cruised by on her bike, some of them beckoned her to join the party. She declined, but while she chatted with the inviters, she noticed a couple of the others sprawled by the fire, entertaining the group with what looked like multicolored sparklers, except that they weren't holding any sparklers. Verity supposed it was possible the magically talented subset of this group could be affiliated with the evil, but she wouldn't bet her next paycheck on it. The magic she'd spotted while on her levitation jaunt didn't even come from wards. It was simply the residue of a whole lot of low-powered spellcasting over an extended period. She consulted her map and set off for the next location, wondering if Stone was having any better luck. Sam looked up as Trin appeared in the tent doorway.
"You're back early," he said.
He no longer sat at the table. Now he lay back on his cot, reading a book. He looked like a preteen camper waiting for the rest of his bunkmates to return from the mess hall. The bag containing the vials was nowhere to be seen.
"Is anything wrong?"
She shook her head. "Nope, things are going right for a change, actually." She glanced around. "Where's that stuff you were messing around with before?"
"What stuff?"
His eyes narrowed. He sat up and put the book down. "The drugs." She looked around as if expecting to spot them, and impatience crept into her voice.
"Why?"
"Because I want some," she said. "I saw how many of those vials you had. I just need one."
"What are you going to do with it?"
he asked.
"You know we can't draw attention to ourselves now. If you kill someone—"
Trin didn't answer. She spotted the bag, sticking part way out from beneath Sam's cot. She took a step toward it. Sam stood, putting himself between her and the bag.
"Trin, don't."
"And how exactly are you going to stop me, kid?"
she asked, making a show of looking down at him.
What do you even want with it?
He asked, obviously trying to sound reasonable.
I thought we both agreed that you could scare people well enough without any artificial help.
Damn, the kid was tiresome. She wished she could just kill him, reduce the annoying little pipsqueak to ash and be done with it. But all that would do was eject his other. Since the powerful others could survive for far longer without a host than the soldiers could, it would give him time to flit around the playa and locate a host that might even have a chance at giving her real trouble. At the very least, it could rat her out to the others in their group. Better to keep him trapped in this small, ineffectual form if it came to that. I found Stone, she said. He's using an illusionary disguise, and he doesn't have a fucking clue that I've seen through it, so I'm gonna finish him off once and for all. He glared at her.
No, you're not. We already discussed this, Trin. We've only got one more day. If you endanger the plan...
I'm not going to endanger the plan, she said. I'm going to make it so we don't have to worry about endangering the plan. If Stone's out of the picture, his little crew of idiots won't be able to find their asses with both hands. By the time they realize he's not here anymore, we'll be done, and it'll be too late. It won't matter. Sam sighed.
He doesn't know we're here. Nothing any of the others have said indicates that he or his people have found us. All we have to do is keep doing what we're doing, keep Dr. Brandt out of sight, and hold it together for less than one more day. You've waited this long. You can wait one day longer, and you're going to have to.
Sam, Trin said, in a deceptively kind voice, shaking her head. You don't get it, do you? I'm not telling you this because I'm giving you a chance to talk me out of it. Without me, your precious little plan won't even work. You need me. That means I hold the cards, not you. Not any of you. If I left now, even with Dr. Brandt, you wouldn't be able to do jack shit, because only I know how to run my half of the ritual. So be a good little boy and hand over the stuff so I don't need to take it from you, because you won't like that at all. Sam's expression took on a very adult anger.
Trin, stop it now. You know what will happen if you do this. Even if you succeed, the others will kill you once the ritual is over. Just give up now and wait until tomorrow, and I won't tell anyone about this lapse.
Trin realized that even if Sam did an about-face and handed over the drugs, she still couldn't just thank him and walk away. As soon as she was gone, the little twerp would hare off to the others scattered around the playa and tell them about her transgression. Even if she managed to deal with Stone, Sam was right. They would punish her for breaking ranks. She could probably handle most of them, all of them in fact, but it would make things inconvenient, and it would mean that if she were forced to kill them, their others would end up in new bodies. Bodies she didn't know about. Possibly even other mages. She made a fast decision, one that didn't give Sam a chance to react. Okay, fine, she said, infusing her voice with reluctant capitulation. She raised her hand in a conciliatory gesture. I'll wait, but you'd fucking well better help me kill Stone after the ritual's over. I told you I would, he said, though he still looked suspicious. He might look like a 10-year-old boy, but he still had the mind of an ancient being. We will... She hit him between the eyes with a focused concussion beam that flung him backward into the soft wall of the tent. He didn't even have time to cry out before he was unconscious. She hurried over and checked him to make sure he was still alive. He was. His chest still rose and fell with his breathing. She shook him, then pinched him hard to make sure he wasn't faking it. It felt good to do that. She'd wanted to for quite some time now. When she was sure he was out, she found some rope and tied him up, gagged him, then wrapped him in a ground cloth and carried him outside, using a disregarding spell to make sure nobody noticed. She opened one of the large cargo bays along the outside of their RV and slipped him into it, arranging the cloth to make sure he could breathe, and then closed and locked it. He might still die. It would get pretty hot in there once the sun came up, even with the ventilation grate. But he wouldn't do it until she'd finished what she wanted to do with Stone. At that point, she didn't give a damn what happened to him. The others couldn't do anything about it. Not if they wanted their ritual to work. Inside her, the other twinged again. It didn't approve of what she was doing, not completely. It pointed out that the group would kill her when they found out, and it rather liked being inside someone with her abilities and power level. It didn't relish the idea of being kicked out of her body when she died and having to find another, especially since possessing those with magical power required either permission or a whole lot of subterfuge, and those types were rare enough as it was. Trin went back inside the tent, crouched down next to Sam's cot, and opened the bag. She grabbed 2 of the vials, just in case something went wrong with the first one, and 2 covered hypodermic syringes, and sat down at the camp table to fill them. As she worked, she smiled. Another idea had just come to her, and this one was almost better than the one she'd had about Stone. She nearly wriggled with pleasure as the implications of it sunk in. It would solve everything. She wouldn't need to worry about the others killing her when they found out what she'd done. They wouldn't be able to kill her if they were all dead first. The other inside her didn't need her to explain her idea to it. It was getting the thoughts as fast as they came to Trin, and when the idea was fully formed, she felt its approval. Smiling, she covered the hypos and tucked them away in her little bag, swapped her jeans and t-shirt for something more alluring, touched up her makeup, no illusions this time, too much chance of detection, and set off in search of Stone. This was going to be fun. Jason checked in at the tent only a few minutes after Trin left, though of course he had no way to know that. "You seen Al?" he asked Shara. She put her book aside. "Yeah, he stopped by a little bit ago. Not sure where he was going, though. He didn't say. Something wrong?" He sat down in another chair. "I don't know. Maybe." He told her about what Luna had said about the dance that looked like a ritual, and the 40-ish black woman who was in charge of it. "I just wanted to find him and tell him about it. What do you think? Does that sound like something that we should be worried about?" She shrugged. "No clue. Those kind of rituals aren't my strong suit. It could just be some kind of hippie rain dance or something. That kind of thing goes on around here all the time." "Yeah, probably. But she made a point of saying that they had to follow the steps really precisely. Even if it's nothing, Al would kill me if I don't tell him about it so he can check it out. You see V around anywhere?" "Not for quite a while. I think she was going to go look for signs of magic around the area. I don't expect her to be back till dawn." Jason sighed, regretting not for the first time that in their flurry of planning and packing, they'd neglected to bring along radios or walkie-talkies to keep in communication. "Okay, I guess I better get started hunting for Al then. Tell him about this stuff if he comes back, okay? And that I'm looking for him?" "Yeah, sure." Stone thought that he might be more useful if he headed back to his tent and spent some more time studying Pia Brandt's papers and Stefan Kalinsky's ritual instructions. Despite his focused scrutiny of the area using both magical and mundane sight, he had found no signs of any magical activity, nor anyone who looked like Pia Brandt. Not having any idea what the rest of the evil looked like was proving to be a massive disadvantage when it came to trying to locate them. He wished again that he'd brought along an evil detector, even if the only thing it did was set his mind at ease that they were actually here. The temptation to just give up the search for a while and see if he could track down Wendy and Rosie for another mutual massage was strong. His shoulders and upper back ached from the tension of constant searching, and he thought he might have picked up a sunburn earlier in the day, despite his liberal application of suntan lotion. The British, he decided, were not meant to be in the sun. He was glad, at any rate, that he'd grabbed a shirt from his tent when he'd stopped by.
As effective as the disguise might have been, it was getting a bit chilly out here for it. He stopped a moment outside a tent manned by a group of athletic young people doing some sort of highly flexible acrobatic act involving chairs, poles, and hoops. They moved with fluid grace and had attracted quite a crowd gathered around to watch the show. He scanned them for magic, thinking they might have powers of a more physically based nature, but saw no telltale glow around either the performers or the crowd. "Wow," said a voice behind him. "I'd break every bone in my body if I tried that." He turned to see a woman standing near him. She was tall and blonde, a few years younger than he was, with intelligent green eyes that sparkled with amusement as she shifted her gaze between him and the performers. She smiled when he looked at her. He returned the smile. "I think they're boneless," he said. "It's the only explanation that makes sense." "Probably," she said, laughing. "I'm Tanya, by the way, and you look kind of lost. Don't tell me, let me guess. You're here with friends who talked you into it, and you can't wait until it's over so you can get back to civilization." "Spike, is it that obvious?" he asked, with a raised eyebrow. "I'm getting good at spotting the type," she admitted. "Plus, I kind of am the type myself." "Oh?" She nodded. "I'm from the Bay Area. Usually I work in an office, but a couple of girlfriends convinced me to come along. It'll be fun, they said." She wrinkled her nose. "I've got dust in places I don't even want to talk about. I think I'd give my next 5 paychecks for a nice hot bath right about now." He chuckled. "Believe me, I sympathize." The acrobats had now stacked a series of precariously balanced chairs, and one of them was climbing to the top of the stack. "Bay Area, you said. What part?" "West San Jose." Both her eyebrows went up. "Are you from that area too?" "Palo Alto. Although I wouldn't be surprised if half the people here weren't from somewhere in that vicinity." "You're probably right," she said, still smiling. She turned her attention back to the acrobats and applauded with enthusiasm when the climber managed to make it to the top of the stack and perch there with uncanny balance. Stone watched the acrobats too, but he split his attention between them and Tanya. She looked somehow familiar, but he couldn't place where he'd seen her before. Something about her eyes. He did a surreptitious scan for magic, but found none. She had no spells active on her, nor any magical items. He chided himself for his suspicion, and focused back on the acrobats until they finished their act. As the crowd members applauded, beginning to dissipate and move off in various directions, Tanya smiled at him again. "It was nice meeting you, Spike. Always encouraging to find another reluctant burner." "Indeed," he agreed. He thought about inviting her back to his tent for a while, but Shara was probably still there, and it would be awkward, especially after the scene with Wendy and Rosie. "Hey," she said, almost as if reading his mind. "Maybe this is too pushy, but would you like to come back to my RV for a little while? I've got this killer 6-pack of microbrew that I've been saving for the right moment. I was starting to think I might have to take it back home with me." Stone pondered. He needed to be getting on about his search for the evil, but he'd been searching for them for the past several nights with no success. He decided he could spare an hour or so, especially given that Tanya wasn't that far from him back in what he was increasingly thinking of as the real world. If they hit it off, he could consider pursuing something with her once they were back home. If so, at least something positive might come out of this trip. "I'd like that," he said. "I can't stay long, though. Still have a few things I need to finish tonight. I promised my friends." "No problem," she said. "Come on, it's not far from here. We can have a drink, warm up a little, and see what happens from there." Stone glanced at his watch. He still had plenty of time, especially if he used a levitation spell later to get some height on the search. He smiled.
nodded, and fell into step next to her. Chapter 30. Friday. Verity's frustration grew. Her search was, if anything, proving less fruitful as she went along. After leaving the two adjoining camps of the group that included the young party mages, she set out for the east side of the playa to check out the two camps she'd spotted over there. As she pedaled, she continued trying to scan the crowd for Dr. Brandt, but had a strong suspicion that if the German portal researcher was here at all, the evil were keeping her well under wraps to prevent her from being recognized. And if that were true, and she wasn't actively using magic, which she wouldn't need to do if all she was doing was working out scientific diagrams for portal construction, then Verity didn't see any way she or any of her friends would be able to find her. Discouraged, she began to let her mind explore the possibility that they might fail, that the evil were, in fact, right here under their noses, and would be able to carry out whatever plan they'd been carefully setting up. That they would be able to somehow pull off a massive ritual to bring a permanent portal into being and flood the earth with evil spirits, or summon some kind of super powerful entity that would scoop up the evil from their own dimension and plop them down here. She didn't understand how either of those two plans would work. Stone was right when he commented that, despite her clear and demonstrable intelligence, her understanding of magic was more on a natural, innate level. As much time as he spent trying to explain the complex mathematical formulae required to add new spells and techniques to the magical body of work, she struggled to get her mind around them. It wasn't that she didn't understand the math. She'd always been good at math in school. It just didn't seem to her to be the proper way to do things. Maybe that was why she was so good at things like healing spells, while Stone excelled at the kind of magic where you had to be able to hold multiple patterns in your mind at once and manipulate them. To Verity, magic didn't seem like it was about manipulation, but about working with the inherent magical forces that suffused everything in the world. Either way, though, she didn't have to understand what the evil were trying to do. She just had to help stop it. If they could even find it. What if the evil did succeed? How would it change the world as they knew it? When the two unstable portals, the ones they destroyed, existed, they let through a more or less steady flow of evil, interspersed with intermittent periods where they had to recharge before they could begin functioning again. If the evil's plan this time was to create a permanent portal, probably one that worked in both directions, then would she and the others even have a chance of destroying it? No doubt the evil would guard it with everything they had, and with a free and constant influx of new recruits coming over, it wouldn't be at all hard for them to infiltrate the military, the highest echelons of politics, and the top levels of business and industry. Once they had their power bases firmly in hand, it wouldn't be long at all before they cordoned off the entire area surrounding the portal and shot anyone who got close to it. If all of that happened, even if Stone was able to pull together a large group of mages to respond, she doubted they'd be able to do anything effective against it. And once they had this portal up, what was to stop them from setting up more? She shivered, and not just from the growing chill in the air. Unpleasant thoughts, for sure. An even more unpleasant one popped into her brain and shocked her. Obviously, Dr. Pia Brandt was integral to the evil's plan. Would they need her to pull it off? Had she done everything they needed her to do already? Or would they be unable to proceed if she wasn't there? If so, and if Verity were able to find her, what then? If she couldn't evict her evil because her forgotten power wouldn't cooperate, would she have the courage to kill her outright? Certainly she had the power. Her offensive capabilities had grown stronger over the last few months, and Stone had finally taught her the lightning spell he'd been promising. If she could catch Dr. Brandt by surprise, she had the means to kill her, or at least put her out of action long enough that she might as well be dead. But could she risk killing to do it? Even to save the world from the evil? She didn't know. Killing in self-defense was one thing, but doing it in cold blood seemed too much like murder for her tastes. She wondered if Stone could do it, and decided that he probably could. She wasn't sure how that thought, or the fact that it had come to her so quickly, made her feel. As she kept up her slow pace, gaze swiveling back and forth as she scanned the faces of the people around her on the way to her next search location, her thoughts turned to Stone. When she had discovered she was a mage, when he had discovered it, in fact, she hadn't had any experience with magic or the supernatural side of the world. To her, a 17-year-old girl who had only recently come off a horrific period of insanity that had stolen most of her teenage years, Stone had seemed like a lifeline in a raging, uncertain sea. Confident, powerful, and seemingly endlessly knowledgeable about both the practice of magic and the society in which it operated, he had graciously agreed to take her on as an apprentice when she'd asked him to. He'd even offered to introduce her to other mages who might be willing, so she didn't have to feel like she wasn't given a choice. But no. At that point she had been through what felt like hell with both him and Jason, and the thought of doing her apprenticeship with anyone else had been out of the question. Besides, he had known her mother, even if she herself had not, and her mother was the reason she was a mage at all. Stone had been, and was, a good teacher. There was no question about that. She was sometimes amazed at how fast her training was progressing. He seemed willing to go as fast or as slow as she wanted to, as long as she worked hard. That was the only sin as far as Alastair Stone was concerned. He didn't mind if you didn't get something, and would patiently explain it as many times as he needed to until you understood. But slacking pissed him off. She'd tried it a couple of times when she'd been tired and unwilling to work, and the resulting shots from his laser-like glare were enough to get her back on track. So yeah, he was a good teacher. But lately, and she almost felt guilty whenever this thought entered her head, she'd been feeling increasingly like their styles weren't as compatible as she thought they were. Hell, before she hadn't even had a style. She'd been like a baby bird who eagerly gobbled up all the bits of knowledge he had fed her. But as she'd grown as a mage, both in power and in her knowledge, she began to realize that her feeling for magic was less related to wrestling it to her will and more to feeling it around her like a fish would feel the currents of a river. She'd tried explaining it to Stone a few times, but her words always got tangled up, and he, while accepting that what she was saying was true, magic is different for everyone, he'd told her more than once, didn't seem any more comfortable with her style than she was with his. It didn't mean they couldn't work together, obviously. But during her time away from him when she was back east with Shara, she had discovered that her girlfriend's somewhat hippy-dippy, Shara's own words, style, was closer to hers than Stone's was. That was what had started her thinking. What this all meant, she had no idea. Just something to file away for later. Right now, she needed to focus on what she was doing. She picked up her pace a bit, maneuvering the bike through throngs of people and hoping that she'd find something useful at the next site. Tanya had a neat little motorhome next to a camper and a pair of tents on the other side of the playa from Stone's camp. He smiled as he spotted the bumper sticker from a rental company on the back of the RV. "You had better luck than I did, I see." "How so?" She dug a key out of her bag and opened the door, motioning him inside. "My friends and I rented one of these, but it broke down on the way. Damned inconvenient. Fortunately, they're far more adept at this sort of thing than I am, and had insisted that we bring tents. Otherwise—" He shook his head, spreading his hands in a gesture of, "I don't know what we'd have done." "That sucks," she said sympathetically.
At least you're getting the full Burning Man experience. Her tone and finger quotes suggested that she didn't think any more of such a thing than he did. I've heard that especially for your first time, you're cheating if you don't sleep in a tent and try to live as simply as you can. She snorted. No thanks. I like my creature comforts. And speaking of creature comforts, she motioned for him to sit down on the sofa, opened the small refrigerator, and pulled out a couple of frosted brown bottles. She popped the tops off both, handed him one, and sat down next to him, holding hers up. To being dust-free. He chuckled. And proper showers, he added, clinking his bottle into hers. He took a long drink. It was cold and tasted wonderful. So, he said, you work in an office, do you? She nodded. Insurance. I'm kind of an office manager. I make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing and that we don't run out of staples and copier paper. All very exciting. What about you? I'm a teacher, he said. Really? What do you teach? Sort of anthropology, he said. He wasn't sure how occult studies would go over. Even if he wasn't in disguise, women tended to look at him funny and find reasons to vacate the premises when he admitted his real area of expertise. He usually tried to keep it vague until he and the woman in question had a chance to determine if they were compatible. Interesting, she said, leaning back and looking out the RV's front window. She took a drink of her beer and reached up to flip off the overhead light. That's better, she said. The lights in this thing are a little harsh, plus everybody can see in unless you put the curtains up around the windows. Stone didn't mind at all. He leaned back and smiled. This was the first chance he'd had to relax since Wendy and Rosie had happened by his tent. He wasn't fooling himself. That whole thing had been nothing more than a nice, mutually pleasurable diversion, and he wouldn't have let it go much further even if Verity and the others hadn't blundered in on it. Rosie and Wendy had been far too young and, well, uninhibited for him. But with Tanya, he felt more comfortable. She was closer to his age, definitely attractive, and seemed intelligent. He just wished he could shake the feeling that he'd met her somewhere before. He turned to her, studying her as best as he could in the dimness without being obvious about it. She had short, blonde hair, a strong face, and wore a long-sleeved scoop-neck knit shirt and tight jeans. He decided he might be getting her confused with Shara, as the two of them did share a general resemblance. That had to be it. She leaned in closer, snuggling against his shoulder. This is nice, she said. She reached out and tentatively ran her hand over his chest on top of his shirt. When he didn't object, she increased the intensity. Are you sure you can't stay for a while? I'd like to have something fun to remember the trip by when I go back home. For a little while, he murmured, setting his bottle down and leaning in to kiss her. She met him halfway, her arms going around him as she pulled him into an embrace. Hold on, she said. Her voice was soft and husky. Let me put some music on. She got up and went to the RV's console, where she fiddled with something with her back to him. After a moment, the soft sounds of a mellow band he'd never heard flowed into the small space. There, she said. She resumed her place, arranged herself on the seat, and slipped her arms around him again. Better? He agreed, leaning in to resume the kiss. She slid her hands under his shirt and began rubbing his back, and after a moment he did the same for her. Oh, that feels good, she whispered. Deftly, she slipped his shirt over his head, then leaned back in so he could resume work on her back. Something thumped. Stone tightened, stopping in mid-kiss. What was that? Nothing, she murmured, and pulled him toward her.
Noisy neighbors, probably.
She caressed his back, moving her hands up to knead at his shoulder muscles. Relax. The thumping repeated. Again, Stone stopped. He could swear the sound had come not from outside the RV, but from beneath it. He thought he even felt a faint movement that time, like someone had kicked the undercarriage. I definitely felt something, he said, sitting up straighter and twisting around to face the front windows. He went stiff, as something sharp jabbed into him high up on his back. He whipped around, confused. What was... Tanya was still smiling, but it wasn't a pleasant smile anymore. Her eyes glittered in the dim light, her expression coldly amused. Damn, she said. I was hoping to wait till I was fucking your brains out. It would have been more fun that way, but this will have to do. He glanced down, noticed the hypo in her hand. He blinked. Then again. Already he felt his brain growing oddly fuzzy, dissociated, and warm. You don't know what's going on, she said, nodding as if in understanding. That's okay, Alastair. She emphasized the name with a snide drawl. Because I do, and that's all that matters. Her hand shot out and snatched the pendant around his neck, ripping it free and flinging it aside. His illusionary disguise dropped instantly. You... no... He swayed, catching himself on the edge of the sofa. Who you are? I do, and I'll bet you have no idea who I am. But you should before I kill you. She slid her sleeves back to reveal the burn scars and the intricate magical tattoos on her forearms. You might remember me from that old bitch's house in Los Gatos. It's been a while, but you killed my friends, remember? And I killed your pathetic boy apprentice. I seduced him, too. I fucked that kid blind, and he loved it. Men are so easy to manipulate. You all think with your cocks. Stone blinked again. His brain was going from merely warm to hot. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and things were oozing from the RV's walls. Me, she said, nodding. Trin, if you never got the name. She took a step back, grinning. Oh, Stone, it's going to feel so good to kill you. But not yet. Not until the drug takes effect. Don't want to waste any of that lovely fear. His breath came faster. When she grinned, her jaw unhinged and dropped halfway down her chest, revealing multiple rows of pointed teeth and a questing green bifurcated tongue that swept back and forth like the head of a snake. The tattoos on her forearms began to crawl up toward her chest, and the things leaking from the walls converged on her, pooling at her feet. He screamed. He couldn't help it. Heart pounding, brain on fire, he whipped his head around to locate an exit. But the only door was blocked by what looked like a mound of ambulatory intestines, dripping with gleaming clots of bright red gore. What's the matter? She asked, her voice sounding silky and far away. Things getting a little hot for you? Her words came out as visible clumps of writhing gore, spilling down the front of her shirt and dropping with wet little plops to the ground, splashing up bits of goo from the things. Stone took a step back and nearly tripped, panting so hard now that his chest hurt. Sweat poured from his forehead, from his chest, from his arms, or he thought it was sweat. When he glanced down, though, he gasped. His chest was covered in blood, and more ran down every second. He screamed again. His thoughts were barely coherent. He struggled to organize them, to understand what he was seeing, to deal with the situation before it was too late. But the pain increased, burning at the inside of his body like poison flames. The freakish thing in front of him with the unhinged jaw and the snake-like tongue laughed, moving closer to him, raising clawed hands toward his neck. What he did next, he didn't do by conscious thought.
There wasn't any conscious thought left in him any longer as the drug coursed through his veins and claimed any reason or rationality he might have left. All there was now was the pain, and the creature, and the things. He lashed out, pointing both hands at the creature and shrieking out some string of what sounded like gibberish. Energy coursed from him, augmented by the power of the 10 converging ley lines. For the space of less than a second, the real world returned, just long enough for him to see the look of shock on the creature's, the woman's, Trin's, face, before the power hit her and threw her into the back of the tiny space with enough force to dent the wall. He didn't wait to see what happened next. Flailing his arms to clear out the mound of intestines blocking the exit, he threw himself through it, flung open the door, and ran into the night. Chapter 31. Friday to Saturday. Verity arrived back at the campsite an hour or so before dawn to find Jason already there. "Find anything?" he asked. He sat in a chair next to the dying fire, drinking a beer and looking dejected. Shara had put her book away and dozed in her lounge chair. "Not a damn thing. I checked out all the places where I saw signs of magic, but unless I'm really mistaken, I don't think any of them are evil. Couple of old people, some kids getting drunk and partying. I just don't think they're anything but what they look like." She held up the map. "I marked where they are if you guys want to take a look too, but..." She spread her hands helplessly. "I got nothing." "Me neither," Jason said. "Not surprised in my case, though, since I don't have a fucking idea what I'm looking for." "Where's Dr. Stone?" Verity glanced around the camp. "He already gone to sleep?" That seemed odd to her, since today was the last day they had to find the evil before the burn. "He's not back yet," Shara said, awakened by their conversation. "I've been here all night, and I haven't seen him since he stopped in a couple hours ago." Verity exchanged glances with Jason. "I wouldn't worry too much yet," Jason said. "Maybe he's onto something, or he met somebody and he's having a sleepover. If he's not back in a couple hours, we should probably go see if we can find him." Verity nodded, but she didn't have a good feeling about this. "Guess I'll try to get a little sleep then and wait on making breakfast till he gets back," she said. "What if we don't find anything?" Shara shrugged. "If they're here and we don't find him, then I guess we'll just have to spread out and keep our eyes open during the burn. Maybe we can borrow walkie-talkies from somebody and keep in touch. And we can watch for magic, too. If Alastair's right about them doing some kind of enormous ritual, it'll light up on magical sight once they get it going. We can track it that way." "Yeah, that's true," Verity admitted, brightening a bit. "I don't like having to react instead of knowing ahead of time, but at least it's better than nothing." "And there's always the chance they're not here at all," Jason reminded them. "That's not a good thing, though," Verity said. "If they're not here, they're somewhere else, and we don't know where." Jason didn't answer that. Stone ran. He didn't know which way he was running, and he didn't care. His head was on fire, with horrific images closing in on him from all sides. He dodged monsters, hideous, shadowy things that loomed into his field of view and then slid away to this side or that. Some of them he couldn't dodge. He slammed into them and then scrambled back to his feet, ignoring, or in some cases not even hearing, the angry protests. Once he couldn't stop in time and caromed off the side of some large lumbering beast with skin as tough as metal. He fell backward and would have smashed his head on the hard, packed ground if writhing tentacles hadn't reached out and seized him, hauling him back upright. Voices, muddy, indistinct as if speaking to him from deep underwater, rumbled in his ears, but he couldn't understand what they were saying. Shrieking, he tore himself free of the tentacle's grasp again and threw himself headlong forward,
his gaze jerking around in increasing desperation as he sought a clear path that would take him away from the crowd. The sun was just beginning to poke over the horizon. In the center of a sprawling camp composed of two small campers, one threadbare RV sporting a hand-painted Grateful Dead logo on the back, a VW van held together with primer and Bondo, and three heavily patched, embroidered, and painted tents, a small group of people circled a flickering campfire, their hands joined, their faces turned upward toward the sky. They had done this every morning since they'd arrived. It was a shared ritual to greet the dawn, connect with each other, and enjoy a communal meal before heading off to do whatever they had planned for the day. They had just completed their prayer of greeting and were breaking their circle to begin preparing breakfast when a loud cry sounded from somewhere nearby. Before they could get their bearings on where it was coming from, a ragged figure hurtled into the middle of their camp, arms flailing. It stopped, revealing itself to be a tall, dark-haired man, clad only in shorts and combat boots. Eyes wide in terror, expression crazed, he took them all in with a swift glance, tried to change direction, tripped over his own feet, and collapsed in a heap, still shrieking and flailing, as if something pursued him from out of the depths of hell. The group's leader, a heavy-set mid-40s woman named Raina, was the first to react. She hurried over next to the man, her eyes darkening with concern. "Bring a light," she said, and in a moment someone crouched down next to her with a lantern. The man's pale skin was slicked with sweat and streaked with dust. His hands and knees were scraped and bleeding, and his chest rose and fell so fast with his harsh breathing that Raina feared he would pass out. His eyes, wide open, bloodshot and staring, fixed on her face, and he screamed again, trying to crab-scrabble backwards and out of the ring of observers. "He's tripping hard," said one of the others. "Bad scene." Raina had seen this kind of thing before, far too many times in her lifetime. She was no stranger to recreational drugs. In fact, her entire group had enjoyed pleasant evenings featuring marijuana and mushrooms over the past few days, and considered such indulgences to be an integral part of their efforts to commune with the universe. But she also knew the value of moderation, and of being aware of exactly what you were putting in your body and where it came from. This man, whoever he was no youngster. It was hard to tell since his face was so contorted with pain, but he looked like he was in his 30s, plenty old enough to know what he was doing if he was a habitual user. There was no time to worry about that now, though. "Take him inside, would you please?" she asked two burly, bearded men about her age. "See if you can find any ID on him so we can try to figure out where he came from." The two nodded and bent down, but when they got near the man, he shrieked again and increased his effort to try to get away from them. He threw himself down and waved his hands in their direction, yelling something unintelligible, maybe in a foreign language. The two men each grabbed one of his arms and pulled him up, gently but firmly. He fought hard, but wasn't strong enough to overcome them. They dragged him, still shrieking, inside one of the tents. Raina watched them go, sighing. Another woman, younger, in a floaty floral sundress, stood next to her. "Should I go try to find a doc?" "Not yet," Raina said. "Let me take a look at him. We've all dealt with bad trips. Maybe if we can get him calmed down, he can tell us what he took, and we can deal with it without having to involve anybody else. No need to get him in trouble." She looked across the playa at the sky. Despite the light from the sunrise, a large darkening patch was visible off in the distance. "Besides," she said, pointing, "looks like a dust storm is brewing. Big one from the look of it. Don't want to get caught out in that." The other woman nodded and hurried off to gather and secure their gear. Trin awoke. her body wrapped in an awkward fold around the foot of the bed in her RV. For a moment she couldn't remember where she was or how she got there, and every muscle and most of her bones throbbed. The memory came back quickly, though, and her eyes narrowed. Moving with care in case anything was broken, she raised herself to a sitting position. Stone. Fucking Stone. Even after she'd stuck him with the hypo full of Sam's wonder drug, he'd still managed to hold it together long enough to tag her with something that hit like a semi-truck. If she hadn't gotten her shield up in time, if they hadn't been sitting on a metric assload of ley lines to augment her power, she'd be dead now. She was surprised he hadn't knocked her clear through the wall of the RV. She'd gotten a lot more powerful since she'd last gone up against him, but apparently so had he. She'd underestimated him. And where the hell was he, anyway? The drug had definitely affected him. She could tell before he hit her that he was freaked out of his mind with pain and terror. That was probably lucky for her. He'd hit her hard, but his attack hadn't been focused as well as it could have been. But if he was under the drug's effects, he should still be here somewhere. Maybe passed out at the front of the RV or somewhere inside the camp. She didn't think he could have gotten far. She still might have her chance to kill him. The thought gave her energy. She heaved herself to her feet, swearing as her back, arms, and head shrieked with warning pain, and nausea rocked her. She didn't think anything was broken, but she was going to hurt for days. One more thing Stone would have to pay for. If she found him now, his death wouldn't be quick or painless. She staggered to the front part of the RV. The door hung open, swinging lazily in the slight dawn breeze. She paused briefly to dig out and dry swallow a couple of Tylenol, then hurried outside and began searching the area around the camp. It didn't take her long to determine that he was nowhere to be found. The sun was coming up now, making it obvious that her initial hope that he'd passed out somewhere nearby wouldn't be coming true. She even, with much swearing and grunting, got down on all fours and peered under the RV to make sure he wasn't hiding there. Well, fuck. He was gone. Could he have survived that? She struggled to remember what Sam had said about the drug, that the guy he'd gotten it from, whatever the hell his name was, had lost a few test subjects. A few. Which meant that most of them had survived. Which also meant that, knowing Stone and his ability to thoroughly fuck up her plans without even being aware he was doing it, the bastard had probably not only survived, but was now back home with the rest of his idiot friends, getting his head together and plotting their next move. And now, he knew she was here. She hauled herself up, using the side of the RV as a brace, and glanced at her watch. It was a little after 6 a.m., about 3 hours since she'd hit Stone with the drug. The wind was picking up too. In the time since she'd begun her hunt, the RV's door had gone from a gentle swinging to smacking insistently against the side of the coach. She slammed it shut and looked off toward the horizon. Oh, great. Trin was no outdoors woman, but she knew an incoming dust storm when she saw one. There had been a few already during the week, mostly just blowing through and over quickly. This one, though, looked like it might be a bigger deal. That meant it was probably a bad idea to go out looking for Stone now. If she got caught out in it, she could be stranded somewhere she didn't want to be until it let up. Fucking great. She was about to climb back into the RV and prepare to wait out the storm when she remembered Sam. Rage filled her as the memory of him thumping the RV's undercarriage, alerting Stone that something was amiss, flooded back. If the idiot hadn't done that, she'd have succeeded in her plan. Stone would be dead, and nobody would be the wiser. Instead, everything had gone to hell. She didn't know how bad, and she couldn't even go find out because of this fucking storm. She sighed, frustrated. She should probably check on Sam, though she wasn't sure at this point what she planned to do with him. The truth was, he was more dangerous to her dead than alive, which meant that whether she liked it or not, she'd need to get him out of the cargo hold before it got too hot down there. She found the key and opened the door to the bay. Instantly, she knew that something was wrong. The small body inside was still, too still to merely be asleep. Was the little bastard faking? She reached out to poke aside the ground cloth she'd wrapped him in, shining a light spell into the darkened space. He was just as she'd left him, bound and gagged, lying on his back. Except he wasn't breathing. Trin froze. "Oh, fuck," she whispered. "Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck." How had he died? It wasn't hot yet. He had air. He hadn't been in there long enough that hunger or thirst would kill him. And then she noticed the concrete block next to his head, slick with dark red blood. Glancing over her shoulder to make sure nobody was paying her any attention, they weren't. Already the wind had picked up, the dust swirling in the air, obscuring vision past more than a handful of feet. She rolled Sam's body over and looked at the back of his head. It, too, was covered with blood. Holy shit. The little pipsqueak had killed himself in the only way he could, by bashing his own head repeatedly against an unyielding object. Trin stared down at him. The twerp had balls, she'd give him that. Sometimes it was hard to remember that he wasn't a 10-year-old kid, but what had, until recently, been the most powerful of the others on Earth. But now his other was free, which was what he'd no doubt intended. He knew she wasn't going to let him out, so if he'd left things to chance, he might have lingered for hours, possibly until too late to have any effect on tonight's activities. If the death of his host was inevitable, he'd apparently decided, better that it be on his terms. So now he was out there somewhere, probably in a new host. His power would be seriously depleted, but that didn't matter as far as Trin was concerned. What mattered was, depending on when he died and how long he'd been in the new host, he might have already warned the others of what she'd done. They might already be coming for her. She took several deep breaths and forced herself to think, twisting her head around to check for anyone approaching again. All she could see was the swirling dust. Even if they did know, they couldn't come for her now, not until the storm was over, which meant that right now her priorities were clear. Get rid of Sam's body, which would be a lot harder than when he was alive, since she now couldn't drain him to ash, wait out the storm, and then decide what to do about the others. Oh, and find fucking Stone. Chapter 32. Saturday, midday. Jason couldn't sleep. He tried, but every time he dozed off for a few minutes, the whistling wind and the flapping tent cloth jolted him back to wakefulness. Every time he awoke, he'd glance across the tent, but Stone's bed remained empty and untouched. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of tossing and turning, he wriggled free of his light covers, got up, and poked his head out through the front flap. Dust, swirling so thickly that he could only see a few feet in front of him, struck the side of his face with stinging little points of pain. He ducked back inside, pulled on a bandana, hat, goggles, and a light jacket, then set off across the campsite for Verity and Shara's tent. They were awake. In fact, Verity responded to his shouted greeting almost instantly, as if she had been expecting him. They sat at their camp table, playing what looked like a half-hearted game of gin rummy and munching on energy bars. "He didn't show up yet, did he?" Verity asked, sitting back down and offering him a bar. He shook his head. "No sign of him. What time is it?" "Getting close to noon," Shara said.
I'm surprised you slept through the wind. We've been up for a couple of hours since it really got going."
"I didn't really," he said. "Didn't realize it was as bad as it was, though. I guess we're not going anywhere until it blows over."
"Well, the good news is neither are the evil," Verity said. "But the bad news is we still don't know where Dr. Stone is. I'm getting worried about him." "He's probably stuck out somewhere," Shara said. "If he spent the night with somebody, he might not be able to get back." "Maybe," she said, but didn't sound like she believed it. "But he knows today's our last chance to find the evil, and it seems like he's the only one who really even believes they're here." She sighed. "You don't suppose they figured out he's here and grabbed him, do you?" Jason gnawed his energy bar. It tasted pretty much like he imagined the dust did.
"Even if they did, we can't go look for him until this dies down. I could barely find my way to your tent. This is a bad one."
He was glad he'd gotten Stone to magically drive the Reaper tent posts deep into the hard ground, or their tents would probably be sailing across the playa by now. "Yeah," Shara agreed, sounding about as dejected as he felt. "I guess we're stuck sitting tight here until the storm blows over. Does anybody else feel like the whole world is conspiring against us getting anything done?" "Not a bit," Verity said, the sarcasm in her voice so thick it could compete with the dust outside. "The universe loves us."
"Man, that's the worst trip I've seen since Zephyr got hold of that bad acid in Monterey."
The bearded, bearish man in the tie-dyed shirt stood at the foot of the stranger's bed, watching as he writhed in obvious pain, though it was hard to tell if it was physical, mental, or both. His screams had quieted, probably because he'd worn himself out over the last several hours. He was clearly exhausted, but just as clearly in too much distress to sleep. This was good, because in the earlier throes of the drug's effects, he had required two burly men to hold him down and make sure he didn't jump up and try to run away. He was well past that point now. Raina sat next to the bed on a camp stool, a bootleg Grateful Dead CD playing softly on a portable player. She had a pot of cool water and a rag, and periodically mopped sweat from the man's forehead and chest. His dark hair was plastered to his skull, his pale skin drained of color. "What time is it?" she asked.
"About noon. You doing any better?"
"Hard to tell. Doesn't seem to be any worse. I've been trying to get some water into him so he doesn't get dehydrated, but every time he seems to wake up for a bit, he freaks out." She looked up. "How's the storm look? In case we do need to find somebody to take care of him."
"Still going strong," he told her.
He offered her a large mug of tea.
"Want me to sit with him for a while?"
She shook her head as she accepted the tea.
"No, I'll stay till he wakes up, or till the storm passes and we can get him some better help."
She looked down at her patient. They hadn't found any identification in his pockets, so she had no idea who he was or where he came from. The only clue she had was a couple of times when he'd yelled something marginally coherent, usually along the lines of "get away from me." It had been in a British accent. There couldn't be too many Englishmen at Burning Man, so once they could venture outside their camp, she thought they might have a chance of getting the word out and finding whatever group he'd come with. If they could get out. This was one of the worst dust storms Raina had seen in the last few years of attending the burn. At least there wasn't any rain. That would have made things a lot worse, since prolonged rainstorms turned the playa into a giant, muddy swamp that made everything inconvenient and everybody miserable. With your garden variety dust storms, even ones this bad, you just had to shelter in place until they blew over, and then you could go about your business again.
"You got any idea what he did yet? Acid? LSD?"
"That's the weird thing," she said. "Can you roll him over on his side for me? I want to show you something."
The man moved closer,
and carefully maneuvered the man over so his back was facing the two of them. He muttered something, but otherwise barely protested at this point. Reyna pointed at something high up on his right shoulder. "See? What's that look like to you, Paul?" Paul leaned in for a better view. After examining it for a moment, he said with a confused frown, "Looks like somebody stuck him with a needle, but maybe he tried to get out of the way?" Reyna nodded. The angry red welt, about an inch in diameter, stood out against the man's chalk-white skin. In the center of the welt was a tiny, darker red spot, like a needle prick. Eyes narrowing, Paul said, "You're thinking he maybe didn't do this to himself?" "Yeah." She settled back in her seat and motioned for him to roll the man over onto his back again. "No way he would have injected himself there. Not even sure he could have." "Bad news," Paul pronounced. "Not cool. Somebody had it in for this guy." Again, Reyna nodded. She looked sober. "What if it was somebody in his own group? Maybe we want to find that out before we take him back." "Yeah." Paul looked at the man for a few more seconds, then turned away. "Anyway, if you don't need me, I'm gonna head back over. I'll bring you something to eat in a bit and sit with him if you need to get out to take a leak or whatever." "Thanks, Paul." Reyna settled back in her seat and picked up the wet rag again. Trin sat in the front of the RV, looking out the big windows and listening to the shrieking storm pelt the vehicle with stinging flurries of dust. How long was this fucking thing going to last, anyway? As concerned as she was about Sam's other flitting off and ratting her out to the rest of the group, she was more worried that if the storm lasted much longer, they wouldn't have time to set up the rest of the ritual points and finalize everything before the burn tonight. If that happened, then all of this work, all the week's hot and sweaty misery would be in vain. If the ritual didn't go off, then she wouldn't be able to carry out her modified plan, which meant that she'd still have to look over her shoulder for a bunch of pissed-off others hell-bent on killing her for fucking up their plans. And to make things even better, Sam was starting to smell. It was almost noon now, nearly 6 hours since she'd discovered his body. She'd closed the cargo bay while trying to figure out what to do and retreated back inside, but as the day got warmer, she'd started catching whiffs of something unpleasant, like meat going bad. For a while, she'd tried to ignore it, telling herself that it was just the fact that she needed a shower. But she knew better. She'd have to do something about him, and soon, before anybody else noticed and came poking around, dust storm or no dust storm. She pulled on her goggles, balaclava, and the rest of her protective gear, then opened the door and stepped out into the storm. Immediately the dust assaulted her, but she was well covered, and it proved no more than an annoyance. Still, she'd need to hurry. She walked to the front of the RV. One of the tents, miraculously still here despite the high winds, crouched there, leaving about a 10-foot space between its wall and the RV's front end. Beyond that was the backside of someone else's tent, with no windows facing in their direction. She examined the space between their tent and the RV, contemplating. Normally, there was no way she'd be able to do what she was thinking of. She simply didn't have the magical punch. Earth-based magic was some of the hardest kind, because manipulating anything directly attached to the planet required overcoming its aura. Mages trained for years to be able to do it, and even then, their abilities were usually confined to digging shallow holes or forming small shelters out of living rock. She heard of some nature-oriented types who had an easier time of it, but she wasn't one of those types. None of that mattered here, though. Sitting on the massive ley line convergence, Trin felt the power singing in her body. Here, she could do almost anything she set her mind to. Even despite her aches and pains, she thought she'd be able to carry off this bit of magic. Even so, it was harder than she expected. It took her half an hour and a lot of concentration to carve a narrow 6-foot deep trench in the hard-packed playa ground, and by the time she finished, she was panting and sweating with the exertion.
"Damn good thing you're so small,"
she muttered, as she headed over to the cargo hold and opened it. A ripe, fetid, nearly visible odor rolled out, making her stomach clench. But she got herself under control and didn't retch into her balaclava. She levitated the body, still wrapped in the ground sheet, over to the hole. Glancing over her shoulder to make sure nobody was paying attention, she lowered the small form into the trench, then summoned her will once more. Moving the dirt back into the hole to cover the body was easier than carving it out, and in another 10 minutes the playa was flat again, the filled-in area looking only marginally disturbed. She spread the extra dirt displaced by Sam's body around, then stood back to admire her handiwork. Not bad, all things considered. The swirling dust would cover up the evidence of the disturbed ground, and besides, who'd believe she, or anyone, could dig a hole deep enough to bury a body in the playa's packed, rock-hard ground? You'd need heavy equipment, at least a couple of hours, and would make enough noise that nobody would be able to miss it. She'd still have to clean up the blood inside the cargo hold, but for now she could just lock it up. After tonight, anybody left alive around here would have a lot more pressing things to be concerned about than a little blood in an RV. Now, if this damned storm would just settle down, she could get on with the rest of her plans. Chapter 33. Saturday, late afternoon, early evening. Verity poked her head out of the tent flap again. "Anything?" Jason asked. "No." The dust storm had lasted until almost 5:30 in the afternoon, finally blowing itself out about a half hour ago. The air was still murky, and it was hard to see into the distance, but people were beginning to head back outside. Life on the playa was resuming as everyone dug themselves out from under a thick coating of dust and began moving around once more. The sounds of vehicles, music, and the usual yells and shouts filled the air again. There was still no sign of Stone. Verity came back inside and threw herself down on her cot. "He'd be back by now if he could," she said, dejected. "He's got to know we'd be concerned about him." "We should get out there and look for him," Jason said, getting up, "asking around. Maybe somebody saw him." Verity jumped up too. "No," she said. "We don't have to do that. Man, where's my brain today?" "What?" Jason looked sideways at her. "Hang on," she said. "I gotta go to the trailer for a minute." She hurried outside before either Jason or Shara could say anything, and returned 5 minutes later, carrying what Jason recognized as Stone's black leather duffel bag. "Hey," he said. "That's the bag Al keeps his ritual stuff in," Verity finished, triumphant. "Yeah, we don't have to go out looking for him. We can find him right here." "You're gonna do a ritual to find him?" Jason hadn't thought of that, even though he'd seen Stone do the same ritual on more than one occasion to search for someone. "I didn't know you knew how to do those by yourself. And anyway, I thought you couldn't find mages with rituals." "I can find him," she said. "It's one of the first things he taught me, and even when he's hiding from everybody else, he couldn't hide from me." She rifled through the bag and set out candles, crystals, and jars of sand on the folding table. "He used to test me by going off hiding somewhere, and I had to find him. Come on, Shara, help me out with this. We can do it in here. It doesn't have to be big, since he's probably not very far away." Jason stood back and watched, feeling useless as he always did during magical processes. Verity and Shara seemed to know exactly what they were doing. They constructed a small circle inside the tent using the sand in place of chalk, and setting out the candles and crystals at points around it. The whole setup took them about half an hour. "Don't you need something of his to do it?" he asked. Verity shook her head, stepping out of the circle to examine it for defects. "That's only if you don't know the target. Bring me my map and pen, though, okay? When I get something, I'll mark it down on there." Jason did as requested, then wandered over to look outside again. There was no point in Verity doing the ritual if Stone was on his way back to the tent. He wasn't. "Go for it," he said. "I want to find Al and figure out what we need to do next. Time's wasting." He noticed that none of them even brought up the all-too-real possibility that the evil had somehow gotten hold of Stone and he was no longer alive. Verity settled herself in the middle of the circle, spreading the map of the playa out on her lap. "Okay," she said, taking a deep breath. "Here goes." Jason and Shara watched in silence as she closed her eyes, took a few more centering breaths, and gestured at the candles to light them. The process only took a few minutes, at which point the candles all went out at once with a small whoosh. Verity sat up straight, snatched up the map and the pen, and drew a large X at a point about halfway around the playa's circle of streets. "Found him!" she exclaimed, jumping up and pointing at the map. "He's there!" Then she frowned, her expression clouding. "I watched him for a couple of minutes, though. He doesn't seem to be making any move to leave that place, whatever it is. I thought I'd find him heading back here." "Doesn't matter," Jason said, getting up. "If you know where he is now, let's go over there and find him before he does move. It's already getting close to 6. If they start the burn at 9, that only gives us 3 hours to find Al and track down the evil." If the rest of the group were together, Trin knew where she'd find them. Now that the storm had finally blown itself out, it was time to get over there and find out if she could salvage this situation, or if Sam had already gotten to them in whatever new host he'd taken over. She wondered if the soldiers had already set up the last 3 ritual sites, or if the idiots were still waiting for her orders. So many things that could go wrong, more now than before. She thought about stopping by Dr. Brandt's RV. Since the researcher's other was a soldier and not one of the group of leaders, she probably wasn't included in whatever discussion the rest of the group might be having right now. All she cared about was making sure the ritual went off properly. Trin decided she'd better find the leaders first. Brandt would keep for now. She pulled up her disregarding spell and set off across the playa toward her destination. She reached it a few minutes later. She half hoped that the storm had blown away the big tent, but no, there it was, standing strong as ever. She couldn't tell if anyone was inside, so she swapped her spell for true invisibility when she got close and crept toward the front. They were in there, all right. Sounded like all of them. She could hear them, their voices loud and agitated. Though she couldn't make out what they were saying, she caught her name a couple of times. Oh yeah, this would be fun. Her gaze hardened. They were nothing but mundane humans. Sure, their brains were being driven by superior beings, but those superior beings didn't have any powers or abilities that their hosts didn't have. Like she'd told Sam, she held the cards now, if they wanted their ritual to happen. She dropped the invisibility, put up her shield. No sense in being foolish. She knew at least a couple of them were armed with handguns and knew how to use them, and stepped boldly inside the tent. They were all in there, sitting around a large table and facing someone Trin didn't recognize. A tall, dreadlocked black man around 40 years old. He paused in the act of saying something and settled his gaze on her. So did the rest of them. Chaos erupted. The mob boss, looking odd in khakis instead of his usual $1,000 suit, had a gun in his hand and leveled it at Trin so fast that it was almost impossible to follow the movement. So did the cop. Some of the others leapt to their feet while others remained where they were. All of them were yelling at once. "Shut up!" Trin shouted. "All of you!" They didn't. "You're dead, bitch," the mob boss growled, his gun still leveled at her head. "Nobody fucks us over." She shook her head and raised her voice to get over the din. "You guys don't get it, do you? You can't get through my shields. None of you can. Fire that thing if you want it to ricochet and kill somebody. Maybe somebody in another tent. You want that kind of attention? 2 hours before the ritual? Go ahead. I don't give a fuck." She looked at the black man. "Nice one, Sam. Traded up from the twerp to a real grown-up, I see. Too bad your power's in the crapper after losing another host. I'm surprised anybody's even listening to you anymore."
"I've already told them what you did," he said evenly. "You were told not to go after Stone, and you did it anyway. And you screwed it up, too, didn't you? I heard him nearly put you through the wall of the RV before he ran off screaming like a madman. I heard all that while you had me tied up and locked in the cargo hold, where you left me to die."
The others rumbled, their tones ominous, their expressions cold and merciless. If they expected Trin to roll over and play dead, though, they were in for a surprise. She was done playing good little mage for this pathetic collection of losers. Sam might think he'd gotten the drop on her, but this was still her show. "Yeah," she said, with a shrug. "He got away. But you know what?" Her gaze swept the group, taking them all in. "I don't give a fuck. He doesn't matter. He's probably dead by now anyway. But the point is, it doesn't matter what I did. You guys want your fucking portal? You want your new soldiers to command? Because if you do, I'm the only game in town." She held up her hands, emphasizing her glowing shield. "You can't hurt me. There's so much magical power flying around here that I can walk around for the rest of the fucking night with this shield up, and none of your little guns has a chance of getting through it. What do you think of that?" There was more rumbling, but the mob boss regarded her in thoughtful frustration.
"Fuck if the bitch ain't right,"
he said reluctantly. "What do you mean?" demanded the actress.
He sighed. "She's right. We can't kill her. And even if we could, we need her. She and Bront are the only ones who know how to run the ritual."
Trin nodded. At least some of them could be reasonable. She was surprised and almost felt remorse that he would have to die with the rest of them. Almost. Because she didn't believe for a second that he wouldn't plug her in the back the first chance he got once the portal was up. "You got it," she said, glancing at her watch. "It's after 6 already. I don't know if anybody actually did anything without me telling them to, but if we don't get the rest of the ritual circle put up by the time the burn starts, then we'll have fuck all to show for all this work we've done. Is that what you want? Is punishing me worth that?"
"Don't listen to her,"
Sam, or whatever his host's name was now, said.
"She's unstable. She's insane. She doesn't care about any of the rest of you. She'll kill you all as soon as she gets a chance, like she killed me when I got in her way."
"But Sam, honey," Trin said, taking on a silky sweet tone completely at odds with the cold glitter in her green eyes. "They're not in my way, and they don't need to be. We're all after the same thing. We want the portal up and running." She paused. "You know what? I think I just realized why you're so pissed off at me. You thought that you were in charge, didn't you? You wanted to be the one calling the shots, and you had a little temper tantrum when you saw that people were listening to me instead of you. Because I have power, and you had the body of a 10-year-old. I can make things happen, and you needed a chaperone to get into, well, pretty much anywhere without drawing attention to yourself. That just ate at you, didn't it, Sam?" The others looked back and forth between the two of them, and Trin saw the beginnings of uncertainty growing in their eyes. "Listen," she said, stalking back and forth like a lawyer giving a final appeal to a jury. "It's almost time for everything we've been working for to happen.
In less than 3 hours, our portal will be up, and nobody will be able to do a damn thing about it. I need to finalize some things with Dr. Brandt, but I can't do that while I'm standing here trying to convince you not to make a big mistake by following this guy here." She waved dismissively at Sam. "Because," she said, speaking slowly, spacing her words like bullets, "he can't help you. He can't do anything for you. But I can." She took a step back, encompassing all of them in her spread arms. "So who's it gonna be, guys? Make up your mind. If you pick Sam, I'm out of here, and you can go right ahead and try to get your portal to work without me."
"This is ridiculous," Sam said quietly.
But Trin could see the edges of panic showing around his expression.
"We all agreed on the plan, and she just decided to throw that away for her personal vendetta, which she screwed up. She doesn't know Stone's dead. He could be out there getting ready to stop us while we're in here talking."
"Maybe he is," Trin said. "But what are you going to do about it if they decide to go along with you? At least I've got a chance of dealing with him. You've got nothing." She stood in front of them, waiting and watching as unspoken communications passed between them. They didn't have to talk. She could see that their minds were already mostly made up, and all that was left was the formality of voicing it.
"Okay," the mob boss said, nodding at Trin. "Your show. You do your hocus-pocus thing and make the portal happen, and we'll forget about the rest of it. Deal?"
Trin smiled her snake smile in Sam's direction. "Deal. Glad to see there's still some reason left around here." She started to turn away, then stopped. "Oh, one more thing." Moving so fast none of them could stop her, she crossed to Sam, put a hand on his arm, and bit out a sharp word. Instantly, his body went rigid and he screamed, jittering and bucking under her hand like he was being electrocuted. All around the table, the meeting participants closed their eyes, their faces going slack as they drank in Sam's dying terror. Then, with a little sound like a fire flaring up, he turned to ash that fluttered into a little heap on the floor. A red-purple puff, small and diminished-looking, rose up. It seemed confused, disoriented. It hung there in the air for several seconds before streaking off. "There," she said, satisfied. The power of Sam's new host's death added to her already ley-line magnified supply, and the other inside her purred as its own hunger was sated by the fear. "A little something for you, a little something for me. And now I'd better go talk to Brant. Somebody make sure the soldiers get those last 3 circle points set up where I told them as soon as it's dark, and report back when they're in place. Then all we do is wait." Paul sat by the stranger's bed when he began to moan softly, his head thrashing back and forth on the pillow.
"Hey, friend,"
he said softly, putting a hand on the man's arm.
"You back with us?"
The man's eyes opened, bloodshot, pain-darkened, and full of unutterable exhaustion. He blinked a few times, trying to focus on Paul's face, but the mindless terror he'd exhibited every other time he'd briefly awakened was nowhere in evidence.
"Where?"
he rasped, then dissolved into a coughing fit.
Hey, hold on. Let me get you some water."
Paul got up, fetched a water bottle on a nearby table, and brought it back.
"Slow and easy. You haven't had much to drink all day. Need to take it slow, okay?"
The man nodded. Paul had to help him sit up a little, but he held the bottle with shaking hands and drank in slow sips. The coughing abated.
"Thank you,"
he whispered.
"No problem, dude. You had us pretty scared today. You were tripping hard."
He glanced up to see Raina coming in, and he mouthed, "He's awake," to her. She hurried over and pulled up another stool next to Paul's. "Hi," she said to the stranger. "Good to see you back. I'm Raina. This is Paul.
We've been looking after you."
For a moment, he looked confused, and then it appeared things were coming back to him. "What time is it?" he asked. "What day?" His voice was still weak and raspy.
"It's a little after 7, Raina said. "On Saturday. You've been here all day. Can you tell us what happened to you? Did someone give you drugs? Did you take them yourself? What's your name, by the way? I'm sure your friends are worried about you."
The stranger paused for a long time, and Raina and Paul could almost see the wheels in his brain turning as they worked through the questions and tried to formulate adequate answers. "Name is Stone," he said. "Alastair Stone. And yes, someone drugged me. How did I get here?" "You just ran into the middle of our camp last night," Paul said, "screaming your head off like you were scared shitless. Looked like a real bad trip." Stone contemplated that. He looked at Paul, then at Raina. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for helping me." He tried to sit up more, but couldn't quite manage it yet.
"Stay there," Raina said, getting up. "You've barely had anything to drink and nothing to eat all day. Let me get you some soup. How do you feel?"
"Tired. Sore. But I think I'll be all right. Whatever the drug was, I think it's mostly worn off."
"Well, that's good. You stay here with Paul and I'll bring you something back."
She hurried out of the tent. Paul studied Stone. "So somebody stuck you in the back and gave you dope? That's not cool, man. You should have a talk with them." Stone closed his eyes for a moment, his expression hardening. "Yes," he whispered. "I intend to do exactly that." Chapter 34. Saturday, early evening. "There," Verity said, pointing at a ragtag-looking camp full of patched tents and old vehicles. "That's where he is." Jason tilted his head and frowned. "That sure doesn't look like the evil, does it? Looks like a bunch of hippies." And, in fact, several bearded, scruffy men and long-haired women in wraparound skirts and dusty Birkenstocks milled around a central fire pit area, eating and chatting. Most of them fit the classic stereotype and were well into middle age, and all the women he could see were of a far more bohemian type than Stone tended to be attracted to. So that shot Jason's theory that the mage had found himself a hookup. "You sure?" "Yeah," she said, moving closer. "Come on. Shara, can you hang back and keep an eye out in case they try something?" "Sure." Jason allowed himself to be dragged forward toward the hippies' camp, focusing on providing a visual deterrent to anybody making any threatening moves on Verity. The group around the campfire all looked up as they approached. "Hey, friends," one man greeted, raising a hand. He wore cut-off denim shorts and a faded gray t-shirt with a picture of a marijuana leaf and the word "legalize" in big green letters. "You hungry? We have plenty to share. Join us." The others smiled and nodded, indicating a big pot of something simmering over the fire. "Thanks," Verity said, returning the wave. "But we're looking for a friend who might be here. We're wondering if you might have seen him. A tall guy, thin, mid-30s. Jason noticed she didn't describe any features of Stone's illusionary disguise. Two of the hippies exchanged guarded glances, and then a large woman with long, gray-streaked hair approached them. "Who are you?" she asked, and Jason immediately detected an odd overtone to her question. "We're friends of his," he said. "He left our camp before the dust storm hit and didn't come back after it was over. We were getting worried about him." "Yeah," Verity said. "We're asking around to see if anyone's seen him." Jason met her gaze. "You have, haven't you?" "Yes," she said, and the odd tone was still in her voice. "Is he here?" Verity asked, sweeping her gaze around the camp as if she expected to see Stone sitting at the campfire.
Is he okay? Why would you think he isn't okay? The woman asked. She appeared to be studying both Jason and Verity carefully.
Listen, I don't know what you're getting at, Jason said, frustrated at the runaround. But if he's here, please tell him we're here. What's going on, anyway?
The woman studied him a moment longer. What's going on, she said, is I want to make sure you're not a danger to him before I let you see him. Danger? Verity sputtered, eyes blazing. We're his friends. We're worried about him. Is he in some kind of trouble? The woman didn't flinch under Verity's verbal assault. Her eyes remained calm, but her face showed a hardness at odds with her soft, Earth Mother exterior. He might be, she said. He came to our camp last night in bad shape. He was in the middle of some kind of really bad drug trip. We've been looking after him all day, since we couldn't get out during the storm. Verity and Jason exchanged looks of shock.
What?
Jason demanded. Drug trip, Verity added.
Al doesn't do drugs, Jason growled. What the hell is going on? Where is he?
He started to move past the woman. She held up a hand to stop him, and behind her, a couple of the burly, bearded men half rose in their seats. Hold on, she said calmly. Before I let you see him, I want you to answer a question. Did you do this to him? Or maybe one of your other friends? Maybe as some kind of joke? Because he didn't do it to himself. The injection site is on his back, up on his shoulder blade. Somebody else did this to him. I want to make sure I don't hand him over to whoever that was. If Verity and Jason had been shocked before, they were nearly floored now. They both stared at her, eyes wide and fearful.
Somebody drugged him?
Jason said, in a low, dangerous voice. The woman nodded. I'm Raina, by the way, and I believe you that you don't know anything about this. I'm a decent judge of people, though I don't have to be to tell that either you two are the best actors I've ever seen, or you're as shocked by this as I am. Come on, I'll take you to him. They followed her past the group around the campfire, toward one of the painted tents. Verity looked at Jason and whispered, Evil did this? He shrugged. He couldn't imagine who else it could have been, but if it was the evil, why hadn't they simply killed Stone? None of this made a damn bit of sense. Raina shoved aside the tent flap, went inside, and then moved aside to let them through. Your friends are here, she announced. I'm not sure how they found you, but they're here. Jason went in first and stopped dead. Stone lay on a cot, dressed in nothing but a pair of shorts. He looked dead pale, his eyes sunken into deep hollows, his hair stuck to his head instead of poking out in its usual untidy spikes. His eyes widened as he saw who had arrived, and relief flitted across his face. Jason. Al! Jason hurried over and dropped down next to him, and so did Verity. She too looked astonished and scared. What happened to you, man? Stone glanced at Raina, then back at Jason and Verity. I'll leave you alone, Raina said, taking the hint. I'll bring back that soup in a couple of minutes, for all of you. After she departed, Stone sat up a little. Jason stuffed another pillow under him. Evil, the mage said. The evil did this to you? You found them? Verity asked. Sort of. His voice sounded tired, but steady. It was more like they found me. They have a mage. She saw through my disguise and, well, it was my own bloody fault, really. She invited me back to her RV, and I went with her. And she drugged you? With what? Why? No idea. Something in a hypo. It's all a bit fuzzy now. She was planning to drug me and then kill me, I think, but I got away from her somehow. Everything was insane. I was hallucinating horrific things. I expect I'll have nightmares for months. I got away from her and I ran. He nodded toward the tent's exit.
Apparently I showed up in their camp screaming like a mad thing and then passed out.
He seemed to remember something and tried to sit up the rest of the way.
We need to get going. It's already after 7, isn't it?
Jason put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him back down.
Stay put for now. We've got time. You're in no shape to...
His eyes narrowed.
Jason, it doesn't matter what shape I'm in. There's no time to waste. We either do this or we don't. And I don't think you two can do it alone.
Raina came back inside, carrying a tray with some bowls and glasses of ice water on it. "Eat, all of you. Especially you," she said to Stone, taking on a stern, motherly tone. "You haven't had a thing to eat all day, and drink all of that water, slowly." Stone nodded, clearly in no mood to argue.
Thank you. For everything.
"Happy to help, and glad to see you looking better. I'll be outside if you need anything." Apparently satisfied that Jason and Verity didn't plan to re-drug him, she left again.
I'm starving,
Stone said, starting on his bowl of soup immediately. He eyed Jason.
I could eat both of you right now and still have room for dessert. But no time. Tell me what's been happening. Have you found anything?
Verity shook her head. "We've been stuck inside all day because of the dust storm."
How did you find me?
He asked, raising an eyebrow. "Ritual? I borrowed your stuff." He looked impressed.
Excellent. Well done, Verity. Full marks.
He already looked better, getting some color back and losing a bit of his sunken look.
Al,
Jason said, frustrated.
I want to know about this mage who drugged you. We need to find her if she's out there. It wasn't Dr. Brandt, was it?
No. Stone's expression hardened.
It wasn't. In fact, it was someone I've had dealings with a few years back. I thought she was dead, but apparently she's slipperier than I thought. She's cast her lot in with the evil, and she's gotten a lot more powerful since I last fought her, too. She won't be easy to take down, especially since I'm not at my best right now.
Jason sighed.
We're out of options, to be honest. We can't find any of them. We don't know what they're planning, and we've got less than 2 hours before the burn. If that's when they're going to do it, then...
He spread his hands in a gesture of futility.
We're kind of screwed.
"Unless we can just be on the lookout when the burn starts," Verity said. "We talked about that before. If they're doing magic that big, they won't be able to hide it."
"Risky,"
Stone said, setting his empty bowl aside and picking up the glass of ice water.
"We don't know how many are hiding around here. My guess is that they'll be well guarded."
"Wait," Jason said, smacking the cot with his open hand. "I almost forgot in all the craziness. I might have something." He quickly told Stone about his erstwhile hookup, Luna, and her story about the dance routine that seemed like a ritual.
"Do you think that might have anything to do with what they're up to?"
Stone thought about it for a moment. It was obvious he wasn't back to his full capacity yet, and a couple of times he blinked and shook his head like he was trying to clear out the last of the drugged haze.
"Not sure," he said at last. "It's not like any ritual I've ever heard of, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. Can you find this Luna again?" "Maybe. I know where she's staying, but this close to the burn, and after being stuck inside all day with the storm, I'd bet she's probably out having fun before she has to show up wherever the dancers are gathering." He sighed. "What about the mage? Do you think she'll be at the RV she took you back to, or some other evil might?" "Possibly. We'd have to be careful, though. I'm not ready to go up against her yet. And even if she's evil and Verity's able to evict her, she's still dangerous, and she hates me." "But if we could take her out, maybe we can cut their legs out from under them. If she's their big mage..." "Let's do it," Stone said, pushing himself up. He paled and swayed a little, looking disgusted with his own weakness. "Ugh, I don't have time for this."
"Take it easy, Al. You get dressed, and I'll see if I can flag down one of those crazy vehicles to give us a ride." He hurried outside. Pia Brandt was glad it was almost over. In a little less than an hour, the ritual would begin.
The portal would come into being, fed by the combined power of her ritual and Trin's plan. The resulting chaos would ensure enough time for the portal to gather strength until it was self-sustaining. Then she could go back to civilization. She had spent most of the last week in her tent, working on her calculations, with only the occasional foray out, fully swathed in bandana, hat, and goggles to guard against recognition, to walk around and look at the nearby area. She hadn't resented the fact that Trin had told her she should probably avoid being seen. This wasn't the sort of event that appealed to her, so she had no desire to participate in it. It was too hot, too dusty, too crowded, too loud, too primitive. She missed her comfortable home in Germany, and wondered if she would be able to come up with a sufficient story to explain her missing husband and child, so she could return and resume her life at the university. Sometimes, mostly late at night before she drifted off to sleep, a tiny corner of her old personality surfaced, reminding herself of what she had lost. Sometimes she awoke in the middle of the night with tears drying on her cheeks, but couldn't remember why she'd been crying. It didn't matter, though. None of it mattered anymore. What mattered was that she would finally see the realization of a dream she had harbored since she began her second career as a researcher into the mysteries of magical portals. After all this time, all the late nights and disproven theories and failed experiments, she would finally have access to levels of power sufficient to make her theories into reality. Even if it weren't for the other being who shared space in her body, and its desire to have the conduit to its own dimension reopened, this still would have been a powerful motivator for her. Now, though, she and the other sang in harmony, both of them wanting the same thing, both of them growing more excited with each passing hour. She wondered where Trin was. The younger mage had been a near constant fixer in Brant's RV over the last few days, popping in 2 or 3 times a day to check on the progress of the research, the formulas, and the general plans. Trin hadn't talked much about her own part of the operation. Brant knew that it had something to do with summoning something to generate the massive amount of power required to kickstart the ritual and instantiate the portal. But that wasn't something she herself needed to worry about. It was irrelevant where the power came from. It could just as easily be a massive mundane explosion, a blast of magic, or a tapping of the rich ley lines that crisscrossed the playa like downtown streets in a major city. As long as it was power, and a lot of it, it would work. She knew it had something to do with a group of dancers and a ritual that Trin was setting up, but that was all. She glanced at the little clock on the RV's wall. It was already 8:05. Everything was set already. She didn't really need to talk to Trin any more than she needed to be present for the ritual itself. She would be, of course. She would no more miss the culmination of all her research than she would kill herself. But the pieces were in place, the wheels in motion. From here on, it was all down to her own careful calculations and Trin's magical skill. Still, that didn't mean she wouldn't feel better if she had an opportunity to go over everything one last time with Trin before showtime. What was keeping her? Maybe she'd gotten sidetracked on something and was running late. Brant considered her options. At this point, dusk was moving fast toward sunset. It was dim enough outside that lights already began to dot the playa. The odds that anyone would recognize her were so low as to almost be non-existent. She wasn't exactly famous, even in her own home country. When she'd attended the magical symposium back at the beginning of the summer, only a couple of the other attendees had even known her name. She could take this one chance. It would only take a few minutes to walk over to Trin's RV on the other side of the playa, and she could bundle up in her floppy hat, goggles, and bandana to make sure nobody got a look at her face. Not that anyone would pay attention, anyway. After the dust storm had kept everyone inside their structures for the biggest part of the day, all everyone wanted to do was get out and party on this last night before this year's Burning Man was consigned to history. If only they knew. She gathered up her disguise and began donning it, and a few minutes later, she was on the move. "If this bloody thing moved any more slowly, it would be going backward," Stone complained. "Hey, it beats walking," Jason said. They had taken their leave of Reyna and her group with much thanks and appreciation. Reyna hadn't thought Stone should leave yet, but she understood when they told her that after being here all week, they didn't want to miss the burn. One of the less burly of the group's men had lent Stone a shirt. He now sported a black tank top with a large red, white, and blue Grateful Dead logo on the front. It was still a couple of sizes too big for him, but beggars couldn't be choosers. They had located Shara and flagged down a mutant vehicle shaped like a cheerful pink cartoon snail with a pair of bench seats along the back, and now trundled at a pace appropriate for its chosen design in the general direction of Trin's campsite. Almost everyone else, walking or biking, moved in the opposite direction, migrating toward the center of the playa in preparation for the burn. It was 8:15. Stone didn't say much. It was obvious to all three of his friends that he still felt the effects of the day's ordeal, despite his efforts to conceal it. They left him alone, using the time to scan the faces of the crowd and look for anyone they recognized. By the time they got as close as the snailmobile would get to Trin's RV, it was 8:20. They thanked the driver and hopped off. Jason kept a close eye on Stone to make sure he was doing all right. He moved slowly, but he was still moving so far. As they approached, he settled his disregarding spell over himself, since he no longer had his disguise pendant, and fell in behind the others. Trin's entire campsite was dark. The RV and the tent were both silent and appeared empty. The fire, dead and cold, the small perimeter lights all switched off.
"Nobody here," Jason said. "Maybe she's already headed off to set things up."
"Probably," Stone agreed. Verity risked moving in a little closer, using her own disregarding spell to cloak her as she levitated up and peered into the RV's window, then poked her head into the tent. When she came back, she had an odd expression. "Nobody in there," she said. "But something smells funny, like something died. It's faint, but it's there." They exchanged glances and had moved off across the way to discuss what to do next and whether they should investigate the odor, when Stone suddenly held up his hand for silence. "What?" Verity whispered, looking around. "Somebody's coming," he whispered back. He was right. As the four of them drew into a circle and acted like any other group of revelers waiting for the burn to begin, a furtive figure hurried in the obvious direction of Trin's RV.
"Is that her?"
Jason whispered to Stone. He shook his head. "She's taller and thinner. I don't know who that is." He paused for a moment, focusing. "Wait," he whispered. "I think I do."
"Who?"
Jason focused on the figure, trying to identify it. "Is that Dr. Brandt?" Verity said, catching on. In her excitement, her voice rose a bit above a whisper. The figure suddenly froze, its head snapping up as if it had heard her. It whirled and hurried off at a faster pace than it had approached. "Damn it!" Verity snapped. "I'll get her," Jason said, preparing to run. But Verity grabbed his arm. "No, let me. If that is her, the only way I can evict her is if she threatens me, remember?" Jason paused a moment, unsure. "Go!" Stone ordered, and Verity took off. The woman tried hard to lose herself in the crowd, but after all the fruitless and frustrating searching Verity had been doing for the past few days, she wasn't about to lose her quarry when she finally had one. She increased her speed to a run, shoving her way past the burn-goers heading in the other direction, and catching up with the woman as she rounded behind a darkened van.
"Hold it, Dr. Bront!"
she yelled. "Stop, or I'll take you down!" Bront whirled, panic and anger showing in her eyes. She raised her hands and pointed them at Verity. Unfortunately for her, though, she moved with the reflexes of a middle-aged sedentary scientist with no combat training. Verity, on the other hand, was young, fast, and had been trained by one of the few white mages in the world with real magical combat skills. Bront's feeble attack bounced harmlessly off Verity's shield, and that was all the threat she needed. "Out!" she roared, pointing both hands at Bront as she tried to scramble away. Jason and Shara came pounding up behind Verity just in time to see the gray puff rise up out of Dr. Bront's body and dissipate into the night air. Bront collapsed to her knees, sobbing. A moment later, Stone, moving more slowly, caught up. "Got her," Verity said triumphantly, pointing. None of the three of them had approached her yet, and she had shown no sign of getting up or trying to escape. As they drew cautiously nearer, they could all hear the words buried in her sobs. "Oh, dear God, what have I done?" Chapter 35. Trin couldn't wait any longer. She stood outside Pia Bront's RV, pounding on the door, but nobody answered. No lights were on inside. Had she gone somewhere? Now, of all times? A soldier approached. "She's not here. I think she might have been looking for you. I saw her leave a few minutes ago." Fuck! She glanced at her watch. Only 15 minutes until showtime, and she'd still have to work her way through the crowd to find Aisha and her dancers, make sure the others were where they needed to be, and get herself situated to begin her own part of the ritual. At this point, she'd have to hurry, and might even have to use magic to make sure she made it on time. "Okay, get to your position. Never mind Dr. Bront. She knows what she's doing." The man nodded and hurried off, leaving Trin to steam for a moment. The damned woman had been content to stay inside all week, and now, at the last minute, she decided to go for a walk? She sighed loudly. The world was full of fucking idiots. That was the only explanation for why things kept going wrong. No helping it now, though. She spun and set off toward the center of the playa, pushing her way through the crowds gathering to celebrate the end of another Burning Man and watch the festivities as the man burned. All around her, people were dancing, screaming, drinking, singing, waving all manner of light sticks and flashlights and flaming torches. She smelled everything from liquor to marijuana to the sharp tang of energy drinks, mingling with the low-hanging funk of thousands of or underwashed bodies in close proximity. Go ahead, celebrate, she thought, eyes glittering in malicious amusement. Do it while you can. Pretty soon you'll be screaming, and I'll be celebrating. Just to be safe, she did use her magic to get her over the crowd. She had visions of getting hung up by some collection of moshing hippies and missing the start of the ritual, and the thought pissed her off enough that she shifted to invisibility and soared above the group, zooming over their heads toward the large tent they'd set up on the inner edge of the playa circle, on the border of the open area. The others were already there, and they looked restless. "Where the hell have you been?" the mob boss demanded, as he and the others converged around her. "I'm here now," she growled. She looked around and spotted Aisha outside, standing on a ladder, giving final instructions through a bullhorn to the crowd of eager dancers arrayed around her. Turning back to the other leaders, she said, "Okay, it's almost time. Please tell me the soldiers got the last circle points up and running." "They did," said the actress. "They reported back about half an hour ago." "And they're manning them all, ready to go?" "They're ready," the mob boss said. You? Trin ignored his tone. You guys know what you're supposed to do, right? We're not stupid, the military man said. When the portal shows up, we all focus on it and concentrate on home. Is that really all we need to do? That's all, Trin said. The way the portal's designed, it needs an imprint to point it at the right place. It will be focused on your minds. The stronger all of you concentrate, the easier it will be. Her gaze hardened. That part's all on you. I'll be directing the ritual, so I can't split my concentration. If you guys screw it up and the portal ends up pointing at the wrong place, don't blame me. Just keep your eyes open and you'll know when to do it. This better work, the mob boss muttered. Just do your job and it will, she said, glaring at him. I need to go now, so you're on your own. She flashed a nasty grin at them, then disappeared out through the flap. Several soldiers loitered around outside, doing a decent job of concealing the sidearms they carried. Trin motioned one over. You have your orders, yes? The soldier, a hard-eyed man in a tight tank top, nodded. Yeah, got a group hanging out here keeping everybody away from the tent, and another big group spreading out to make sure the crowd doesn't get too close to the ritual. Trin returned the nod. Good. And they know to keep an eye out for Stone and his crew, right? Yeah, we got it. If we see him, we'll take him out. He headed off to join his compatriots, and Trin continued on her way. Aisha was finishing up with the dancers. As Trin approached, she called through the bullhorn. Okay, everybody, you know what to do. Get into positions and let's get out there and have some fun. The dancers cheered and moved off, spreading themselves out around the wide, empty expanse between the gathered crowd and the towering form of the man. Each of them carried a burning torch. In the darkness, the points of light bobbed around, tracing out a large and intricate circle as they all took up their positions. More showed up than I thought, Aisha told Trin, over the pounding beats of the dueling musical selections coming from various areas throughout the crowd. She descended the ladder. I think they're excited. They're excited about the party afterward, Trin said, contempt showing in her eyes as she watched them. Too bad there won't be one. Is everything ready? She nodded. Better get going. The man's going up any minute now. And indeed, the thousands of people in the crowd seemed to sense that the moment they'd been waiting for was at hand. A cheer began to build, low at first, and then rising to a crescendo as nearly every one of them screamed into the night sky. Here we go, Trin said, and her smile was frightening. Stone knelt next to the sobbing Pia Brant, trying to get through what looked increasingly like a complete mental breakdown, as all the things the woman had done and participated in caught up with her at once. Dr. Brant, please, he said, his voice soft but urgent. You have to help us. We need you, please. No, she moaned. No, just let me die. Let me kill myself. My daughter. Oh, God, honor my child. I just stood there and let them kill her. Oh, my God. Her words shifted to muttered German as she wrapped her arms around her drawn-up knees and began to rock back and forth. Stone put a gentle hand on her shoulder. Dr. Brant, I'm terribly sorry for your loss. We all are. I'm so sorry to have to do this to you now, but if you don't help us, all the people here will die, and a lot more besides. We have to stop them. Pia, please. You remember me from the symposium? Remember we spoke? Alastair Stone, we talked at the dinner, remember? Her reddened eyes, tears carving runnels through the dust on her face, came up to meet his for a second, then dropped again. I can't. Her voice was full of desperation. Please, just leave me alone. 5 to 9, Doc. Verity murmured. Behind Stone, she, Jason, and Shara divided their attention between the scene in front of them and the crowd behind them, all gathered around to watch the man burn. Stone didn't appear to have heard her. "Dr. Brant, Pia, please, you must tell us what they're planning. Please, tell us." He kept his voice gentle, leaning in close to her ear. "You can't change what's happened. None of us can. But you can save other people, other children from this. We can stop it, Pia. We can. I promise we can. But you have to tell us. Is it a portal or some kind of summoning?" That got through when nothing else had. What? She looked at Stone, confused. "Which is it, Dr. Brant? A portal or a summoning?" She took a deep, hitching breath, glancing off toward the man. "Both," she whispered, and dissolved once more into sobs. Brant's statement had an immediate effect on Stone. He stiffened, pulling back from the sobbing woman, his eyes going unfocused. "No." "What?" Verity demanded. "What did she mean, both?" Stone didn't answer. Instead, he leaned back in toward Brant. "Dr. Brant, I'm sorry, but I need to know the rest. Please, we don't have much time." Brant swallowed, shaking. She appeared to be trying to get herself together, but failing. "They—" She shook her head and looked down at the ground again. A chill worked its way up Stone's spine, and it had nothing to do with the cooling of the night air. Suddenly, with a clarity that was almost physically painful, he knew what the evil were planning. "Dr. Brant," he said, spacing his words with great care, "are they planning to summon a spirit to cool the portal?" She nodded, wordlessly. "Is there some sort of ritual involving dances connected with it?" Again, she nodded. She took a couple of breaths, coughed, and got out. The spirit, I don't know the ritual, it's Trin's doing. The spirit will help to bring the portal into being. The whole area is a circle. It's all set up, the man and the circle connected." "Bloody hell," Stone whispered. "And the dance?" "To help bring the spirit," she sobbed. "And sacrifices, blood." She began to cry again. "Oh, God, what have I done? What have I helped with?" Stone closed his eyes for a moment, trying to process the sheer enormity of what the German researcher had just revealed. "What's going on?" Jason demanded. "What are they doing? What did she mean by sacrifices?" Stone scrubbed at his face with his hands, pushing them up into his hair as he let his breath out. "Bloody hell. They're trying to do the same sort of thing that Stefan tried, only on a much, much larger scale." His head snapped up. Without looking at his friends, he said in a monotone, "They've somehow made the whole playa into a ritual circle, including the man, right under our noses. They're planning to summon some sort of enormous spirit to either help them bring the portal up, or to bring it up itself. The dancer's ritual will help bring the spirit, but it will want blood." "Oh, God," Jason said from behind him. "Luna." Stone didn't respond to that. He addressed Brant again. "Dr. Brant, this spirit, once it calls up the portal, then what?" She swallowed several times and swiped her hand across her face. It will use its power and the power from the circle to sustain the portal until it's drawing full power from the ley lines. The others will calibrate it. The others? The other leaders. It will take its location from their minds." "Dr. Stone?" Stone didn't answer, continuing to stare at Brant in horror. "Dr. Stone, I think we need to get moving." It was Verity, and her voice sounded urgent. He turned to face her. "What? Why?" She pointed. Whatever they're doing, I think it started. Stone, along with Jason and Shara, turned to follow where she was pointing. A cheer had begun in the crowd, once again rising to a shrieking crescendo as, far off in the center of the playa's cleared-out area, someone lit the base of the towering wooden man on fire. The blaze roared up around the structure and consumed its feet, rising much more quickly than it should have. There was a vast whoomp sound, followed by another cheer from the crowd that abruptly grew louder and more primal as a series of red beams like enormous lasers shot out 12 different points around the circle, each one terminating at points near the top of the man. The crowd, thinking this was all part of the show, indicated their approval with wild yells and whoops, waving their glow sticks and torches high above their heads. Only a small subset of those present, including Stone and his friends, saw what else was happening. Some sort of vast, dark, vaguely humanoid thing, almost as tall as the fiery man and the platform it stood on, had begun forming in the center of the playa. Chapter 36. Stone leapt to his feet, which was a mistake. He immediately swayed and would have fallen if Jason hadn't grabbed him and propped him up. "I'm all right," he snapped, shaking free of Jason's grip. He hadn't taken his eyes off the figure. "What is that thing?" Verity demanded, eyes wide, staring up at it. "Holy shit, it's like 50 feet tall!" "What's it doing?" Jason yelled. Stone wasn't listening. "Come on," he said. "We have to get over there." "Al, there's 40,000 people between us and there," Jason protested. "How are we gonna—" "Verity, Shara, grab him. There's no time for subtlety now." Stone took a couple of breaths, willing his weakened body to obey him. Frustration gripped him. For all his magical power, vastly augmented by the presence of the ley lines, he couldn't do a damn thing about the fact that his body was exhausted from dealing with the effects of the drugs Trin had given him. He didn't have time to be exhausted right now. "Go! Now!" He gripped Jason's arm. "And keep your shields up." "What about Dr. Brandt?" Shara asked, with a brief glance back at the sobbing researcher, who'd sunk back down into a little ball in the dust. "She'll either be all right or she won't." Stone realized how callous he must sound, but he didn't have time to explain to the others just how dire the situation had gotten. Throughout the week, he'd begun to doubt that the evil could be planning a portal, mostly because the sheer amount of materials required to do so would have been nearly impossible to hide, especially since any kind of large standard portal would require days of setup. He had thought they were more inclined to construct a summoning circle to bring over a large quantity of evil, which would have been bad enough, but at least it would have been by its very nature finite. As any mage knew, summoning circles could only be maintained for a relatively brief amount of time, so even if the evil were able to open the equivalent of a massive pipeline to their own home dimension, the number of their fellow spirits they could bring over would be limited by their ability to maintain the circle. This, however, was the worst of both worlds. It hadn't even occurred to Stone that the evil might try a vast-scale version of what he and Stefan had been attempting to do back home. Bring over an actual spirit to aid them. In this case, to open the portal for them, so they could then use the circle and the spirit's own power to bolster it until it was self-sufficient, permanently fed by the gargantuan magical energy of the 10 intersecting ley lines. With that kind of power supplying it, it would take nothing short of a nuclear blast to even have a chance of knocking it out. And even then, it wasn't a sure bet. If the evil succeeded in sustaining this portal long enough for it to become permanent, there would be essentially no way to shut it down. All these thoughts flew through his mind in a flash. His body might not be at its best, but there was nothing wrong with his mind. They continued running as he called, "Up and over!" and levitated both himself and Jason up above the heads of the seething, screaming crowd. Eyes fixed on the spirit, he sensed rather than saw Verity and Shara doing the same thing, extending their own shields to cover Jason as well as themselves. They didn't even bother with disregarding spells or invisibility. They didn't need to. As the spirit solidified into a dark, semi-translucent form that blotted out the light of the stars and the burning form of the man, the crowd began to notice it. Their screams grew louder. They still amazingly thought this was all part of the show. The glowing red shafts of the lasers still radiated toward the top of the man, spiking over the heads of the crowd. The music still played, and the dancers still danced. Both the ritual group and the other impromptu dances that had broken out among the crowd. Stone and his group might as well have been dressed in glowing suits and be flying patterns in the sky, and the majority of the crowd wouldn't even have noticed them, let alone rip their attention away from the spectacle of the man long enough to look at them. Some people did notice them, though. As they reached the inner part of the crowd and began to drop down, the loud cracks of gunshots cut harsh breaks into the ambient happy yells and cheers and rock music. Bullets banged off their magical shields. "They're shooting at us!" Verity yelled. "What the fuck?" Jason's gaze was everywhere at once, trying to spot the shooters by the muzzle flashes. "Guns? Not many of them are mages," Stone said, dispassionately raising his hand and plugging one of the shooters with a spell. "You three will have to deal with them, I think. Stay together, and Jason, keep yourself inside Verity's and Shara's shields. And be careful. I predict it will be very soon when the crowd realizes something's wrong and turns into a mob." "Where are you going?" Jason demanded, as the four of them touched down on the other side of the crowd. "I need to stop that spirit," he said grimly. "Can you do that?" Verity asked, her eyes huge. "No idea, but you lot can't, so it's up to me." "What about the dancers?" Shara asked. Two gun-toting evil took a beat on them, and she took them down with a concussion beam from each hand. Some of the people closest to the front of the crowd seemed to have realized there were guns out, and several scuffles broke out as they panicked and tried to flee. "Never mind them. Their part's over now." Stone glanced around, getting his bearings, then began to talk fast. "The other thing you need to do is take out as many of the leading evil as you can. Verity, don't evict them. Knock them out. As many as you can. Try not to kill them. If we can keep them in their bodies, we can take them out of the fight. Got it?" Verity nodded, pale with fright. "What are we going to do if the crowd stampedes?" "Keep your shield up and keep your wits about you. They'll probably run away from us if they freak out," Jason said, looking grim. "They'll be more danger to each other than to us." Another ragged cheer rose from the crowd. "I have to go now," Stone snapped. "Look, it's summoning the portal." The rest of them looked where he pointed. Next to the spirit, a swirling vortex, almost as tall as it was, began to form in the air around the flame-clad man. "Holy fuck," Jason breathed. "That thing's huge." "How long will it take to become permanent?" Verity asked. More armed evil approached. She and Shara cut them down with casual ease, their ley line augmented powers more than equal to the task. Bullets ricocheted off their shields from smarter assailants who were shooting from cover. A round hit a woman in the front of the crowd, and she screamed and went down. "I don't know." Stone's voice was tight with tension. He didn't take his eyes off the growing portal. "Maybe 15 minutes? It's a guess. I've never seen anything like this before. Now go!" Before they could stop him, he turned and moved off toward the towering spirit. "Come on," Jason said. "You heard Al. We've got to find those leaders. Can you guys find them magically?" "I don't think so," Verity said. They were safe for the moment. Most of the evil soldiers seemed to have figured out that they were wasting their bullets trying to pierce the magic shields, so they'd fallen back.
Not unless any of them are mages, or they've got a lot of magical energy around them. Maybe that chick Alastair was talking about is with them, Shara said.
Verity shifted to magical sight and looked around, but cringed back almost immediately as if she'd been struck.
No chance, she said, wincing. Don't even try it, Shar. Between the spirit, the portal, and all the residual magic from that big honkin' ritual, magical sight lights up like a strobe. No way we're gonna pick 'em out.
Okay, Jason said. Let's get moving then. They've got to be around here somewhere. Maybe a bunch of those guys with guns are near them. He looked first up at Verity and then at Shara. How long are you guys going to be able to hold those shields up?
Verity shrugged. No way to know, but I'm not feeling it at all yet. With the ley lines, probably quite a while. If they're supposed to be calibrating the portal with their brainwaves or something, they probably have to be close, Shara said, considering how many extra brainwaves there are around here.
Jason scanned the crowd. The problem was, the empty area in the middle of the playa, with the man in its center, was nearly a mile across from one side to the other, and people and tents lined most of it. The hysteria of the group nearest them didn't appear to have reached the other side yet, but he and Verity and Shara had no idea where the evil's leaders might have hidden themselves.
Hey, Verity said. I have an idea. Come on, let's move. We gotta find some more of those guys with guns.
She started forward. Shara followed, and after a couple of seconds so did Jason, so as not to get out of the protective aura of their shields.
Why?
He demanded.
These guys remember what happened to him, she said. If I can evict one of them, we can ask them to tell us where the bosses are. If he doesn't have an evil inside anymore, he won't have any reason not to tell us.
Great idea. He glanced around, but the evil soldiers seemed to have vanished behind cover, perhaps fearing exactly what Verity planned to do. Come on, let's go faster. The sooner we deal with these guys, the sooner we might be able to do something to help Al. In a tiny structure not far from where the man burned and the spirit began to channel its power into the nascent portal, Trin, hidden under a disregarding spell, focused on the ritual. She would never have admitted it to anyone, but she was more than a bit astonished that this giant Rube Goldberg contraption of a ritual she'd worked out with Bront was actually functioning. She'd more than half expected the whole thing to blow up in their faces, and had spent significant time the past week working out contingency plans for getting the hell out if that happened. But no. Aisha's collection of hippies, despite being no doubt stoned off their asses, had managed, under the woman's skillful direction, to pull off the steps and hit the marks of the circle within a circle that comprised their stage. Trin had been able to take that energy and combine it with the massive amount of additional force generated by the crowd and the ley lines, and send out a call to the spirit, which was one she'd found a reference to in one of the books she'd had Zack steal for her. The reference had been not only to this particular spirit, which was reputed to be of a power level that Trin would never have risked summoning under normal circumstances, but also to a way to tailor the ritual in such a way so that whatever resulting spirit you were able to summon would, in exchange for payment — spirits never did anything for free, and that was one of the first things every mage learned — open up a gateway to another dimension. Dr. Bront's part of the effort was to work out exactly how to make sure the spirit chose the correct dimension, and not just some random one that suited its alien fancy. That was all for later, though, and out of Trin's hands now. In truth, neither she nor her other cared much at this point whether the portal was opened correctly or not. Although there were certain advantages to having an endless supply of soldiers flooding through, and in need of someone to direct their efforts once they got here, Trin and her other had adapted well, perhaps even the best of all the top echelon evil, to life on Earth with no possibility of contact with home. The only thing she would get from the portal is more minions to order around, something she could take or leave. No. Right now, Trin focused on two things. making sure the spirit received the payment it was promised for its help, because pissing off spirits the size of high-rise apartment buildings never went well, and redirecting the energies of the ritual to rejigger the original terms of the agreement to something more in line with her own goals. The latter bit was the hard part. Changing the terms of an agreement with something as large, nasty, and powerful as this spirit was usually a very bad idea. In this case, though, it wasn't as hard as it might have been, because, contrary to what foolish mages more often tried to do, Trin was altering the agreement to the spirit's advantage, by offering it more than she'd originally promised. The only difficult part was waiting for the spirit to examine all the sides of the deal, and make sure Trin wasn't trying to put something over on it. Since she wasn't, she was confident things would end up in her favor. As for the other payment, the original one, Trin sent the thought through the rudimentary link she'd established as part of the summoning. Whenever you're ready, they're all yours. She sensed the spirit's satisfaction as it redirected part of its focus. It had plenty to spare, to claim its due. Stone once again cursed his own body. He trudged forward, moving far more slowly than he should have been able to, having to pause frequently to rest. His body shook, both from hunger. The small bowl of soup hadn't been nearly enough sustenance after not eating for the better part of a day, and from the lingering effects of whatever Trin had drugged him with. Even though the playa was cooling off now that it was full dark, he was sweating and having a hard time getting a deep breath. Would he be able to do this? Despair clawed at his mind as he forced himself to keep going. The spirit was the biggest he'd ever seen. Nobody in their right mind would risk summoning such a thing, because they almost certainly wouldn't be able to control it. Spirit sizes didn't necessarily correlate with power levels. He had seen tiny spirits with enough magical potency to level city blocks, and large ones who could barely manage to remember why they were here. But even without using magical sight, he sensed the sheer force of this one. If this thing got loose, it could easily go on a rampage and take out thousands of people, or more. Possibly many, many more, before enough mages managed to get together and coordinate well enough to have even a chance of banishing it. Trin had gotten around the requirement of having a large group of mages present to summon it by taking advantage of both the ley line confluence and the sheer number of people present. Their mental energy all focused on the same thing, the man. These, and using the dancer's sub-ritual as sort of a mystical tinder pile to touch the whole thing off, allowed her to call up something far larger and more dangerous than she'd ever be able to manage on her own, or even with a few others. Trin was smart, Stone gave her that. Smart, clever, and a straight-up psychopath. Never a good combination to go up against. He had no idea how she'd survived the destruction of the burning house where he'd last seen her more than 4 years ago, or why she hadn't come after him sooner than this. But right now, he didn't care. She was here, and she was, in her own way, every bit as dangerous as the spirit. Especially since it wasn't just her he was dealing with, but also the evil inside her. Where was she, anyway? He'd need to take her out, too, and that wouldn't be easy. Not normally, and certainly not in his current state. She'd gotten a lot tougher since he tangled with her last, and she'd have the same advantage from the ley lines as he would, as well as a body that wasn't threatening to betray her at any moment. He paused again, swaying, and drove down the grayness rising in his vision. He would not pass out now. If he did, he was dead, and so was everyone else around here. The thought contained no ego or conceit. It was simply a fact. Aside from himself, with help from Verity, Shara, and Jason, there was no one else to end this. He stopped again as screams sounded to his right, somehow rising louder and more agonized than those coming from the increasingly panicked crowd. He risked a glance and stared, eyes wide with shock. The dancer's circle was about 50 feet in diameter. There were about 40 of them, spaced out around its perimeter and arranged at various points inside, all of them performing the same precise but simple steps. Or they had been. Now their shrieks of agony broke through the crowd's cacophony as some unseen force simply tore them to pieces. That was the only way Stone could describe it. He stared, shocked, unable to look away as the whirling dancers exploded in a mist of red haze and spinning limbs, as if someone had dropped a massive, invisible bomb into their midst. He risked a quick glance using magical sight, and saw exactly what he expected to see. The energy, glowing like a small, multicolored sun, coalesced into a ball and flew toward the spirit. It joined with the massive thing's dark form and disappeared into it, and the spirit itself grew a little larger, its darkness a little more substantial. Stone, who had never been squeamish about looking at scenes of carnage, staggered back and nearly fell. "Bloody hell," he whispered. For the briefest of moments, the images of Rosie and Wendy flashed through his mind. Now he knew how Trin had gotten the spirit here, what she had promised it. Unlike the ritual he and Stefan had done, where the smaller spirit had been content with symbolic blood offerings, there was nothing symbolic about what this one wanted. He doubted very much that it would be satisfied with only taking the dancers. Grimly, he forced himself forward again. For now, the spirit wasn't paying him any attention. He had to take advantage of that time because he didn't think it would last much longer. He didn't know how much control Trin had over it at this point, but if she figured out he was here, things could get even uglier than they already were. Chapter 37. Luna! There was no way Jason, Verity, and Shara could have missed the gruesome spectacle that took the dancers. It happened directly in front of them as they continued fighting their way forward, shoving aside screaming people who fled in all directions. Jason almost ran. He almost broke free of his friends and hurled himself toward the bloody scene, in the vain hope that he might be able to save her somehow. He would have done that, except that Verity's hand clamped on his arm and held him with more strength than he thought she had. "No, Jason!" she yelled in his ear. He spun on her. "Fee, what if she's—" Tears streaked her cheeks, and her face had gone pale, but her expression held resolve. "You can't go! They'll shoot you!" He knew she was right. He knew a lot of things in that few seconds. If Luna had been among the dancers, she was certainly dead, vaporized along with the rest. He didn't love her. He barely knew her, but that didn't change the fact that he might have. He wanted to do something, anything other than cower under his sister's protection and be as ineffectual as a child trying to help in a task he couldn't hope to perform. "Fuck!" he screamed into the sky. Verity's arms went around him in a hard, quick hug. "Come on," she said, her tone grim. "We have to find the evil." Next to her, Shara pointed her hand at a soldier who hadn't got the message. He carried what looked like a small submachine gun and opened it up on them with a hail of fire. As before, the rounds ricocheted off and took down several of the panicked crowd. Then, a small, localized sandstorm whipped up around the soldier and lifted him from his feet, dashing him to the ground several yards away. He scrambled up, grabbed his gun, and ran. "Shit!" Verity yelled, letting go of Jason. "We need him! Come on!" Jason, still struggling with the insane desire to run to the site of the dance ritual, gritted his teeth and forced himself to focus. He couldn't do magic. He had to do what he was good at and keep his head together. "There!" he yelled, pointing as he spotted the fast-moving figure. Verity took aim and tried to get a bead on him with a spell, but too many straggling, panicked crowd members blocked her line of sight. "Damn it!" she snapped, moving forward. "Don't let him get away!" As one, the three of them rushed forward again, trying not to pay attention to the fact that the ground they ran over was now soaked in blood. From her little shelter, Trin watched the spirit devour the dancers with a gleam in her eye and her snake smile on her lips. Through her link with it, she felt its satisfaction as it consumed their life forces and added them to its own. She felt it grow more powerful and watched the shifting lights of the portal correspondingly grow more distinct. It wouldn't be long now. She wouldn't have to focus on the spirit much longer. It had its instructions, and so far it was following them as expected. The infusion of the dancer's life forces had quelled any residual reluctance. Now that it was convinced she wasn't going to renege on her promise, it released more of its vast reservoir of power into the construction of the portal. At this rate, the thing would be solidified in a few minutes. If the others in the tent did their jobs, it would be pointed at their own dimension, and the reinforcements would start to come through. She sent the spirit another thought through the link. Let them finish establishing the location for the portal to point to. Then you can have them. Then, after the portal is self-sustaining, you can remove your power from it, and you can have the rest of the people here. Everyone but me. Got it? She felt its astonishment. As much as an ancient and completely alien spirit can experience such an emotion, and pleasure at this unexpected gift. She fully expected that once the spirit completed the process of holding the portal in place long enough for the ley lines to take over and sustain it indefinitely, it would break free of her control and run rampant. She didn't care. As long as it didn't kill her, she didn't care if it took out everyone else in the area. The location of Burning Man was remote enough that, by her knowledge of summonings and how they worked, the odds were about even that it would devour everyone here and then return to its home plane. Or it would decide it liked these tasty little morsels and set off in search of more of them. Either way, it made no difference to Trin as long as she wasn't one of the morsels. Eventually, it would tire of the sport and return home, and she would be left with either a whole flock of new soldiers to command, or simply a world minus a few more people where she could go back to her business. Giving the spirit explicit permission to devour both the evil's leaders and the thousands of others present, though, was about the best armor Trin could give herself against becoming a meal herself. She still planned to take no chances. No spirit liked to be summoned away from its home plane, even if the summoning was a polite request laced with tasty goodies. So it was always possible it would turn on her. But she would have plenty of time to get free of the area before she became interesting enough to the spirit that it would pull itself away from its larger meal. All right. That was done. It had its instructions, and it would follow them because it was to its advantage to do so. That meant she had some time, at least a few minutes, before the portal was solid enough that the spirit could begin eating the others, and probably a few after that while it claimed its new prizes. Now it was time to find Stone. She knew he wasn't dead. If he'd gotten away from her, he was out there somewhere. And if he was out there, then no way was she going to let the spirit have him. He was hers. She'd been cheated out of watching him die before, but she wouldn't be again. If he was alive, if he could move, he would be here somewhere, in the thick of the action, trying in vain to come up with a way to take down her spirit. She smiled. He was so amusing when he thought he had the power to do anything he wanted to. Still wreathed in her disregarding spell, she stepped out of her shelter and headed off to find him. The panic had not yet reached the outer edges of the ring of people surrounding the Playa Center, though the mutterings grew louder as some began to realize that whatever was going on near the man was not part of the festivities. The red lasers still spiked out toward the top of the man, terminating at points around the circle. Scattered fires burned as the lasers ignited the tents where the ritual points had been hidden, and began to spread to other nearby structures. Huddled next to a darkened van where Jason, Verity, and Shara had left her, Pia Brandt gradually emerged from her black despair to realize that something was wrong around her. A quick glance up at the man and the shifting portal forming around it told her everything she needed to know. Against all odds, Trin had succeeded in her mad plan. Some part of her, some deep corner of her mind that made her ashamed to even acknowledge it, felt pride as she took in the scene. Her theories, some of which had been called absurd and insane by other researchers, were validated. There was proof right there, a portal, and not just a simple one, but a portal large enough to drive a steamship through, had been created without the expenditure of the vast amounts of money, materials, and magic power that were usually required. The ley line confluence, combined with Trin's bizarre summoning ritual, had done what current magical science thought impossible. She wished she had never seen any of that research. "Oh God," she whispered, as once more visions of Anna appeared in her mind, and memories of her own cold voice ordering her daughter's execution mocked her. More than anything in the world, she just wanted to be dead right now. She wanted all of this, the memories, the knowledge, existence, to go away. She shook her head. Not yet. She didn't deserve it yet. She remembered Stone and the others and what they were trying to do. If there was any way she could help them, she didn't deserve to take the easy way out. Not until she knew for sure that there was nothing more she could do. Using the van as a brace, she dragged herself to her feet, put up her shield, and began struggling against the crush of the crowd toward the middle. Stone's shaking worsened the closer he got to the center of the playa. A couple times he dropped to his knees, heedless of the pain as the harsh playa dust ripped into his skin, already scabbed over from when he'd fallen on the way to the hippies' camp. Nausea rose, and the grayness threatened to consume him again. Will or no will, he didn't know how much longer he would be able to hold it together. Seeing a discarded water bottle on the ground, he snatched it up, took a long drink, and poured the rest of it over his head. The tepid water combined with the chill growing in the night air to drive away the grayness, for a moment at least. He had to do something. Even with the burning buildings, the growing multi-hued brightness of the portal, and the various light sources carried by the panicky crowd, he feared he wouldn't be able to locate Trin. If she was smart, and he was certain she was, she'd conceal herself from prying eyes. At this crucial stage of the ritual, interruption could be catastrophic. He knew his primary objective was to stop the spirit from augmenting the portal's energy. If he could do that, then the ley lines wouldn't have time to operate, to mesh themselves with the portal's matrix and join with it to make it permanent. But how was he going to do it? He stared up at it, his frustration growing. His legs shook. He swiped an angry hand across his forehead, flinging drops of sweat and water in every direction. His breath, coming through gritted teeth, sounded harsh in his ears. He had to do something, damn it. Before it had conscious thought to guide it, he brought both hands up, put them together as if he were executing a two-handed hold on a handgun, and pointed his index fingers at the spirit's head. He screamed out a series of incoherent syllables at sufficient volume that the mere effort of yelling almost knocked him over backward, and sent out a shaft of pure, magical force at the thing. The ley lines did their job. Even with his shield up, even with his body barely responding to his mind's instructions, it was probably the most powerful spell he'd ever cast. He held nothing back, letting the dark thing have his best shot. If for no other reason than he had to take some action or he would go insane with frustration. The spike of pure white energy, as big around as the water bottle he'd just picked up, flew unerringly from Stone's hands, tracking an arrow-straight path to the shifting darkness of the spirit's head. and vanished into it without a trace. "No!" Stone screamed, his frustration growing with exponential fury. He fell to his knees again, his head thrown back, his face shrouded in despair. That had been his best shot. He was certain it would have punched through an inches-thick concrete wall like it was paper, and the spirit hadn't even noticed, let alone responded. It remained where it was, focused on the portal, which grew more substantial with each passing second. Stone thought he could see things moving on the other side, but that might just have been a trick of his mind. He blinked sweat and tears of anger from his eyes and continued looking up at the spirit. It ignored him, as it ignored everything else but the portal in front of it. "I can't do it," Stone murmured, his tone numb and lifeless. For a moment, he took his eyes off the spirit to look at what was going on around him. Everywhere, people were moving. The crowd was in full panic mode now, screaming, trampling each other, trying to move through with vehicles, setting any nearby structures on fire. Flames and smoke rose up to join the night sky, obscuring the stars in much the same way as the spirit was. A few people loitered in the center of the playa, but most of them seemed to have an instinctive idea that the large black figure standing by the man was something to avoid. He couldn't see Jason, Verity, or Shara. He hoped they were still alive and hadn't somehow been taken out by the evil's forces. What did it even matter? In an hour, they'd all be dead anyway. For a moment, he thought about giving up, about just sitting down where he was and waiting for the spirit to finish its work and make of him yet another snack, or for Trin to find him. There was a certain allure to it, to not have to always be part of the solution, to not have to be the one who made things happen. How conceited was that, to think that he could be? The feeling lasted for about 5 seconds, and that was only because his brain was running more slowly than usual. "No," he said aloud, and the sound was a defiant growl through gritted teeth. "I am not giving up. Not yet." He had no idea what he would do, but if he gave up now, there was no chance he could do it. Taking a deep breath, he trudged forward again toward the center of the playa. Chapter 38. Jason moved on inertia now. Frustration, grief, and a growing feeling of uselessness settled over him as he hurried along, following Verity and Shara, making sure to keep under cover of their shields as they chased down the evil soldier who still struggled to elude them. The soldier wasn't making it easy. He was small and wiry, and used the milling crowd to his advantage. So far, he was still in the middle area, which meant the crowd was sparse. If he made it to the edge, though, he could disappear into the massive herd of panicking people and make his escape. If he didn't get trampled first, of course. But Jason didn't think he cared much about that. The evil inside him knew what would happen if they caught him, if Verity got hold of him. He suspected that all the evil had a pretty good idea about Verity and what she could do. For the soldier evil, she was probably more frightening than Stone was. "Faster!" Verity shouted. She picked up speed, and next to her, Shara and Jason did likewise. They began to close the gap. The evil soldier would probably have made it if not for a very large, very drunk man in a Mickey Mouse t-shirt who lumbered into his path, clearly oblivious to anything going on around him as his fellow crowd members darted around in terror. The soldier didn't have time to change direction. He swung his little SMG around and ventilated the man, but couldn't stop in time to prevent himself from slamming into him before he fell. The two of them went down in a heap as the rest of the crowd screamed and ran away in all directions. As Jason, Verity, and Shara came running up, the soldier brought his gun around again and leveled it at them, letting loose with another spray that caromed off the shield and took out several more crowd members. Unfortunately for him, one of the rounds ricocheted and tore a chunk out of his own leg. He shrieked and dropped the gun. "Get out!" Verity screamed before he did it, pointing her hand at him. For a moment, it didn't seem as if it would work, but then the familiar gray puff of a weak evil wafted upward and disappeared. All three of them hurried up to the former soldier and dropped down next to him. "We've got you," Verity said. Jason snatched up the SMG and secured it, slinging it over his shoulder by its strap. The man, barely more than a teenager, sobbed in pain. "Oh, God, what's happening to me? It hurts! It hurts!" "We don't have time to heal him," Jason said, looking around. He felt uncomfortable enough not being on his feet when this many unpredictable human cattle darted around in aimless paths, but a quick glance at the portal told him they didn't have a lot of spare minutes. Verity grabbed the guy by the shoulders as Shara turned to keep a lookout to make sure nobody was approaching them. "Hey," she said to him, "we need help." "You need help?" he demanded. He clutched at her. "My fucking leg! It's bleeding! I'm gonna die!" Jason slapped him. Not enough to hurt him, but enough to get his attention. "Hey," he said, "listen to her." He began ripping a strip off the bottom of his grimy t-shirt to use as a binding for the man's wound. The kid looked at Jason, stunned, but settled down. "Huh?" "We need to know where the leaders are," Verity said distinctly. "The bosses. We know they're around here somewhere. Where are they?" For a moment, it looked like the man had no idea what she was talking about. He watched Jason tying up his leg with a kind of dissociated interest, and Jason saw he was going into shock from the gunshot wound. "Answer!" he yelled in the guy's ear. "The leaders!" Verity echoed. "Where are they?" He thought about it. Then something clicked into place in his brain. "Tent," he said, pointing. "Over there. They're all in there. That's what we were supposed to do. Keep people away from it. The big blue one. See it?" Jason looked, and he did see it. A massive pavilion-type tent, at least 3 times as big as the ones at their campsite. "Yeah," he snapped, standing up. "Come on, guys, I see it." "What about me?" the man demanded. "I'm dying here." They ignored him. Jason felt bad about it. During his old days at the police academy before he got expelled, he had been trained to help people in emergencies, to take charge of situations like this, and make sure whatever part of them were his responsibility were as secure as he could manage. To turn his back on somebody in need went against everything he was. But there were already thousands of people in need here. The only way he could help any of them was to help deal with the root of the problem, and that meant keeping up with Verity and Shara. They ran toward the tent. A head of stone, towering above him even more dramatically as he drew closer, the spirit continued channeling power into the solidifying portal. If he hadn't known what it was and what it represented, he would have found the portal to be almost painfully beautiful, its colors growing brighter and more dazzling as it continued to suck in energy as fast as the spirit could provide it. Around it, the man still burned. The flames had reached all the way to the top now, their tendrils licking up into the night like crazed cultists trying to touch their unseen god. The red lasers still pierced somewhere near the top of the man, reaching their way to the terminal points somewhere among the campsites. They had to be part of the ritual somehow. Trin wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of setting this up so carefully if it wasn't needed. Obviously, it wasn't intended to last for the long term, since the flames would soon consume the wooden form of the man, and the whole thing would collapse in on itself. But if it was meant to endure until that happened... Yes, Stone muttered. Maybe there was something he could do, after all. He took a step back and aimed with care. Not at the spirit this time, or the portal, but at the man itself. This time he split his hands, pointing one at the structure's head and one at the center of its body. Taking a deep breath and bracing himself, he let loose with 2 beams of energy. This time, the impact was more satisfying. The beams contacted the man exactly where Stone had been aiming, and their force blew it into pieces, sending hunks of flaming wood flying out in all directions. They crashed to the dust of the playa, still burning. Another loud, shrieking scream went up from the crowd. The red lasers winked out. "Yes!" Stone yelled, pumping his fist. Rather than draining him as he'd expected from casting 2 such large spells in his current condition, the small success energized him. Apparently, though, it had done nothing else. The spirit still remained where it was, unmoving and unscathed, focused on the portal. The portal itself also remained, shifting and shimmering, and becoming ever more substantial. Stone bowed his head. Maybe by destroying the man he'd done something he couldn't see, or stopped something he had no awareness of. But he had no way to know for sure. Before she'd gotten 100 yards from her little shelter, Trin saw the twin shafts of energy fly up from somewhere near the middle of the playa. She saw them hit the man, and she saw it fly apart. One of the flaming bits of wood almost reached her, crashing down only a few yards away. The lasers, which had really been for show more than anything else, something for the hippies to focus on while the spirit did its work, disappeared. Trin smiled. It had to be Stone. He was running true to form again. The man could be dying, and he'd still have to be a fucking show-off. This time, though, it would be his last mistake. Because now, she knew where he was. It couldn't have been anyone else. There weren't any other mages of Stone's caliber here, unless they'd been hiding themselves well throughout the week. The apprentice wasn't capable of that level of power, not even with the ley lines to help. She didn't think the granola girlfriend was either. That left Stone and herself. And once again, he had no idea she'd found him. This time, he wasn't going to get away, though. She'd make sure of that. No more subtlety. If she saw him, she would simply fry him with everything she had. She was sure he had a shield up, but she didn't think even his shields would be strong enough to repel her best attack in this magic-rich environment when he wasn't expecting it. Her step had a new spring as she moved forward. She broke into a jog, wanting to make sure he didn't move again before she got to him. Fortunately, there were nearly no other people this far into the center of the playa. The combination of the spirit, the portal, the gory vaporization of the dancers, and the general mayhem had scared almost all of them into a panicked herd that tried to move in the general direction of away. That left the open area empty, and made it easy to see the lone figure standing 10 yards or so away from the foot of the building where the man had been perched. She studied him for just a second. Lit as he was by the flickering of the portal, he almost made her think he appeared heroic standing there. A tiny figure poised against forces he couldn't hope to prevail against. Until she got a little closer and got a better look at him. There was no hiding it. Stone was falling apart. He was barely on his feet, his body shaking, his skin pale, hair hanging lankly over his drawn face. No trademark long black overcoat that she knew he wore to make himself look more intimidating. It was impossible to look intimidating in a ridiculously oversized hippie tank top and baggy shorts. All he looked was exhausted. His face a study in despair and hopelessness, as he no doubt realized there wasn't a damned thing he could do to stop what Trin had set into motion. She grinned as she raised her hands. Pia Brunt, her shield up to deflect the terrified crowd, broke free to the inner side of the circle. The trek had been arduous. She was neither large nor particularly strong, and shoving her way past dozens of bodies had taken the last of her energy. She blinked a few times and took in the scene. She saw the spirit, still where it had been standing, unmoving and focused and nearly solid black now. She saw the remnants of the man and the swirling rainbow colors of the portal looming 50 feet up into the night sky. The sight made her pause for a moment, a guilty sense of satisfaction coursing through her, a sense of that's there because of me. And then she remembered what it had cost, and what it would cost, and almost collapsed again. "No," she whispered, reminding herself of why she was here. She lowered her gaze from the towering things above her and swept it over what was going on down below. There wasn't much to see down here. Off to her left, off in the distance, the huge tent containing the evil's leaders loomed. She couldn't tell, but it looked like it might be on fire. Smoke rose from the area, but she couldn't see from this distance whether it came from there or from some other nearby tent. Before she could move in that direction, though, something caught her eye from the right. She turned, careful not to draw attention to herself, and tried to identify it. But nothing was there. Wait. There was. She shifted to magical senses, struggling to focus past the crazy, strobing madness from the portal, the spirit, and the ley lines. Then she saw it. A figure creeping toward the center of the playa under cover of a disregarding spell. Then the figure stopped and appeared to focus on something out farther into the center. It was Trin. Brant's eyes widened as she looked past her to see what had caught her attention. Another figure, standing alone and unprotected a little distance away from the man's wooden building, looked up at the spectacle taking place above his head. The other figure, she could barely make out, was stone. Instantly, she realized what was going on here. Stone didn't see Trin. He had no idea she was there. And Brant knew from her last couple of months' association with Trin how much she hated him, and how long she had plotted to have her revenge on him. There was no way this would end well. Trin raised her hands and pointed them at Stone's swaying figure. "No!" Brant screamed at the top of her voice. She was not a combat-trained mage. She had never been in a fight in her life except for her abortive attempt to fend off Verity's magic earlier that evening. She was a researcher. Almost all her magic focused on helping with her studies. But damn it, she was determined that her life would be worth something before she died. She couldn't hope to stop the spirit, or the portal, or even Trin. But maybe Stone could. She let loose with her best and only attack, a concussion beam that she'd learned as a teenager to protect herself when she had been at the university late and alone. It was not a strong attack, normally, but she hadn't taken into account the extra punch it got from the ley lines. It flew from her hands at the same moment that she yelled and slammed into Trin's shields. After that, several things happened. The attack didn't breach Trin's powerful magic protections, but she hadn't been expecting it, so it bowled her over, knocking her forward and onto her knees. Immediately she spun without even bothering to get up and spotted the source of the spell. Even from where she was, Brant saw Trin's eyes narrow dangerously, and saw her bring up her own hands. Right before Trin's spell reduced her to ash, though, she saw something else. Stone had heard her. He had noticed. He no longer faced the man and the portal and the spirit, but had turned his attention to Trin. Brant smiled as she died. Now she and Anna would be together again. She hoped that her daughter and God would forgive her for what she had done. Chapter 39. Jason, Verity, and Shara approached the tent. The soldiers had fallen back to protect it, and at least a dozen of them patrolled the area surrounding it, taking shots at any crowd member who got too close. Nearby, other tents burned, sending billowing clouds of dark smoke into the night sky. "What do we do?" Verity asked. "There's so many of them." "Got a spell that can take them all out at once?" Jason asked. He hefted the SMG, but didn't want to use it. Even in this hellish situation, he knew the soldiers were nothing more than possessed people. They didn't deserve to die for something that wasn't their fault, at least not if he could help it. She shook her head. They're too spread out for that. I don't know how well the shields will hold if they all open up at once, Shara said, scanning the group of soldiers. Looks like more than one of them have those guns. They had all noticed the man exploding, but they didn't know why it had happened, so they couldn't worry about it right now. They were all also painfully aware of how substantial both the portal and the spirit appeared. Are we sure there's still time? Jason asked. Nothing's coming through yet, Verity pointed out. I think that's a good sign. I just hope that spirit stays put and doesn't eat anybody else. Jason studied the tent. Could you knock that out? He asked, pointing. We need to stop them, and we need to hurry. That should at least break their concentration, yeah? Verity nodded. Yeah, but if they're armed and they all come out at once... Do it, Shara said. We can hold the shields long enough to knock them out. Verity gathered her power, and was about to let loose when a chunk of flaming fabric from a nearby tent, riding the light breeze, settled on top of the evil's own tent. Wait, Jason snapped. Look! In the time it had taken him to say that, the top of the evil's tent had already started to smoke, and in only a few seconds it had caught fire itself. Flame quickly began to consume it. The soldiers noticed almost as quickly as Jason and the others had. They began hurrying to the front entrance and pulling aside the flap, yelling for those inside to evacuate. In a moment, a series of about 12 individuals, male and female, old and young, came pouring out of the tent to mingle with the soldiers. Now! Jason yelled. Verity and Shara opened up into the throng with their concussion spells. Jason could tell that they were holding back on the power, trying to pummel the evil into unconsciousness rather than kill them. But the evil leaders, for their part, seemed to have no idea what was hitting them. The soldiers opened fire, but again their rounds could not get through the mages' shields. Some hurried toward them, jumping around and trying to form a visual distraction to break Shara's and Verity's concentration so they couldn't keep casting. But it didn't work. Several of the evil leaders dropped to the ground in heaps as the beams knocked them out. Don't let any get away, Verity yelled, plugging a blonde woman as she tried to skitter away past the burning tent. Look at the spirit, Jason called. He'd been watching it out of the corner of his eye, and now noticed that it had turned slightly, and seemed to be paying at least some attention to the scene at the tent. What's it doing? Verity fuzzed out for a moment, then came back, eyes wide. It's eating them, she said, breathless. What? The spirit, it's sucking out their evil, she said. It's eating it. One of the evil leaders, a balding man in expensive khakis, made a break for it, running not toward the crowd but away from it, keeping low and zigzagging, as if he had practice avoiding gunfire. No, you don't, Jason snarled, drawing the SMG and stepping away from Verity and Shara to get a better shot. Jason, no! Verity screamed. But it was too late. A bark of gunfire split the air, and a round from a soldier behind cover tore into Jason's arm and spun him around. Verity lost it. Jason! She screamed again, and let the fleeing evil have it, with a full-bore lightning bolt, as Shara took out the covered soldier. Between the two of them, they made short work of the last of the evil's leaders and their guardians as, behind them, their tent went up in flames, adding its chemical odor to the smells of blood and burning and refuse from dozens of tipped-over portable toilets. Keeping their shields up, the two of them ran over and dropped down next to Jason. He lay on the ground, writhing and clutching his arm. Jason! Verity yelled. Fuck, he said, through gritted teeth. I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry. Don't worry about that now, she said. We need to get you healed up and—
Just wrap it up, he growled. No time. Gotta find Al.
Verity looked back over her shoulder. I don't see any more of them.
Come on,
Jason said, teeth still clenched.
Wrap it up and let's go.
Verity didn't move, but Shara did. She tore a section off the bottom of her shirt and, much as they had done for the wounded soldier, wrapped it tightly around Jason's arm. Could be worse, she said. I think it went clear through. Try not to move it too much, though. She hauled him up to his feet where he swayed, going pale.
Yeah,
he said, looking around. Was the portal getting bigger? He couldn't tell, and the pain in his arm was distracting as hell.
Come on, we don't have much time.
Stone reacted instantly to Pia Brandt's shouted warning. As Trin spun around to incinerate the German researcher, Stone let loose with a blast of energy designed to punch through her formidable shield. He knew that if he didn't take her down fast, his body would fail him, and he wouldn't get another chance. It had to be now. The bolt hit Trin from behind, but she wasn't entirely surprised by it. It knocked her over again, only a small portion of it getting through. She rolled forward, diving for cover behind a nearby tent on the periphery of the center section. Stone, puffing, followed her. He couldn't let her hide. He began to feel as well as see that the portal was almost finished. One way or another, whether the evil had been able to calibrate it as they wished, it would be solid and permanent any moment now. Also, even with the extra energy from the ley lines, he couldn't keep pumping out magic forever. He already felt the rising grayness threatening to overwhelm him again. He didn't have time to mess around playing cat and mouse with Trin. A stray and terrifying thought struck him as he scanned the area for her. What if the evil hadn't been able to calibrate the portal? What if Verity and Jason and Shara had succeeded in their mission of taking out the evil's leaders before they were able to finish the job? That would leave the location of the portal's other side up to the spirit, and Stone was sure that wherever that was, it could quite likely be even worse than what the evil had planned, and he was well aware that was possible. Trin poked her head out from behind cover and unleashed a blast that blew Stone over backward, driving him back nearly 20 yards before he could stop himself. His shield held, barely, but his body screamed with protest from being slammed repeatedly around inside it. For a moment, he only lay on the dusty ground, stunned, staring up at the sky. It was nearly full black now, between the spirit and the smoke from the fires. The only bright point was the portal, which dominated the scene so completely that looking at it burned itself into his vision and made it difficult to see anything else. Quickly, he clamped his eyes closed and rolled over, trying to drag himself back to his feet. "Give it up, Stone," came Trin's mocking voice. "Just like last time, you're too weak to get the job done." Another blast slammed into him, but he rolled away from most of it, taking his own cover behind the man's wooden structure. Puffing, he knew he couldn't keep reacting to Trin's assaults. He had to go on the offensive if he was to have any hope of winning this. He dragged himself back up to his feet and peeked around the corner of the structure. Unless she had moved, she was still hiding behind the same tent. Near it, a battered VW bus, similar to the ones at Reyna and her group's camp, sat near the edge of the frontmost campsite on blasted-out tires. He wondered. He'd once told his previous apprentice Ethan that if the need arose, his magic was strong enough to allow him to lift a car. That was if he was in top shape, which he wasn't. But it also hadn't taken into account the ley line's assistance. Before he let the sane part of his brain talk him out of it, he focused on the vehicle and concentrated. Bright points of light sparked in his head along with shafts of pain. But when the van rose neatly up off the ground, he nearly dropped it in his astonishment. He bobbled it a moment, then flung it toward the tent where Trin presumably hid. He hoped no one else was inside, but right now he didn't have time to be concerned about that. The VW smashed down onto the tent, flattening it. Stone listened for any cries to indicate that he'd hit Trin, but he couldn't make anything out over the shouts and screams of the crowd. With another wrench of his power, he shoved the van over and off the tent. Keeping his shield up, he paused for several seconds and then cautiously approached it. She lay there, eyes scrunched shut, writhing. Blood ran from her nostrils and her ears. Her shield was still up, but it flickered ominously, flaring pink and red and white in spaces. Stone paused again, a few feet away from her, his own shield at full readiness. He didn't trust Trin, even injured. It looked like he'd scored a direct hit. Could it have been that easy? Was she... With a snarl, she lashed out with both hands toward him. Columns of flame shot from her fingers, dancing and licking with hungry eagerness around the perimeter of his shield. He staggered back. None of the fire made it through, but the shield did little to mitigate the heat. He had to struggle to hold his concentration and keep the shield up. His body felt like she'd plunged him into an oven. He feared that she would follow up that attack with another. But when he found her again, she was stumbling off toward more substantial cover. He'd hurt her. However strong she wasn't invulnerable, and now she was injured too, so it wasn't such a one-sided fight. He whirled his hand and whipped up a column of spinning dust around her, a tiny tornado of stinging projectiles. He knew it wouldn't get through, but with any luck it would disorient her. Risking another quick glance up at the portal, he was startled to see that it appeared to be almost completely opaque now, its reds and greens and purples and blues flowing together like an oil slick on a lake, only impossibly brighter and more intense. He only had maybe another minute before it was too late. He moved forward, pressing his attack, sending wave after wave of punishing magical energy at Trin's unsteady form. He knew he would regret this later, that he was pushing his body beyond what it was designed to take. But that didn't matter. Either he did this, or they were all dead. He thought her shield might be weakening. She wasn't giving up yet, though. With an enraged, inarticulate shriek, she spun and threw some kind of dark bolt at him. He dived, but didn't get out of the way in time. The bolt hit his shield and crackled around it, dropping him to his knees. In horror, he realized that the crackling energy was somehow eating its way through his shield, like some kind of magical decay. He'd never seen a spell like that before. However, the spell had not been without a cost for Trin. As Stone struggled to keep his shield up and get back to his feet before she could throw something else at him, he saw that she too had dropped to her knees, her skin gone dead white. Whatever that kind of magic was, it looked like it took as much, or possibly more, from the caster as it did from the target. Stone was breathing so hard now that he thought he would faint. The grayness rose again, and again he drove it back down. Whatever he was going to do, he had to do it now. His shield was failing, and if it went down and he hadn't acted before Trin got herself together, she would destroy him. He glared at her, his mind flooded with the images of what she had done to him, how many people she had killed trying to get to him. He let the rage add fuel to his magic as his own reserves failed. Reaching out with all his strength, he grabbed Trin and lifted her into the night air, higher and higher, until she had risen as high as the top of the portal. He felt her struggle to resist, but ignored it. For a second, he thought about chucking her through the portal itself, but he wasn't sure how that would play out. Instead, with a harsh scream that contained all of his anger and frustration, he flung her away, focusing on getting her as far away from himself and the portal and the spirit as he could manage. He didn't wait to see where she landed. He didn't care if he'd killed her or he hadn't. As long as she couldn't bother him for the next few minutes, that was enough. He had other things to do now, and he had no idea how he was going to do them.
Chapter 40. Jason struggled to keep up with Verity and Shara as they pushed their way through the stragglers from the crowd and toward the center of the playa. He held his arm close at his side, but already blood stained the makeshift bandage Shara had put on him. His breath sounded like a wheezy bellows in his ears. Verity must have heard or noticed, because she stopped, eyeing him with concern. "You gonna make it?" she asked, with a glance over her shoulder at the portal. "I have to," he rasped. "We gotta find Al."
"Let me take a minute and heal that. We don't have a minute," Shara said grimly. "Look at that thing. It's starting to pulse. Do you hear that?"
Both Jason and Verity paused, listening. Over the din of the crowd, a low-pitched hum began to rise. To Jason's ears, it sounded like an impossibly potent version of the sound you get when you plug an electric guitar into an amp with the volume turned up. "Oh shit," he breathed. "Is it starting?" "I don't know," Shara said, "but that can't be good." "We need to find Dr. Stone, fast," Verity urged. "Jason, can you go a little further? We'll help you." "I said I'm okay," he growled, and his voice sounded harsher than he'd wanted it to. "You just worry about you. Do your magic thing. I'll be fine." All around them, the playa lit up with small fires. Apparently, some subset of the multiple thousands of people in the crowd had either gotten scared enough, drunk enough, or angry enough to start a full-scale riot. Small groups of people ran past waving flaming torches, rebar tent pegs, wrenches, or any other sort of improvised weapons they could get their hands on. Vehicles from small cars to full-sized RVs tried in vain to fight their way out, paying little heed in their panic to people on foot. With a chill, Jason realized that some of the sounds he was hearing were the staccato roars of the small SMGs carried by the soldiers. If the soldiers were down and the guns were firing, that meant that the rioters had picked them up and were trying them on for size. "If we live through this, the casualties are going to be insane." Other groups, unarmed and terrified, also ran past them, clearly trying to find places to get away from the roving mobs of rioters. Jason's rage rose as two young women were set upon by a crowd of whooping men and taken down. He was an instant from flinging himself forward to try to help despite his injured arm, or letting loose with a volley from his SMG, when twin beams of force lanced out from Verity and Shara and sent the men careening off, screaming in pain, in 4 different directions. He looked at his sister and her girlfriend, and the expressions in their eyes, hard and cold and deadly, told him as nothing else could have that he no longer had to worry about protecting Verity. He still would, of course. He was her big brother, and that was his job, but he knew he didn't have to. He clapped Verity on the back with his good hand and shot her a fierce grin, which she returned. Ahead of them, the 2 women scrambled away with frightened backward glances. Verity grabbed his good arm. "Come on," she urged. He got himself going. "Head for the center. You know Al, he's gonna be in the middle of things." She nodded, and the 3 of them moved. Jason kept his SMG handy and swept his gaze back and forth, looking for leftover evil and anyone else who looked like they were paying too much attention to his group. The steroidal carrier hum of the portal increased in volume again. The thing was so bright and huge and alive that it dominated the entire scene in the center of the playa, its writhing, shifting depths pulsing in a slow rhythm that, as they watched, grew nearly imperceptibly faster with each beat. Even the gigantic black form of the spirit began to be dwarfed by it. "It's getting close," Verity said, and her voice shook. "Where is he? If he can't—" "There," Jason said, pointing with the SMG. "See? By the spirit." Verity and Shara both turned to follow where he was pointing.
What's he doing? Verity demanded. He's just standing there. He doesn't even have his shield up.
Jason squinted, trying to make out detail. She seemed to be right. Stone stood a couple of 100 yards away, a short distance away from the spirit. He appeared to be staring up at it. His only movement was a sway that told Jason that he barely remained on his feet. "He doesn't know what to do," he said in a monotone. Verity stared at him. She took a deep breath, then started off again. "Come on, maybe we can help." Jason didn't see how, but gritted his teeth against the pain and followed her. At least they could all die together, if nothing else. Stone didn't know what to do. He stared up at the spirit, at the portal, despair taking almost a physical hold of him. His body trembled, his mind spun with useless solutions, and for one of the first times in his life, he was forced to accept the possibility that he and his friends wouldn't be able to pull this one out of the fire at the last minute. The spirit was too big. He'd thrown his best shot at it, and it hadn't even flinched. It hadn't even noticed. It was as if he were a mouse trying to get the attention of a skyscraper. He wasn't even significant enough to rate getting squashed for his impertinence. And the portal, where he stood, the hum was so loud that he could feel it as clearly as he could hear it. It thrummed through his body, providing a jangling counterpoint to the clean, pure beats of the ley lines. The combination made his head spin, his stomach clench. The thing was so wrong, but it was so beautiful, too. Its colors were like nothing that occurred in mundane nature. Supernatural colors, in the literal sense of the word, above nature. He could stare at them for hours, if it weren't for the inherent, persistent sense that this thing simply should not be. It didn't belong here on Earth. He cursed the beings who had brought it here. He had, many times throughout his life, been accused of arrogance. The very act of magic, at least the way he practiced it, consisted of reshaping reality to conform to one's will, which he supposed was a pretty accurate definition of the word. But what the evil had done, what Trin had done, was beyond arrogance. She had summoned something she had no hope of controlling, and set it to a task that, if they were lucky, would only bring about the deaths of thousands of people. And that was just the initial wave, as it claimed its promised reward for what she had asked it to do. Anger, rage flowed through him, driving away the despair, but doing nothing to help him decide on a course of action. He had only seconds now. The thrum of the portal had grown so loud that it physically pounded in his ears and in his psyche, deafening him to everything but its unnatural heartbeat. If he couldn't somehow affect it, divert its attention at the very least, from that portal, the ley lines would finish doing their jobs and the portal would become part of the landscape of the earth, as permanent and immovable as a mountain or an ocean. But how could he get its attention if it wouldn't fight? It seemed that its entire purpose was to provide its energy to the portal, to keep it propped up until nature took its course. Somehow, Trin had figured out a way to summon it, promise it blood and payment, and convince it to do this job, just as... He froze. His body went so still that he might have been a statue. He'd said it before, it was just like a much more ambitious version of the ritual he'd done with Stefan, what seemed now to be years ago. That spirit, too, had seemed unstoppable. But he had stopped it. And then, instantly, he knew what he had to do. He had done it before, without the ley lines. He didn't know if they would help this time. He didn't have time to care. Fixing his gaze on the spirit, he raised his shaking arms. He focused his mind. He touched the conduit and felt the raging tide of energy straining to break free, held back by nothing more than his own will. He couldn't just nudge it open this time. That wouldn't be enough. The portal's hum grew louder and louder still. It was now or never. This would probably kill him, he knew that.
He pointed his hands at the spirit and opened the door. The power came. The pain came. And together, they were wonderful. Jason, Verity, and Shara skidded to a stop about 50 feet from Stone. "What's he doing?" Verity yelled, her eyes so huge that the whites were visible all around them. "Holy shit," Jason whispered. He, too, stared, unable to believe or to process what he was seeing. He wouldn't have thought, after looking at the towering, shining, multi-hued portal, that anything could possibly draw attention away from it. He was wrong. One moment Stone stood there, head bowed, shoulders slumped, looking like he would pass out at any second. The next, his head had jerked up, his body going rigid like someone had just plugged him into an electrical outlet. His expression went from hopelessness to a sharp, fierce clarity, his eyes shining with purpose. And then he raised his hands and his entire body began to glow with some kind of unearthly, silver-gold light that shone so bright it was hard to look straight at it. The light grew in intensity until Stone was nothing more than a humanoid sun, standing there in the dust and the darkness. From his hands, which were pointed at the spirit, erupted what Jason could only later describe in terms of a large-diameter hose, an impossibly high pressure. Stone wasn't so much casting the magic as directing it. His teeth were gritted, cords stood out on his neck, his whole body braced as if against some unseen onslaught that tried to sweep him off his feet. He looked simultaneously in agony and in ecstasy. The force itself glowed with the same silver-gold light that Stone himself was wreathed in. It wasn't lightning, nor fire, nor kinetic energy, nor any of the other types of damaging spells Jason had ever seen Stone throw. "What the hell?" he began, without looking away. He couldn't look away. Verity didn't answer. Neither did Shara. They were as transfixed by the scene as he was. 4 things happened then, almost simultaneously. The deluge of searing magical energy struck the spirit high up on its body, in the place where a human's chest would be. The spirit screamed. It wasn't an audible sound, but a psychic one, and winked out of existence, as if sucked into the vast maw of the world's biggest vacuum cleaner. A whole series of small, reddish-purple forms flew through the air and slipped into the same hole, which then disappeared into itself, as if it had never been. Verity and Shara both clutched their heads, let out little grunts of pain, and dropped as one to the hard, dusty ground. For a moment, so briefly that Jason wasn't even sure he'd seen it properly, a series of massive criss-crossing lines became visible, running straight and true in all directions as far as Jason could see, and converging on where Stone stood, his hands still upraised, facing the portal. The portal erupted, its strange heartbeat picking up speed until it thrummed so quickly that it became a single sound. And then it disappeared. And just like that, it was gone. No cosmic vacuum cleaner, no explosion, no sound, just gone. Jason, breathing hard, looked back at Stone. He had stopped directing the weird energy. For a moment he just stood there, unmoving, looking back up at where the spirit and the portal had been. And then he dropped like someone had cut his strings. Jason took a step toward him. But it was then, at last, that his injury and his exhaustion finally caught up to him. He could offer his body no amount of convincing that there was still something he needed to be awake for. As he dropped to his knees and lost consciousness, the last sight he saw was the stars overhead, obscured only by the drifting smoke of the fires around the playa and the bright searchlight of a single helicopter as it moved in slow circles around the area. Chapter 41. The first thing Stone noticed when awareness returned to him
was a persistent, annoying beeping. He didn't believe in any sort of afterlife, but he supposed the joke would be on him if hell turned out to be nothing but being stuck in a room with a rhythmic, incessant electronic beep that you could never stop. Or maybe this was heaven. In hell, the beep wouldn't be rhythmic. He opened his eyes. Either the afterlife looked like a utilitarian hospital room, or he hadn't managed to kill himself after all. He still wasn't sure which. He tried to sit up a little, just to see if he could. His body felt like it was encased in lead, but nothing hurt. Good drugs, most likely. Almost as if they'd hidden motion sensors in his bed, the door opened and a woman in purple scrubs appeared. "You're awake," she said, smiling. "How do you feel?" He considered. He didn't have a good answer for that. His mind struggled to bring back the details of what had happened to him, but they all careened around like he'd tossed them into one of those old-time rock tumblers. Was all he managed to get out. She fluffed his pillow, checked the small collection of beeping machines he was attached to, and nodded. "It's okay," she said. "I know you've been through quite a bit. Just relax. Your friend Jason has been wanting to see you. Okay if I let him in?" Jason. So Jason was alive still. Mentally, he ticked off one item on his list of things he could stop worrying about. He nodded. "Thank you." His voice came out croaky and rasping, like he hadn't used it in a while. She left, and in a moment, Jason appeared in the doorway. He looked tired and paler than usual, and his arm was in a sling. But when he saw that Stone was awake, his face lit up in a grin. "Al!" He hurried in, dropped the paperback novel he'd been reading on the nightstand, and gripped Stone's arm hard. "Damn, man. It's good to see you alive. How do you feel?" "How should I feel?" His voice was coming back now, and a fraction of the leaden feeling was lifting. "How long has it been since?" "3 days," Jason said. "We're in Reno, by the way, if you care." "Reno?" "Yeah." He let out a blast of air and settled into the chair next to the bed. "You're lucky you missed it. The whole thing's been an enormous clusterfuck the last few days." Stone realized that Jason was alone, and he stiffened, sitting up to look past him. "Verity, she's fine. Shara's fine too. They passed out. Something at the end must have overloaded their circuits, but they woke up pretty soon after. They're back at the motel right now getting some rest. I'll call them and tell them you're awake." "Tell me what happened." "You tell me what happened. What the hell did you do? How did you—" He glanced around to make sure nobody was coming into the room. "How did you get rid of that spirit and the portal? I've never seen you cast anything anywhere near that big, Al. Whatever it was, it almost killed you." Stone ignored his question, fixing an intense gaze on him. "They're gone then? The spirit, the portal?" Jason nodded. "Oh yeah, they're gone. You did it, Al. I have no fucking clue what you did, but you did it." Relieved, Stone sank back to his pillows, feeling another portion of the lead weight lifting from his chest. "Tell me what happened after I passed out." "It was a mess," he said. "I checked out too for a while. When I woke up, V and Shara were already awake and kind of guarding both of us to make sure nobody messed with us. Eventually the authorities showed up, but it took a while for them to get there. Helicopters, planes first. The ground stuff took longer. And the media, of course." He picked up the TV remote from Stone's nightstand and flicked on the small set suspended from the ceiling. "Take a look for yourself. It's all that's been on for the last 3 days." The TV was tuned to CNN, and the banner across the bottom read, "Terror at Burning Man." Above it, cameras panned over a post-apocalyptic early dawn scene, showing fleets of emergency vehicles and the ghostly forms of shell-shocked, dust-wreathed people wandering around in dazes. Behind them, clouds of blackened smoke billowed up from the remains of the fires. "They're saying it was some kind of terrorist attack," Jason said, "because of all the guns they found, and people with gunshot wounds. But they don't have a fucking clue about what happened, and they can't even start to figure out what was up with the weird black thing and the glowing thing. They both showed up on a few people's fuzzy videos, but..." He spread his hands as if to say, "I got nothing." Stone bowed his head. "How many dead?" he asked softly. "They don't know yet. They're still cataloging. A lot of people didn't have ID on them, so it's hard. Estimates are about 1 to 200. A couple thousand injured, about half of them seriously. They've been airlifting people to hospitals all over Nevada and Northern California. They didn't want to move you too far because they didn't know what the hell was wrong with you." Stone raised a questioning eyebrow. "You didn't have any injuries worse than a lot of bumps and bruises, but you almost died 2 or 3 times before they got you back to the hospital. They said it was like you had a massive case of shock, but they couldn't figure out what was causing it." He paused. "It was that spell you cast, wasn't it? Whatever it was, that's what did it to you." Stone nodded, remembering the way the magic burned its way through every pathway in his body. It had been the best thing he'd ever felt in his life, and the worst. "Probably. It was a risk, but I had no other choice. I didn't know how else to deal with the spirit. Wasn't sure it would even work." "Damn glad it did." He paused. "Al?" "Yes?" "I saw something right before I passed out. I'm not even sure I really did, but it looked like I saw a bunch of pipelines crossing over each other and coming together right where you were standing. I saw a whole lot of those things, like, remember the one inside Gordon Lucas? I saw them flying into the spirit before it disappeared. V said it was eating the evil. Do you think it ate them all before it left?" Stone thought about that. "I don't know, but it certainly sounds like it did. Did they find their bodies?" "No. From what I hear, some pretty famous people are missing. A mob boss, a big-time actress, some huge televangelist from down south. Some of the witnesses on site say they saw them there, but nobody can find them." Stone nodded, satisfied. "It sounds like we might have finally seen the end of the organized evil, then." He looked down. "A high price to pay for it, all those deaths, but ultimately probably worth it for the deaths that will be prevented in the future." "Yeah." Slowly, Jason stood. "I guess I'd better let you get some rest. I'll go call V and let her know you're okay. She's been worried." Stone noticed he wasn't moving with anything like his usual athletic grace. "Are you all right, Jason?" "Yeah, I'm okay. I think all things considered, I got off pretty easy. If it takes getting shot in the arm to get rid of the evil, I guess it's worth it." Waving, he crossed to the door. "I'll come back later tonight and bring V. We'll find out when you can get out of here so we can go home." "Brilliant," Stone agreed. He hated hospitals. Glancing down, he saw that Jason had left his paperback. Automatically, he raised a hand and focused on levitating it over to him, and froze. His body went rigid as the door closed behind his friend. Heart pounding, he concentrated once more on the book. He used the same familiar flick of his mind that he'd used thousands of times to manipulate everything from paperback novels to Volkswagen buses. And nothing happened. This has been The Source. Alastair Stone Chronicles Volume 4. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Copyright 2015 by R.L. King. Production copyright 2017 by R.L. King. The music is Interloper by Kevin MacLeod at Incompetech.com.
Licensed under a Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. creativecommons.org/licenses/by/3.0.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.